Hey everyone. I hope you are all doing great. Welcome back to another video. Here is part 2 of Dawn Sage. As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. I really wouldn't be able to make any of these videos without your immense support. As always, the full story is already out over on Patreon for you guys along with a couple other stories as well. Anyways, enjoy the video. Chapter 11. Goddammit a heat. How do you know this kind of shit? Language, heat on. Kakuzu wasn't usually one for jokes, but the big payday in his immediate future was enough to lift even his spirits. Sasori and Zetsu still had to find their target. It wasn't you and me, and I doubt even Naruto and Deidara are ambitious enough to go for two-tailed beasts in a row. Or at least not skilled enough to succeed in the attempt. That left Itachi and Kisame as the logical choice. I'll take my large sum of cash after the ceiling. You guys made another bet? I'm almost afraid to guess who Hidan picked, mumbled Naruto. I put my faith in you two pansies, and you let me down. Do you know how much I owe Kakuzu now? A large sum of cash. That's a large sum, shouted the silver-haired immortal, though his pink eyes were the only discernible feature through the projection technique. Hidan's loud ranting was almost enough to drown out the pained groans of the dying man in front of them, but Roshi's pain had practically become background noise at this point. A large sum of cash? Asked Deidara. One could almost see the eyebrow being raised. Did you even bother to count this large sum of money? Yeah, of course I did. It was just more than I could count though. Hidan trailed off before defending his monetary prowess as loudly as he could. It was more than 20 though. I ran out of fingers and toes. Wow, that is a lot. Replied Zetsu earnestly. You're both morons. Say, how would you deal with an opponent hiding in the bottom of a lake? Zetsu's white side decided to change the topic towards something hopefully beneficial. You found the three tails? Any snarky responses were stopped dead in their tracks by the voice of pain. Why yes, but the dumb turtle is at the bottom of a lake, we can't reach it, stammered Zetsu. Overwatering is nasty way to go. Poison won't work on the beast, and my selection of submersible puppets is limited. Added Sasori. I see, said Pain, shocking the other 8 members of Akatsuki. Konan never seemed surprised by Pain and the others were generally unflappable. But Akatsuki's leader had only ever responded to failure with annoyance or anger. Zetsu. Use that technique to remove the obstruction to Akatsuki's goals. Are you sure? A look from the ringed eyes of God answered his question. Understood. What technique are you talking about? Are you keeping secrets from me? From me? The others ignored Zetsu, who continued to argue with himself for the rest of the ceiling. Roshi collapsed to the floor, and Akatsuki dismissed themselves after making sure that their leader had nothing more to say. Sasori opened his eyes for the first time in 3 days, or rather Hiruko did, since Sasori had been unable to move the puppet armor while sealing the tailed beast. So what is this technique that will help us capture the three tails? I'd like to know that too. Zetsu's upper body emerged from a tree, and while his white side seemed genuinely irked, his black half didn't seem to care. You'll see. Zetsu split down the middle into 2 different beings, each a different color. Sasori had never seen Zetsu do this, but he had stopped being surprised by his partner years ago. Black Zetsu walked to the ledge overlooking the lake and clasped his hand together as if in prayer. His legs transformed into the roots of a tree and dug into the ground. Given Zetsu's plant-like appearance, Sasori wasn't surprised at all. White Zetsu simply glared at his other half and tapped his foot impatiently. Wood style, deep forest emergence. Sasori was surprised by the technique's name, but he was rendered speechless as enormous trees emerged from the depths of the lake carrying a large turtle tied up half out of the water. Sasori recovered quickly and resolved to discover why his partner had the first Hokage's jutsu later. For now he settled for unveiling his favorite puppet to demonstrate that finesse and skill could beat any amount of brute force. Kakuzu, are we there yet? Whined Hidan as the two trekked through the mountain peaks of the land of lightning. No. Kakuzu's reply was short and economical, answering the question perfectly and leaving no room for a follow-up. Kakuzu, are we there yet? Apparently Hidan was too idiotic to realize that Kakuzu had already answered his question. Either that or he didn't care, which was more likely. No. Now would you kindly shut up for the remainder of our trip? I'd prefer to gather thoughts before facing a demon in her own home, snapped Kakuzu after being forced to answer the same moronic question for the 500th time. He was still furious at Hidan for the 30 Ryo payday he had gotten from their little wager. Kakuzu supposed he should be grateful to have money of any value, but his hopes had been raised by his partner. It was a mistake he wouldn't repeat in the future. Oh, so the jinchuriki's a girl, huh? Said Hidan, taking Kakuzu's extra comments and running with them. Been a while since I killed a bitch. Like, what? 2 weeks? 3? 18 days. And we aren't killing the jinchuriki. Unless you want to face leader's wrath by yourself. Replied Kakuzu, resigning himself to petty conversation with an idiot. I wouldn't be alone. Objected Hidan. You're my partner, right? You wouldn't heartlessly stand by while I was being attacked, would you? Hidan leaned into Kakuzu's shoulder wearing a wide grin. You're right, I wouldn't stand by. Hidan stood up and looked at Kakuzu strangely. He joked around, but he had though Kakuzu didn't care at all. The fact that he would stand up for Hidan really surprised the Jashinist. I'd buy as stupid as you if I didn't join leader. Glad for his immortality, Hidan broke into laughter. There's the Kakuzu I know. I thought you were getting soft for a second there. Wiping a tear from his eye, Hidan decided for the annoying coup de grace. Anyway, Kakuzu, are we there yet? Yes, you idiot. Kakuzu's outburst was accompanied by explosive action. He turned around, grabbed Hidan's head, and threw him through the doors of a large building Hidan hadn't noticed in one fluid motion. Kakuzu calmly walked through the debris like nothing had happened as Hidan got up and dusted himself off. Man, you can be a real ass sometimes, you know that? Grumbled Hidan. Where is this bitch we have to capture anyway? Kakuzu wordlessly grabbed Hidan's head and turned his gaze towards a blonde woman standing in the room they had entered rather forcibly. She looked back at the two Akatsuki immortals before turning to sprint down one of the long hallways of the building. Well, there goes any hope of an easy capture. Let's go, ordered Kakuzu as he took off after the blonde, Hidan right on his tail. The two chased the girl down the long hallway, which led them further downwards into another tunnel, this one with several inches of water. The fuck? Kakuzu, what the hell is this place? Yelled Hidan, getting a nasty feeling in his gut about their location already. I believe we're going down a sewer maintenance line. Informed Kakuzu calmly. God damn it, shouted Hidan. Let's just end this shit quickly. Hidan threw his triple-bladed scythe at the hidden cloud jinchuriki still fleeing from them. The red weapon flew far further and straighter than it had any right to, and the blonde Jonin was only able to dodge it once they entered a larger tunnel that seemed to be where the rest of the sewer tunnels connected. Even with the extra maneuvering room, she barely managed to evade the deadly weapon. You missed. Informed Kakuzu. And you call yourself a member of Akatsuki? Shut the fuck up, Kakuzu, shouted Hidan. A flick of his wrist yanked the scythe back into his hand by the thick cable attached to the weapon's bottom. Hidan looked away from his partner to address the girl they had been pursuing, who had inexplicably stopped to face them. Good job getting out of the way of my attack, but I am the slowest member of Akatsuki. I just can't hit anything, can I? Hey, Hidan. She's the Two Tails Jinchuriki, said Kakuzu, turning to his partner. You'll die if you get careless and tell her all your weaknesses like that. Don't give me that shit, Kakuzu, said Hidan. He turned to face the target, though he continued to address Kakuzu. If she could kill me, I'd welcome it. So you are Akatsuki. I knew something was up when I got this mission. The hidden cloud would never risk one of their jinchuriki like this. But now that I know you're Akatsuki, I can't let you leave here alive. One hand seal later, and all the explosive notes that had been hidden in the entry arches to the main sewer line exploded, sealing the entrances and exits with walls of rubble. I'll kill you here and now. Oh, well that happened, said Hidan. I'd suggest another course of action though. When people get all enthusiastic about fighting and killing, I get all excited about fighting and killing. I go like screw the objective, I just want to kill everything. It's an awesome feeling, but we have to take you alive and all, so maybe we could just talk this over? Talk this over? Asked the jinchuriki incredulously. Yeah. This whole not killing thing goes against my religion entirely. I may not look it, but I'm a very devout man. And if there's one thing Jashinism is all about, it's killing. Leaving you alive after fighting you would just be wrong. Maybe you could just come quietly? Asked Hidan. Are you stupid? Asked both the target and Kakuzu at the same time. The hidden cloud ninja was the only one to continue from there though. In the name of Yugito Ni of the hidden cloud, I will kill you. The water at her feet, which had previously been calmly rippling, began to shoot up violently from the sheer force of her chakra. Kakuzu took the time to ready himself, while Hidan was standing completely silent with his necklace raised to his forehead in prayer to Jashin. Yugito's hair tie snapped, allowing her blonde hair to stand on end as if she were standing on a large fan. Blue, flame-like chakra erupted from her body. It took the form of a two-tailed cat made entirely of blue flames, giving the demon a wraith-like appearance. Its eyes, one green and one yellow, gazed down at the Akatsuki members it now dwarfed. "Hey Kakuzu," said Hidan, finishing up his prayer. "It looks like she's more of a pussy than a bitch." Hidan's quip was punctuated by a large paw made entirely of chakra smashing him into the concrete floor. The cat's maw opened wide and shot an enormous fireball at Kakuzu point blank. Kakuzu hardened his skin with a single hand seal to survive the blast, but the building the sewer line was housed under didn't, and exploded violently. Finesse and skill were all well and good, but the brute force of a tailed beast was a tad more massive than any mere ninja, a fact that Sasori was learning the hard way. Zetsu's unexplained wood style had turned the lake into a forest and pulled the three tails from the depths, but it had apparently drained a good deal of his chakra, and Black Zetsu was resting on the shore of the tree-infested lake. White Zetsu had grown an army of clones to assist in the fight, drawing their sustenance from the chakra of the three tails itself, and they were all busy absorbing as much chakra as they could. The downside was that the White Zetsu clones were designed to siphon chakra from ninja for the purpose of impersonation. Their purpose was subterfuge, not all-out combat against demons. Which left the task up to Sasori and his puppets. Hiruko's poison weapons would be little good against the armored turtle, as would his Red Army. That left him three options: his two favorite puppets or himself. Using himself was out of the question, and he preferred to use only one of his puppets at a time when going for brute force so he would be better able to control them. Many fingers make for good control of weaponized corpses, as the saying goes. And Sasori had to say, the third Kazekage's famed Iron Sand was holding its own against the tailed beast. Iron Sand, 6-inch nail. The black grains came together into three large spikes that launched themselves at the three tails. Sasori had no idea why half of the Kazekage's techniques were called what they were, but the stupid names had worked for the Kazekage, so they would work for him. Even if the spikes were clearly longer than 6 inches and shaped nothing like nails. Perhaps he would change that one. Two of the spikes dug into the relatively unarmored undersides of the beast's tails, and the other one broke uselessly on the closed shell that guarded the turtle's vulnerable eye. The shell opened up to reveal the one-eyed face of the three tails, which opened its mouth to roar a challenge at the pests that had dared to pull it out of the lake it had made to rest in and then attack it. The roar ended with a large ball of water being shot at Sasori, who was perched on one of the large tree branches that now coated the lake. The water bullet tore up those branches as it hurtled towards Sasori. Iron Sand, Black Mountain Range. The defensive jutsu in question was simply a big block of iron sand meant to stop attacks, and looked nothing like a mountain range at all. Despite the idiotic name bestowed upon it by the greatest Kazekage in history, the jutsu still did its job and stopped the water bullet dead in its tracks. The water likely washed off all of Sasori's poison, which annoyed the puppeteer, but not nearly as much as if one of his puppets had been destroyed by the attack. Sasori allowed himself a smirk as his plan entered its next phase. Iron Sand, World Method. What did that even mean? No wonder Sasori never could stand the third Kazekage. Regardless of the moronic name that graced it, the world method caused the two spikes of iron sand embedded in the tails of the tailed beast to explode outwards from the middle, where they intersected the inside of the turtle's shell. The three tails roared in pain as its tails were utterly decimated by the sand running along their lengths. The third tail shot at Sasori, who was forced to move from his place on the tree's branches. The turtle seemed to have some intelligence in its one visible eye as it shot another water bullet the size of a cathedral at Sasori midair. Sasori didn't feel like wasting chakra on another black mountain range, and settled on avoiding the attack by pulling himself downwards by the chakra strings connected to the third Kazekage below. He was a tad too slow, however, and the bottom edge of the jutsu blew his head clean off his shoulders and sent it flying. Most ninja would be dead, but Sasori was member of Akatsuki. As such, he was decidedly not normal. A chakra string emerged from his headless body and connected to the red-haired head. The head came flying back to him, and snapped right back into place, if backwards. Sasori's head spun right around so the three tails could see just how irritated he was. The puppeteer's brown eyes narrowed as the third Kazekage's iron sand rained down from above in fist-sized balls. Iron sand, drizzle. That did it. Sasori was going to rename every last one of these stupid jutsu. The drizzle technique did little more than annoy the three tails, since the beast managed to close the armor over its face in time. Sasori scowled as the armor opened back up to reveal a completely undamaged eye. The three tails roared loudly, the sheer power behind the sound tearing up some of the closer branches. The giant turtle raised its head up and opened its mouth wide. Sasori's eyes widened at the sight of the demonic chakra so dark red it was almost black gathering in front of the monster's mouth. It congealed into the infamous tailed beast ball and was quickly flying at Sasori. The famed puppeteer knew he couldn't stop an attack of that power, and decided instead to deflect the ball of concentrated death. Iron sand, Whirling shield. Sasori allowed himself a small smile as the black dust gathered into a hollow cone facing him and began spinning. The previous name of the technique had been Desert Whirlpool, which made no sense to Sasori, as whirlpools weren't found in the desert under any circumstances. The Tailed Beast Ball, a perfectly sensible name for a ball of chakra produced by a tailed beast, was exactly as large as the diameter of the hollow cone and began to slow as it ground through the spinning sand. Just as Sasori sensed the spinning iron about to give way, he willingly collapsed the right side of the cone. The change in resistance sent the attack flying off to the right of Sasori, and it missed by a mile. Sasori was glad it did too, seeing as it destroyed the section of shore it hit, dug a deep trench as it continued into the surrounding forest, then exploded violently. Sasori's puppets would have been decimated, and in fact, some of the iron sand had been vaporized, rendering it unusable. The dust that used to be sand fell away from the edges of the cone as the shape inverted, point facing the three tails. The beast had apparently counted Sasori as dead the moment the tailed beast ball had been launched, and was busy swiping Zetsu clones off of its shell with the one good tail it had left. Sasori decided to correct that mistake. No one, man, ninja, or even tailed beast disregarded Sasori of the red sand like that. Iron sand, drill shot. The inverted whirling shield shot at Three Tails' unsuspecting face. The chakra in the iron sand must have sparked some recognition with the Three Tails, and it turned to face the burst of chakra. The burst of chakra turned out to be a massive drill made of poisoned iron dust that bore into the beast's one good eye. This understandably caused excruciating pain. Spread from both the tails and now the face, Sasori's poison began to kick in. Sasori would be surprised if it proved fatal to a tailed beast, but the powerful toxin coupled with the hundreds of white Zetsu clones draining chakra from the monster during the entire fight, and the Three Tails just couldn't stay up anymore. The giant turtle collapsed in an armored heap onto the tree branches, and actually tore through them into the lake where it floated like a discarded twig. The white Zetsu clones that had avoided being crushed detached from the Three Tails' hide and leapt up onto the tree branches. The ones that had died were tossed into the lake by the surviving clones, and they quickly dissolved into a white mush. Sasori sealed his Kazekage puppet into its special scroll as Zetsu's two halves emerged from the wood beside him. "You never told me you could use the wood style," said Sasori as he unsealed his puppet armor Hiruko and entered it. When he next spoke, his voice had been artificially deepened. "It seems rather handy to be able to convert any battlefield to your advantage. Earth-style jutsu are one thing, but the first Hokage's jutsu is on an entirely different level." "Yeah, you never said you could do that." "Man, was I surprised," said a white Zetsu, presumably the original, as he and his other half fused back together. "Why? You make your clones with the wood style. And you've known I could use it offensively for years." "Oh yeah. I forgot." Sasori rolled his eyes, secure in the knowledge that the action would not be translated through Hiruko. "Let's just get this tailed beast to the hideout. I'd hate to keep it waiting." "Hidan, get up. You're not fooling anyone," said Kakuzu calmly after the fire subsided. "Oh come on Kakuzu," complained Hidan, pushing the giant cat paw off of himself. "I'd like to think I had the kitty confused." Water style, contained shockwave. A wonderful name if Kakuzu dared blow his own horn. A white mask with light blue markings on its cheeks emerged next to Kakuzu's head from under his Akatsuki cloak. The bird mask opened its beak and released a massive wave of water at the flaming cat. The two tails retaliated with a large fireball of its own, but the contained damage had the elemental advantage and blasted the cat off of Hidan with a loud hiss. It also blasted Hidan, but Kakuzu didn't really care. "Kakuzu, the fuck? You hit me with that too," shouted Hidan, who apparently did care. "Like that even hurt you?" "Looks like it did hurt our opponent though." Sure enough, the two tails had swirls of steam rising off of its flame-like body. It hissed at the two and leapt at them once more. Hidan jumped in front of the SWAT, blocking it with the blades of his scythe. As one would expect when trying to stand up to a 20-foot-tall demon with a spiky metal pole, Hidan was pinned to the ground, only his head sticking out from under the paw. The three blades did their job though, and bit deeply into the cat's paw, causing it to hiss in pain. The two tails turned its hiss into a snarl, and loosed a stream of flames onto Hidan's head. By the time the flames lit up, even the rock surrounding Hidan was red hot. Satisfied with the charred corpse it had certainly created, the cat leapt forward at Kakuzu. The bounty hunter hardened his arm and delivered a powerful punch right onto the wound Hidan had created earlier. A jet of water from inside the sleeve of his cloak helped in making the beast recoil in pain. Kakuzu looked past the cat to see Hidan stabbing himself and twirling his feet around like the idiot he was. It would appear that he had gotten enough blood to start the longest ritual known to man. Once it was complete though, Kakuzu knew all he had to do was stop Hidan from going too far and killing the jinchuriki. One drop of blood and it was all over. Kakuzu focused on the two tails, which had wisely put some distance between herself and Kakuzu. The mangy beast raised its maw to the heavens and began charging chakra for its strongest attack. Kakuzu glared at the cat, but otherwise didn't move as it finished charging the tiled beast ball. It was one of the strongest attacks in the world, but Kakuzu's nemesis had survived it, reportedly countless times, and Kakuzu would not lose to a man long dead. Besides, Hidan appeared to have finished up. The two tails brought its face forward to launch the tailed beast ball at Kakuzu when its right front leg collapsed. The sudden loss of balance threw off the beast's aim, and the tailed beast ball went flying past Kakuzu close enough to move his Akatsuki cloak. It took a large circular chunk out of the mountain behind him and continued on a while before exploding harmlessly in mid-air. Kakuzu spared Hidan a glance, only to see him laughing maniacally with a black spike impaling his right arm. Under his mask, Kakuzu smiled. It seemed that this fight wouldn't be lasting much longer. The two tails fell to the ground helplessly and shrieked in pain as Hidan ripped the spike out of his right arm and violently stabbed it into his left arm. Kakuzu decided to speed up the progress and sent another wave of water at the fire cat. When the torrent abated, Kakuzu looked on at the blonde jinchuriki from earlier. The only difference being the fact that she was soaking wet and had her hair unbound. The woman seemed genuinely shocked to not be a giant demon standing over the corpses of her enemies, as she had so many times in the past. Kakuzu looked over to Hidan and nodded, a subtle reminder to not target any vital areas, only a leg or two. Hidan raised the spike high above his head and melodramatically brought it down into his thigh. The blonde woman did not, however, collapse and scream in pain as they had both expected. Kakuzu was the first to realize what had happened, and took it upon himself to explain the strange phenomenon to Hidan, lest they be there all day. You have the blood of the two tails. This is the jinchuriki. Your ritual is now useless unless you can get the girl's blood, stated Hidan calmly. The jinchuriki had gotten over her opponent's self-mutilation and grown her fingernails to dagger-like lengths with an audible gleam. Bullshit. What's the damn difference? Shouted Hidan. Regardless of his whining, the silver-haired Akatsuki member ran at the jinchuriki, slashing like a madman with his scythe. The blades were all blocked by the long claws the jinchuriki had grown, but Hidan would not be rebuffed that easily. He continued swinging wildly, not giving Yugito a moment's rest. She was so focused on not giving any of her blood to the creep that she missed the black shadow that appeared behind him for a split second before attacking. Wind style, pressure damage, Kakuzu declared the name of his attack for his thread creature, since the monster didn't have vocal cords of his own. He could have remained silent, but Kakuzu prided himself on his naming skill, and took every feasible opportunity to declare a new one. The blunt wind smashed into Hidan and Yugito. They were both sent flying, but just like before, Hidan was absolutely fine. He even managed to use the blunt wind as a propellant for his own attack. Yugito landed painfully against one of the semi-standing concrete walls of the building. The impact became even more painful when Hidan landed on top of her. His knees broke several ribs, prompting Yugito to cough blood onto Hidan's face, and his black spike drove itself through her hands and into the wall. Hidan gave into gravity and fell to the ground, but Yugito remained pinned to the wall, hanging by her hands. Hidan drew another ritual circle as quickly as he could, and it was a testament to his familiarity with the circumscribed triangle that he managed it with almost no deviation from the perfect lines of the symbol of Jashin. He licked a bit of the blood off of his face, and his skin took on a deep black hue. White markings appeared as well in shapes reminiscent of a stylized skeleton atop the pitch-black skin. He removed another spike from his tattered and blood-stained Akatsuki cloak and snapped it into its fullest length. Raising his face to the sky, Hidan began praying extremely loudly. Lord Jashin, accept this pittance of pain and suffering, doubled for you glory, as recompense for my transgressions against the commandments of your ways. For today I leave this woman alive for the future goals of your divine mission. The postponement of her death will be repaid by a painful and long death later to appease your great wishes. Please accept the apologies of your most faithful follower and continue to grant your blessings to me that I may keep the commandments and way of Jashin. Amen. With that, Hidan drove the spike through his abdomen, purposely missing every vital organ. Yugito gave one excruciating scream that seemed to last forever as her blood practically exploded over the wall she was still pinned to. The scream died down to a pitiful whimper before she finally lost consciousness and stopped struggling against the spike that ran through her palms to keep her in place. Kakuzu looked around at the scene, the complete devastation of the surrounding area, the fires that still raged, and the blood that coated almost everything. Any child passing by would have been scarred for life. Kakuzu's gaze finally settled on his partner, who was laying flat on his back as if dead, an image helped by the black metal spike protruding from his stomach. He was mumbling what appeared to be more prayers. Kakuzu had lived for a long time, and had acquired a good deal of patience and respect for religions, even if they all worshipped the wrong thing. He decided to give Hidan some time to finish his stupid ritual to his ridiculous god, but he got fed up after about 30 minutes. It was clear Hidan had no intentions of stopping anytime soon, and the jinchuriki was bleeding out while whimpering in pain, having long since regained consciousness. Hidan, it's already been 30 minutes. Aren't you done yet? Asked Kakuzu. Shut up. Don't interfere with the ritual, yelled Hidan, sitting up slightly as the markings faded from his skin. It's bad enough I don't get to kill her now as per the commandments, so the ritual is extra important this time around. It's a pain for me too, you know. Ouch, Hidan mumbled the last part as he pulled the weapon out of his stomach. Kakuzu's witty retort was cut off by the voice of God himself speaking into their minds. We have another one. The two turned to each other and nodded. Kakuzu was the one to send the message to the leader of Akatsuki, claiming the capture of another tailed beast. The usual alert rang through the minds of all members of Akatsuki, before a more privatized message came directed at Hidan and Kakuzu. Zetsu will be along to collect your jinchuriki and bring it to the sealing location. Guard it until then. Hidan looked up at Kakuzu expectantly. Kakuzu sighed and reached into his Akatsuki cloak. He pulled out a bundle of black cloth with red clouds and tossed it to Hidan, who quickly changed cloaks into one that wasn't tattered, burnt, and coated in blood. Yet, Chapter 12. Two at once, they're catching up Naruto, said Deidara as Akatsuki sealed both the three tails and the two tails. The three tails was slowly but surely losing mass as its very being was absorbed into the sealing statue, while the jinchuriki of the two tails was having her tenant's chakra sucked out the old-fashioned way. Yeah, we'll need to get back on that, said Naruto. He turned his golden eyes to the Akatsuki's resident spymasters. Is the fox still hiding in the hidden leaf? Sasori's puppet body turned to face the young blonde team. Unless the jinchuriki is out on a mission at the moment, he should still be in the village itself. You can't seriously be considering an attack on the Hidden Leaf village. My pathetic village was one thing, but the Hidden Leaf is on an entirely different level. Aw, you do care about us, said Deidara in a high girlish tone. Trust us on this one, we'll be fine. So you'll be in the land of fire then? Asked Kakuzu gruffly. Unless they've moved the largest of the hidden villages since last I've heard, yes Kakuzu. We'll be in the land of fire. Replied Naruto, tone laden with sarcasm. Hilarious. Deadpan Kakuzu. Hidan and I will be in the area as well, hunting for funds. If you have time, perhaps you'd like to assist us in destroying a temple. It might lure your jinchuriki out of the village proper. We help you get your target and you help us get ours. I don't see why not. Naruto turned to his partner for confirmation. Deidara? I don't have a problem with it. I get to blow stuff up either way. If their plan doesn't work, I get to turn twice as many places into works of art. Shrugged Deidara. Let's do it. Alright then. We'll meet outside the fire temple. And Deidara? Kakuzu turned the Akatsuki's explosives expert. I'm after bounties, so try to leave the bodies recognizable. Deidara grinned, though she knew her face would still be a shadowy blob to the others. No promises. X. Konan was one to the two females in Akatsuki, and one of the founding members. Not a founding member of the Akatsuki consisting of 10 S-rank missing ninjas, but the previous Akatsuki. Ones who had donned the cloaks knowing what the red cloud stood for and willing to fight for the liberation of the land of rain from Hanzo the Salamander. She had only been a girl, fighting with her friends for peace. Led by Yahiko and powered by Nagato, Akatsuki had almost achieved their goal too. Then Hanzo had double-crossed them. They should have seen it coming, known they couldn't trust him, but the promise of peace had been too tempting. Yahiko and Nagato, her best friends, had paid for that temptation with their lives. That moment of her life was important for one other reason. It was the moment Pain was born. Rising from the bodies of her two friends, Pain had all of their power and convictions, yet none of their mercy. The god incarnate would stop at nothing to see the dream of world peace realized, even if he had destroyed nations to do so. The blue-haired little girl from back then had died too, in a way. Wise to the ways of the world, Konan had devoted her existence to helping what was left of her friends accomplish their goals. And as the only team of Akatsuki to not capture one of their assigned tailed beasts, Konan and Pain were not helping to accomplish the goals of the organization. Pain was too busy ruling over the village hidden in the rain, Akatsuki's base of operations after the death of Hanzo the Salamander, to be bothered with hunting for the six tails. So Konan took it upon herself to find the beast. Actually, she took it upon Sasori and Zetsu to find the beast, but she was the one to hunt it down and bring it back. Apparently the six tails had been one of the harder-tailed beasts to track down, since its jinchuriki was actually a missing ninja roaming the world to stay one step ahead of the hidden mist. That wasn't to say Sasori and Zetsu had any trouble finding the jinchuriki and keeping tabs on him, but it had been harder than most. Right now, the jinchuriki, one Utakata, was staying at Mount Katsuragi. As one of the few ninja in the world capable of flight, Konan had little trouble reaching the mountaintop fort. Her paper wings allowed her to disregard the no-doubt plethora of traps that littered the plains around Mount Katsuragi with ease. She touched down, legs forming as her wings grew smaller, and walked slowly toward the abode located atop the mountain. "Hold it right there, little missy." Konan looked over her shoulder to see an old man with a sword pointed to her back. "I don't know how you got here, but I'd suggest turning right around and leaving this place if you know what's good for you." Konan's amber eyes closed, and she let out a sigh. She had been hoping to not leave any corpses. She turned to face him, and something shot out of her sleeve too fast to track for all but the highest level ninja. The old man might have been able to see it in his prime, but as he was now, the paper shuriken caught him in between the eye, and he dropped like a sack of rocks. "Tenbi." Konan turned back to face the mansion fortress at the sound of the young girl's shriek. The young blonde ignored Konan for a moment and ran past her to the dead man on the ground. "Tenbi. Wake up. You can't be dead. You have to keep protecting me, remember?" Tears welled in her eyes as she continued to shake the old man's corpse. The girl's pleas fell on dead ears though, there was no one to hear her but the Akatsuki member that had just done the deed. Konan readied herself to kill the girl as well, folding another piece of paper in her sleeve with one hand as quickly as only an expert could, and then hardened the material with her chakra until it was as sharp as any steel. The deadly origami flew from her sleeve at the back of the girl's head, but was intercepted halfway by a bubble of all things. The shuriken punctured the bubble, which exploded in a cloud of smoke. When the smoke cleared, the young blonde girl was gone. In her place stood an older man with jet black hair covering his left eye. His blue kimono was open to his waist, displaying a figure that was neither muscular nor scrawny, holding a bamboo tube. In his right hand was a metal bubble blower. "Why are you here?" Despite a glare that positively shot daggers, he took the time to address Konan as if there was still some hope for a peaceful resolution. Konan didn't deign to answer, instead throwing a veritable stream of paper shuriken at the man. In a feat impossible for all but the best ninja, he managed to block every single one with the metal tube in his hand. "You didn't hesitate to kill Tenbi, but there wasn't a single shuriken aimed at a lethal area when you attacked me. I'll ask again, what do you want with me?" Konan looked him dead in the eye as she replied. "I am Akatsuki. We will usher in a new era of peace using the nine-tailed beasts. As jinchuriki of the six tails, we need the tailed beast within you." As if on some unspoken cue, the two S-rank missing ninjas jumped back. Konan loosed another handful of paper shuriken, while Utakata dipped his bubble blower into the bamboo tube at his waist and blew several bubbles. Konan's shuriken were traveling faster, and popped the bubbles, which all exploded in various elements. Some released powerful flames when they burst, others gallons of water. Utakata was back on the offensive immediately, blowing bubbles with much higher velocity, easily capable of breaking bones. Konan was forced back again and again as Utakata slowly advanced. Konan dodged a bubble once more, and her heels almost slipped off the edge of the mountain. Utakata noticed as well, smirking before he dipped his blower in the soapy water once more. This time, a barrage of suds came flying at Konan. The blue-haired woman made one hand seal before falling backwards over the edge. Utakata turned around marveling at how easy it was to defeat a member of Akatsuki. He had never heard of the organization, but they had seemed rather competent. He should have known that it wouldn't be that easy, whipping around as a large shadow obscured the sun. His eyes widened in wonder at what he saw. The woman from before was flying with white wings made of the paper she had been trying to kill him with. Her legs were also conspicuously missing, though give the look of her bottom edge, it seemed she was actually made out of paper and had taken the paper for her wings out off of her bottom half. He supposed it made sense. What use were legs when you could fly? As fast as he had turned, he was still too slow to avoid the attacks that were already heading his way. The large paper spikes dug into his knees, inducing one of the most painful things he had experienced since his master had tried to remove the six tails from him. Utakata decided to risk one last warning before he went all out on this paper user. "Hotari! Run!" Hotari, the girl from before, emerged from behind one of the trees on the grassy mountaintop. "No. I won't leave you." Konan thought it was a foolish sentiment, though she understood where it was coming from. Utakata didn't care for sentiment at the moment though. I'll be fine, but I can't go all out if you're here. The pain in his shattered kneecaps was threatening to send him into unconsciousness. If you ever thought of me as your master, run. It was all he could do. The noxious red chakra of the six tails flowed out of him, covering him like a second skin. Six red tails swung lazily behind him as his reason became clouded by an unstoppable rage. Utakata gave a fearsome roar, and his tail shot out at the flying paper user as Hotari ran towards the spiral staircase to the foot of the mountain. Konan dodged the first 5, but the 6th hit her square in the chest. Utakata grinned victoriously, and then roared again when Konan burst into a flurry of paper. The pages flew at him like a swarm of bats, obscuring his vision. He swung his arms like a child trying to swat a fly, and the papers seemed to thin out. He grinned once more, but wouldn't let his guard down like before. It was due to his caution that he managed to jump away from the exploding notes on the ground before they exploded. While he was in mid-air, another spear of paper came out of nowhere to impale his right arm, pinning it to the side of his body. Utakata hit the ground hard, and his dulled mind decided to rest for a second and let the power of his tailed beast heal his wounds. This turned out to be the opening Kona was looking for, as her pages flew in and wrapped him like a present, sticking to his skin until there wasn't an inch of skin showing. Utakata was the jinchuriki of the six tails though, and he wouldn't be held back by such a measly barrier. Underneath the paper body bag, the red chakra turned a shade of light purple. The paper began to hiss and dissolved as Konan watched from above. Utakata broke out with one final burst of acidic chakra and stared back at Konan. He opened his mouth and shot out a jet of acid. Konan exploded into a tornado of paper as the concentrated jet of acid shot harmlessly through her. Obscured as she was by the paper, Konan reformed the upper half of her body higher up in the tornado of paper and gathered a smaller cylinder of pages in her right hand. Utakata noticed her as the amount of paper lessened to reveal a Konan holding the paper cylinder, which compressed to form a large spear. The weapon was hurled at Utakata, who tried to dodge the obvious attack. He closed his mouth to stop the flow of acid and jumped backwards. Right into one of Konan's paper clones. The paper construct slammed its palms into Utakata's chest and exploded. The blast launched the six tails jinchuriki backwards, right into the path of Konan's weapon. Utakata still managed to avoid the weapon by using one of his six chakra tails to throw himself to the side once more. The spear still stabbed his tail, and went through it a good ways into the ground. Utakata roared in pain, and his screams only increased in volume when the explosive tags littered throughout the paper spear exploded. Konan looked on expressionless throughout it all. Another wave of her hand, and the paper fluttering around her flew with the screaming jinchuriki and covered him in paper. The acid would have no doubt eaten through the paper as it had before, but Konan didn't give Utakata the precious seconds for the acid to do its work. Each tag-sized sheet of paper that coated Utakata was in fact an explosive tag. Individually they were devastating weapons capable of taking out even the most experienced ninja. En masse, Konan could turn them into bombs to rival Deidara. The tags exploded, and Utakata was launched by the explosion off the edge of the cliff. His tail struggled to find purchase on the cliff face, but simply couldn't dig in deep enough, fast enough to stop his descent. He landed heavily in a cloud of debris at the bottom, a fall that would have no doubt killed most ninja. But jinchuriki were not most ninja, and Konan was not going to fail pain due to some unconfirmed sense of victory. To ensure that the jinchuriki was down for the count, several dozen more explosive tags flew down into the dust cloud and added to the commotion. When the smoke cleared, Utakata lay broken and bleeding, no demonic chakra in sight. Konan allowed herself a small indulgent grin. She took little pleasure in killing, unlike some members of Akatsuki, but she was good at it. And no matter how perverse the profession, there was some joy in excellence. Her paper coated the jinchuriki, this time for transport rather than asphyxiation, leaving a small opening for air around the mouth. It floated up to the femme fatale, and they headed out into the night. Naruto and Deidara met Kakuzu and Hidan trekking through the mountains towards the fire temple. The two immortals were almost missed in the mist by the two youngest members of Akatsuki as they flew by, a fact that Deidara didn't let them forget easily. "Man, I almost didn't see you, yeah," mocked Deidara. "You looked like ants from way up there. As we flew overhead. Several times faster than you. I can't believe you guys still walk everywhere, yeah." "I fly, Konan flies, the Kazekage could fly, hell, even that ancient excuse for a Tsuchikage can fly. I am well aware of the fact that we walk everywhere. Contrary to what you seem to think, flight is not so easily obtained," replied Kakuzu. Naruto often styled himself as the more mature one in their team, but even he enjoyed heckling his seniors from time to time. "It is for us. Maybe if you ask nicely, Datara could make you a bird. For a fee. I do not waste money, said Kakuzu immediately. Hidan looked to be on the verge of complaining about the long walks and demand that Kakuzu pay for airfare, but the conversation was moving a tad too fast for him. Besides, as long as Jashin got his tribute at the end of the day, who cared how long it took to get there? But walking sure wastes time, said Datara in mocking lament. And time is money. Naruto finished his partner's sentence, looking at the two immortals with a small smirk. Kakuzu seemed genuinely torn by the logic for a moment, before steeling himself against further conflicting emotions. I will not give a Ryo when I could save one instead. We'll walk. Kakuzu, I don't want to walk all the way there. Whined Hidan. Just pay the damn fee. It'll be so much faster. Now Hidan, scolded Naruto mockingly. Kakuzu's made his decision for the both of you. You've made your bed, and now you have to sleep in it. Naruto joined Datara on her owl, a form he had insisted on, and the two blondes rose farther away. See you at the top. As it turned out, it would be several hours before Kakuzu and Hidan joined the two at the fire temple. Well, look who deigned to grace us with their presence. Greeted Datara mockingly. Let's just get this over with. Grumbled Kakuzu. He and Naruto stood side by side in front of the large iron doors that barred the entrance to the fire temple. Flanked on either side by two imposing statues, the seal-reinforced doors looked as strong as they were. Kakuzu most likely couldn't see it as his right fist took on a dark brown hue and solidified to become harder than diamonds, but Naruto could see the chakra flowing through the complex seal as clear as day. Not that those would stop them. Kakuzu and Naruto both pulled their right hands back, balled into fists, and swung at the iron doors. Despite the seals designed to make them impregnable, the doors went flying off their hinges and into the temple's courtyard. It was clear that no one inside had been expecting the doors to suddenly soar inwards, and nobody opposed the four Akatsuki members as they slowly walked in. Datara, never one for guile and subtlety, broke the awkward silence. We're looking for someone named Kariku? Datara turned to Kakuzu, who simply showed her his bingo book in exasperation. Kariku. We're looking for Kariku. If he come out now, well, we'll still level the place and kill everyone to send a message, but we'll feel worse about it. The monks were mostly pacifists, and though they trained in taijutsu and some even dabbled in ninjutsu, none of them could hold a candle to an actual ninja. Their terror was lessened as they moved out of the way to make room for a monk who carried himself like he was in charge. He was bald, as were all the monks, neither old nor young, and wore the traditional robes that all the monks of the fire temple wore. All in all, he was entirely unremarkable, save for two things. The first was the absolute fury in his eyes directed to the Akatsuki members, and the second was the cloth wrapped around his waist with the kanji for fire emblazoned upon it. He might be a monk now, but this was unmistakably Kariku, former member of the 12 Guardian Ninja. What business do you have in this temple? He asked, though it was obvious he didn't really care. These two are here for your bounty, but my partner and I are here to stir up trouble and bring the hidden leaf into things. If you want to send a messenger now, go ahead. I won't guarantee that there will be anyone left alive after this to carry a message for help. Offered Naruto. Hidan seemed distressed by the offer to let one of the monks go, but by some act of God he held his tongue. It was an act of Jashin, forcing Hidan to pray in silence before spilling the blood of his foes in the ritual, which he would make especially painful for these pacifist freaks. If you are as evil as you seem, I will accommodate you here and now. I'll kill you to prevent your wicked acts from continuing. During his threats, Kariku raised his hands into strange stance, one hand in a half-ram seal and the other with the palm facing the ground. Welcoming approach, thousand-armed murder. Naruto's eyes widened as he saw the golden spirit of Kanon form behind the ninja monk, who stood as still as a statue, glaring at the Akatsuki members. Judging by the expressions of the other three in the group, he was the only one who could. Deciding that their talents would best be served fighting threats they could see, Naruto addressed his allies. I'll handle this guy. You can look for more bounties and cause havoc in the temple. Hidan lowered his necklace and smiled. Now there's an order I can get behind. Kakuzu, how come you never let me cut loose like this? Hidan didn't wait for a response and ran off, chasing some monks into one of the temple's side building. Kakuzu looked at Naruto strangely for a second, but soon forgot when he saw Kukaku, a old bounty, but still worth quite a bit. Datara looked at Naruto and shrugged as she turned away. If you say so. I'm going to show these guys what real art is. A large clay lizard appeared beside her, and she rode it in a direction that hadn't been taken yet, right past Kariku into the main temple building. Kariku's face contorted in anger at their flippant disregard of his declaration to protect the temple, and Naruto saw the angelic goddess behind him mirror the expression, morphing into a red demon. The demon's face was furious, and one of its 1,000 fists shot out at Deidara. Naruto wasn't about to let his partner be blindsided by such an attack, and jumped in between the phantom blow and the mad bomber. His fist met the significantly larger demons, but the power of Sage Mode prevailed again, and the red fist was torn to shreds of chakra by the burst of Sage Chakra. Naruto looked up at Kariku, who stood once more in front of a golden goddess with a surprised expression on his face, and smirked. "Sorry, but I'm your opponent here." Kariku was quick to recover, and retorted in kind. "I am Kariku of the Fire Temple, and I won't lose to the likes of you." Naruto rushed the monk, watching as the jutsu he was attacking become enraged once more. This time, it attacked with more than one fist, and Naruto would have taken a massive blow if he was unable to see the phantom attacks. As it was, he deftly maneuvered around the punches, drawing ever closer to Kariku himself. Naruto jumped over a fist that materialized particularly close, then took a punch full in the face while in mid-air. The blow hurt a surprising deal, and Naruto had no doubt that without Sage Mode, it would have likely incapacitated him. As it was, the blow sent him flying back, or it would have, if he had not been intercepted halfway by another fist. The pummeling continued, and the red demon practically juggled him for a short while before launching a particularly strong blow that sent him flying. He would have some bruises in the morning, but not too bad for a supposedly lethal barrage. It was clear the man's jutsu made him superior to even Naruto in close combat. The monk's technique could launch attacks from any direction at any time, making it impossible to predict. Not even the Sharingan would have been able to react in time. So Naruto settled on killing Kariku at a distance. Sage Art, Inorganic Incarnation. Connected to the earth with Sage Chakra better than any earth chakra, Naruto used his chakra to give life temporarily to the rocks below the Fire Temple. The earth below Kariku erupted as if it wanted to kill the monk. Taken off guard by the loss of footing, Kariku reached out with his hands to keep upright. Naruto raised his hands from the ground, removing the life-giving chakra from the earth they stood on, when he saw the golden goddess behind Kariku fading. His jutsu was clearly tied to that strange stance he had adopted before the fight. Naruto rushed the ninja monk while he was still off balance. To Kariku's credit, he recovered quickly, just in time to come eye to eye with one of the only practitioners of Sage Mode in the world. Naruto sent a simple jab into the monk's stomach, which the former member of the 12 Guardian Ninja blocked. The hand that caught his punch slowed Naruto's strike down about as much as a wet tissue paper. Kariku was sent flying across the courtyard, and landed heavily in the dirt. He rose as quickly as he could and attempted to regain his stance to fend off the Akatsuki member, but Naruto wouldn't give him a second. The sage's next punch was enough to end it. Kariku wasn't sent hurtling through the air by this attack, instead being caught by Naruto's other hand. After all, it wouldn't do to have Kakuzu's bounty go soaring off the mountain. Hidan had stopped caring about Kakuzu's precious money the moment he was out of sight. He might have been the slowest member of Akatsuki, but when compared to people like Itachi and Naruto, he never really stood a chance there. As it was, he was incredibly fast ninja, easily capable of catching up to some monks with minimal ninja training. The slaughter was quick and bloody, resulting in the hallway he had caught up to them and getting an impromptu paint job. The bloodshed didn't last nearly as long as he had intended, and it left him sprinting through the Fire Temple, looking for his next victim. He continued this way for a short while, hunting down monks whenever he saw them. He passed Kakuzu, who had some midget's corpse over his shoulder. Deciding to ignore his partner for the time being, Hidan turned the other way and continued to hunt for tributes to Jashin. After a while longer, it seemed like he had gotten them all, and so went back to the courtyard. Kakuzu was looming ominously above two corpses, probably the two guys with the largest bounties in the area, and Naruto was meditating like he was in some kind of serene glade, not a wrecked temple they had just slaughtered. Deidara was making clay butterflies, which would fly into the air and explode in bright colors. It wasn't a skill used often in combat, but it helped pass the time. "Did we get all the peaceful fuckers?" asked Hidan. Neither he nor Kakuzu was censors, but he had a basic grasp of the skills possessed by other Akatsuki members. He knew enough about the two blondes to realize that if he had missed anyone, Naruto could sense them. Sure enough, the sage opened his eyes and whirled around, kunai flying. A yelp was heard from behind the pillar he had just hit, and Naruto turned to Hidan. "Remember, we need to send a message to the Hidden Leaf. So we'd prefer scared to dead." "We'd prefer scared to dead," repeated Hidan mockingly as he rolled his eyes. "Honestly, I'm not fucking 5. Hidan stalked over to the pillar, where the last monk was no doubt cowering in fear. The idiot had likely been waiting for the Akatsuki members to leave the courtyard to make a run for it and get help. Hidan rounded the corner, scythe ready to stop any desperate attack by a desperate monk. Instead he got a sharp kick to the shin. Hopping on one leg from the pain, Hidan looked down to see not the monk he had been expecting, but a terrified little boy, likely a monk in training. He wore a scaled-down version of the monk's garb, and had short brown hair. Regaining his composure and clearing his throat, Hidan put his scythe away, confident that he could beat a child, even if he could die. "Oi, you little shit, we need you for something." It was clear that Hidan's great charisma wouldn't convince him to come willingly towards the 4 people who had just massacred a temple of pacifists. Hidan settled for grabbing his hair and dragging the child, kicking and screaming in horror, out into the courtyard. The other 3 Akatsuki members raised eyebrows at the sight of the young boy, but otherwise remained as intimidating as they were expected to be. Once he drew close enough, Hidan tossed the boy unceremoniously into the midst of the monsters. Naruto was the first to speak, his voice copying Itachi's terrifying monotone perfectly. "Do you know where the Hidden Leaf Village is?" It was all the boy could do to nod, looking on in terror through tear-filled eyes. "Take a message to them, and we'll let you live, yeah," said Deidara, sounding far more sympathetic than Naruto was, and much kinder than Hidan and Kakuzu were even capable of faking. The boy's eyes showed some trace of hope underneath the mind-numbing fear, and Kakuzu took the opportunity to seal the deal. "If you don't deliver this message telling them what we've done here today, and that we'll be here for 4 days, we will know. And we will find you." He growled, rekindling that terror in the boy. "We have another one." The 4 Akatsuki members froze up in unison at the sound of Pain's voice. They all realized that if the boy ran and found a patrol instead of the village, the hidden leaf could be on them while they sat there like ducks and got killed. Something would have to be done to slow him down a bit. Hidan pulled his scythe off of his back and delivered a painful cut to the boy's right leg, eliciting a shriek of pain. "We can't have you getting there too fast, now can we?" he said, licking the blood off of his red scythe. "Get going, you little shit." Following his advice, the young boy limped out of the temple's broken gates as fast as he could, trailing blood the whole way. "That might have been a tad extreme, don't you think?" said Deidara, a little sympathetic for the boy. "If it weren't for you two, we wouldn't have let him go at all," said Kakuzu, taking a seat on top of a small cushion positioned on the stairs of the temple for the ceiling. It wasn't long before the other 3 followed suit. "True," said Naruto. "Regardless, let's get this sealing done with." 2 days later, a patrol of ninja found the monk in training, half dead along the roadside. He was immediately brought in for medical treatment, and the moment he could talk, the message was passed on. Content with the knowledge he had done as they had told him, the boy slipped into unconsciousness. Tsunade was immediately alerted to the message, and she convened as many eligible ninja as she could to face down Akatsuki. Teams 7 through 10 were assembled before her, with one of Danzo's rats filling the spot in Team 7 after her apprentices. Run in with Akatsuki. It still brought tears to Tsunade's eyes, that another person she had cared about was taken from her. This time though, it strengthened her resolve to end Akatsuki, and to that end she had remained as Hokage. For once in her life, the people who had killed her loved ones had a face and a name. Akatsuki. Just the word was enough to make the 4 teams of hardened ninja tense up, with the exception of Team 8, who had never had the misfortune of meeting Akatsuki face to face. The tales of horror told by the other teams, along with Sakura's absence, was enough to convince them of Akatsuki's power, has attacked the fire temple. Asuma's eyes widened as he took in a sharp intake of air. Tsunade's next word confirmed his fears. Only one person survived, a small boy. The only reason he made it was to send us a message. The Hidden Leaf can't ignore this kind of assault on our lands. I'm sending all of you to take out the Akatsuki members. They'll leave the temple in another 2 days, but they've promised to stay there and meet you in battle until then. It's most likely a trap. We'll need a good plan. Shikamaru interrupted Tsunade, usually a bad idea, but he was usually right, so Tsunade let it slide. You're right of course. But this is one of the only chances we'll ever get to move against Akatsuki. Even if it is on their terms, we'll be able to send reinforcements once they become available. They think they're luring us out, but they don't realize how many leaf ninja they've lured to them. Right now, you are the only ninja present and capable enough to fight Akatsuki until I can send more ninja to back you up. Until then, be careful. We don't want Akatsuki killing any more leaf ninja. Sasuke looked up, Sharingan blazing and lightning chakra crackling down his arm. Don't be surprised if they're all dead when reinforcements arrive. The Uchiha heir turned around then and exited the room, determination incarnate, and face contorted in anger. Well, I guess that wraps that up then, chuckled Kakashi, at least having the decency to look sheepish for his student's behavior. Guess we should get ready as quickly as we can, we'll plan on the way there, okay? The others in the room nodded in agreement, and all exited the room with a single hand seal and a flicker of movement. For better or worse, Akatsuki and the Hidden Leaf would clash once more. Chapter 13. The 4 teams of Leaf Ninja were en route to the Fire Temple when the subject they were all thinking about came up. Having faced Akatsuki the most times out of all of them other than Sora, and being more level-headed about it, since they weren't hunting him, Sasuke was the one to approach the taboo topic. So what strategy do we have to ensure we aren't just handing Sora to them on a silver platter as soon as they kill us all? The question was asked with no sarcasm or ill intent, simply a wish to be prepared, but it effectively killed any joy they were still clinging to. You can't just go asking a question like that. Rated 10/10. Learn some tact. Kakashi held up a hand to stop the argument before it could really begin. He's right though. We're supposed to be stalling for reinforcements, but it's just as likely Akatsuki will kill us all quickly and be off with Sora. That's probably their plan, so they likely won't hold back at all. A drawn-out battle actually favors them here, not us. So then what are we supposed to do? Asked Neji. Stand idly by and let them get what they want? I'll try as hard as I can to prevent that from becoming my fate. Even though the question was aimed at Kakashi, it was Shikamaru who answered it. No. We just need to steamroll them with superior numbers on one front while keeping them busy on the others. We'll also need an escape plan for Sora in case things go south, but I doubt he'd be allowed out of his house if we didn't have one on standby. Correct, Shikamaru. Replied Kurenai. Us Jonin will take on one of the Akatsuki at a time while you use your teamwork and numbers to keep the other Akatsuki members from interfering. We'll finish our member off as quickly as we can, and move on to help you. As we take them down, we gain more and more momentum. It's far from foolproof, but it's all we have. Kakashi spoke up next to finish the plan. Our escape plan for Sora is actually inspired by our enemy. Naruto isn't the only one who has a summoning contract. Guy, Sasuke, and myself can all reverse summon Sora away from the Fire Temple at a moment's notice. Shikamaru nodded in agreement, and then asked his last question. If the Jonin are working together, and will be working in our teams, then what does the other team do? Neji, who was still listening in, hadn't even known about that, and he was supposed to be a genius. The Hyuga had no doubt it would have occurred to him eventually, but his area of expertise was martial arts, not strategy and tactics. Shikamaru might not have had the most potential in the Hyuga clan in the last century, but he was a genius of a different breed. Asuma was the Jonin to inform them all of the plan this time, falling back into the group as they jumped through the canopy of the Land of Fire's expansive forests. Kakashi's team will be supplementing the others with Ino's support on our team, or added muscle on the other 2 teams. Sai will be with Guy's team, and Sasuke will be helping Kurenai's team. Your main job will be staying alive, and then keeping them away from us, but if you see an opening, you'll need the power to capitalize on it. Shikamaru couldn't have thought of a better plan himself, given the circumstances and the limited time available to them. It had a lot of holes, and could be thrown into chaos by the 2 members of Akatsuki who were still complete mysteries beyond a scythe and bloodlust. But it was the best they could think of, and it depended on their combat ability against Akatsuki. Shikamaru looked around at the Chunin, and Neji, who would be going toe-to-toe with Akatsuki to gauge their confidence. Kiba was confident, and Shino was as calm as ever, but they had never faced Akatsuki before, and Shikamaru was glad Sasuke would be keeping them alive. Hinata wasn't as excited as her teammates, though if she knew what awaited them, she might just crawl up into a ball and never move again. Out of the people who had faced Akatsuki before, Sora seemed eager for a rematch, and Sasuke seemed downright determined to win. And ever since the Land of Honey, and Sasuke's first encounter with Akatsuki, he hadn't been anything close to that when facing Akatsuki. It made Shikamaru wonder just what Sasuke had up his sleeve. Naruto's golden eyes opened and he rose from his position meditating on the stairs of the Fire Temple's courtyard. They're here. And the fools actually brought the jinchuriki straight to us, he said as the other 3 S-rank ninjas gathered around. About fucking time. Complained Hidan. On the other hand, I can start praying now. Then I can just go crazy when those leaf fuckers get here. Oh man, I'm a genius. Snapping his fingers at his own brilliance, Hidan pulled out his necklace and began mumbling prayers to Jashin. The words themselves were unintelligible, but the others knew him well enough to guess that it involved blood, death, and pain. Anyone in particular to watch out for? The last thing we need is an idiot being sliced to pieces because we let our guard down. Asked Kakuzu, tilting his head towards his partner. Kakashi of the Sharingan is with them, along with the third Hokage's son, the one who is a member of the 12 Guardian Ninja. Itachi's little brother is there too. If there are any others, I don't recognize their chakra, said Naruto. I'll assume you want the big money and recognizable condition? Of course, said Kakuzu, looking away from his comrades at a small dot silhouetted against the sun. Shall I give them a warm welcome? Kakuzu didn't wait for a response from the other Akatsuki members, instead having a white mask with blood-red lips emerge next to his head. The mask's mouth opened wide with an audible cracking sound before a massive wall of flames shot out of the mask at the hawk that was rapidly flying towards them. Fire style, intelligent hard work. Deidara leaned over to her partner and whispered in his ear. What does that even mean? Naruto simply shrugged. The hawk pulled up short and gave a powerful flap of its wings. Wind style, raging whirlwind strike. All the members of Akatsuki were knowledgeable about summons, and so weren't surprised when it spoke. Hidan might have been, but he was still deep in prayer. They were slightly confused as to why it would try and counter with a wind jutsu though. Their questions were answered as the figure on top of the hawk stood up and finished his jutsu. Fire style, grandiose fireball. The winds from the hawk augmented the flames, letting them burn hotter and longer than usual. The two fire jutsu collided, a clash of power against power. The collaboration jutsu that would have likely brushed off most water-style jutsu was just enough to counter Kakuzu's technique, though not much more, a testament to Kakuzu's power. While there was still a thin wall of fire between them, a cloaked figure burst through. He hurtled towards the Akatsuki members at an extreme speed holding a bar of pure lightning in his right hand. The chakra flow-enhanced sword sliced through Kakuzu's neck and shattered the mask next to it like a hot knife through butter. Kakuzu's two halves fell to the ground as the figure discarded the flaming cloak. Sasuke then raised his left hand and pointed at Hidan with two fingers. A spike of lightning chakra shot out and impaled Hidan's heart. As if to make absolutely sure was dead, the tip of the Chidori spear split into countless others of varying lengths. The end result was an Akatsuki member that looked like a pin cushion for bolts of lightning. The lightning retreated to Sasuke's hand and he jumped at Deidara with his sword in hand. The element of surprise had been lost though, and Deidara easily dodged onto a clay falcon she had made beforehand. The evasion turned out to be unnecessary though, as Sasuke had to twist around mid-lunge to block a ray of lightning chakra from behind him. The blade absorbed the lightning chakra, as it was designed to, and the lightning jutsu ended. Sasuke's Sharingan widened at sight of the very alive and very not decapitated Akatsuki member standing up before him. Amen. Sasuke's head whipped to face the Akatsuki member he had just impaled several times over, who was whirling his arms as if he were warming up for a morning workout. Man, I get kind of out of it when I'm praying. Naruto, when are those leaf bastards getting here? The silver-haired Akatsuki member paused for a second, before shouting once more. The fuck? Who the fuck stabbed me? Was it you, you little shit? I bet it was. I'll fucking murder you. That hurt, you know. Even as surprised as he was, Sasuke easily dodged the slow, predictable swing of Hidan's scythe. He leapt back onto his hawk, which retreated to a safer distance. It wasn't safe enough, since Kakuzu was not pleased at having his head cut off and his fire-style heart destroyed. Water-style, bursting collision. It wasn't the most unique jutsu, but Kakuzu substituted the lack of effects and skill with an ungodly amount of sheer force. The torrent of water bore down on Sasuke, but was stopped dead in its tracks. Earth-style, dividing ramparts. Two massive walls of stone emerged from the ground around Kakuzu, cutting him off from the other three members of Akatsuki. It would be little trouble to convert the walls to rubble, but Kakuzu saw what the Leaf Ninja were trying to do. Not that it would help them. If anything, separating the Akatsuki members just allowed them to not worry about hurting each other. In preparation for actual combat, Kakuzu discarded his Akatsuki cloak. He scowled, not that anyone could see it through his mask, when he saw the four ninja in front of him, none of whom he recognized. Which meant they weren't worth anything. The Hyuga's eyes might have been worth something if he wasn't a member of the branch family, which was unlikely, and the others were likely Chunin. This was both good news and bad news. Bad because he wouldn't be making a profit on these brats, but good because he didn't have to leave the bodies in a recognizable condition to collect his money. X. Earth style, dividing ramparts. Naruto should have known that the Leaf would have this kind of thing up their sleeve. Trying to separate them, honestly. Their plan became even more apparent when he sensed the four chakra signatures behind him. He recognized two of them from when he had first tried to get his hands on the nine tails, and while he had yet to have name to put to the third, his chakra was clearly that of an experienced Jonin. Kakashi jumped off of perch atop the intersecting walls to join his companions, Sharingan revealed for the world to see. So you're aiming to stall the others and take me out quickly. Without my partner, I'll be vulnerable, and you likely have some kind of chakra suppression seal to counteract my sage mode, yes? Naruto allowed himself to revel in the correctness of his hunch as Kakashi and the others seemed slightly taken aback at the nonchalant manner in which he dissected their plan. Well, let me tell you why that won't work. Last time we fought, I was using less than a third of my full power. Unless your suppression seal can stop a tailed beast, it won't even faze me. But you don't believe me, do you? Then allow me to show you just how outclassed you are. Naruto flared his chakra, concentrating it until it became visible to the naked eye as a green aura around his body. The ground cracked from the sheer weight of the massive amounts of sage chakra. Kakashi's Sharingan narrowed dangerously, and his determination inspired the other three to hold their ground. Seeing his ploy to unnerve his opponents had worked, Naruto allowed his chakra to calm down into the calm river it usually was. Still, it won't stop you from trying, and it won't stop me from killing you. Don't worry, I'll be sure not to maim your bodies too badly. It doesn't matter how potent your chakra is. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the green-clad jonin that had spoken and pointed at him, rather dramatically. You cannot prevail against us, and it makes me sad to tell you why. Sure enough, the black-haired man had rivers of tears rolling down his cheeks. If he wasn't preparing to kill them, Naruto would have found the sight hilarious. You have lost your springtime of youth. The words were said like Naruto was being accused of a crime worse than murder. Fortunately, the other three-leaf ninja didn't seem to share their comrade's sentiments. What? Naruto honestly couldn't contain his curiosity, and he was sure he would regret it. Your springtime of youth. To see a young man such as yourself committing such detestable acts at a tender age without remorse. Naruto was right, he regretted asking. You should be enjoying these days of uncatchable youth while you can, not killing and stealing. I shall give you one last chance to repent, before I must cut your youth short. These acts may be detestable to you, but they secure my place in the world Akatsuki will create. This system of war and hatred will come into direct conflict with Akatsuki, and I've just chosen the winning side. It's as simple as that. Argued Naruto. Now if you're done blubbering over an enemy, can we begin? If you are truly set on this path to destruction, I shall make sure that you cannot be guilty about all of the pain you will cause. First gate, open. The jonin then simply disappeared. Naruto could track him the whole way, but he was taken by surprise by the swiftness of the attack, and so took a solid kick to the bottom of his chin that sent him straight upwards. Wind style, Hurricane Palm. The copy ninja earned his nickname with yet another jutsu that he most certainly hadn't invented himself. The blast of wind was blunt, but it had a powerful velocity behind it that wasn't possible with sharp wind. Naruto was sent back to Earth almost as fast as he had been sent away from it, and landed with a plume of dust. Demonic illusion, Crimson Leaf Dream. A flurry of red leaves came from seemingly nowhere around Naruto. Kurenai's hand emerged from each one, stabbing at Naruto with over 100 kunai. A brief burst of sage chakra shattered the technique with little difficulty, though the return to the real world had its own problems. Flying Swallow, Single Line. In a burst of speed, Asuma went from one side of a slightly disoriented Naruto to the other, with no apparent effect. Until a second later, when the ground next to the Akatsuki member practically exploded, leaving a crescent-shaped cut of massive size in the ground. The new holes in his Akatsuki cloak were a testament to the effectiveness of the combo by the jonin that would have been grievous overkill on any normal ninja. Unfortunately for them, Naruto was anything but a normal ninja. Sage Art, Hardening. It was a shameless copy of Kakuzu's signature earth style, with some sage chakra for added potency, but it served its purpose. Naruto's skin returned to its normal color as he faced the leaf jonin. Well, that was a bit of a bore. Is it my turn yet? Team 8, plus Sasuke, faced down the only girl of the Akatsuki group. Or rather, they faced up, since Sasuke was the only one of their group that could fly. Deidara looked as confident as an S-rank ninja deserved to look, and decided to taunt the little brats before killing them mercilessly. You could just leave, I'm a reasonable lady, yeah, she said flippantly, feigning a sudden interest in her fingernails. We're only interested in the jinchuriki. Itachi's little bro has to live though, otherwise I have to answer to a real Uchiha genius. Nothing saying I can't give a good beating though. Deidara leaned forward, offering a mocking smirk to the younger Uchiha, who scowled back. It's been bothering me for a while now. Why does Itachi want me alive? Asked Sasuke from atop his hawk. It isn't that he wants you alive, he wants to be the one to kill you. Replied Deidara, unbelieving that her opponents were just giving her time to mold her clay. As for why, your guess is as good as mine. My guess is it has something to do with those eyes of yours, or rather, what they might become. Sasuke's Sharingan narrowed at the obvious reference to Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. Surprisingly though, it was Shino who broke the tense silence. We should begin combat now. Why, you ask? Because she is clearly stalling for time, presumably to prepare the bombs we've heard about. Deidara leapt off of her bird suddenly, and quickly dashed at Sasuke's hawk. With no time to respond to the surprise attack, Sasuke also departed his mount, dismissing it before its explosive counterpart could kill it. Deidara landed heavily, stood up, and dusted herself off before speaking. Was it that obvious? Despite being found out, Deidara's confident grin never left her face. One thing though. You assume I wasn't already prepared. Deidara's left hand formed a half-ram seal and the ground beneath Shino erupted. Before he could blink, Shino was wrapped up by a clay centipede that had hidden underground, placed there by Deidara when she had landed. Shino. Damn it. Kiba took a step towards his teammate before deciding against stepping closer to a high-yield explosive. The centipede certainly did explode, but Deidara's keen eyes and Sasuke's Sharingan were able to notice the Aburame break apart into thousands of beetles as the bomb went off. Hinata and Kiba were not so lucky as to have the observational skills of an Uchiha or S-rank ninja. Shino. Hinata looked like she was about to burst into tears, and Kiba looked ready to throw reason and planning out the window. I'm alright. Shino's calm monotone came from behind Hinata. Shino had intended to console his teammates and calm them down before they did something to jeopardize their safety. His voice had the opposite effect however, as Hinata gave a terrified shriek before whirling around to face him. You shouldn't sneak up on people like that. Hinata admonished, though it was likely the softest spoken criticism in history. Deidara was incredulous that despite the bug boy identifying the need for her to take time preparing each bomb individually, they were still standing around talking. Her hands chewed the clay meticulously, molding her explosive chakra in the correct ways for what she had planned. Team 8 looked back to the Akatsuki member when they heard her technique beginning. Explosive clay minions. Unlike her usual artistic sculptures, a shapeless mess of clay was practically vomited out of her hands. The piles of clay began to almost bubble as they rose up and took shape. Once they were complete, two people made of clay stood in front of Deidara, connected to her hands by thin cords of her clay. Deidara was less than pleased with the look of her minions, clumsy and ugly. It wasn't perfect, but they would become real art soon enough. Sasuke turned to Team 8 and whispered a quick plan. Kiba and Shino will attack her directly. My lightning can disarm her bombs, and the gentle fist may have a similar effect, so Hinata and I will deal with her little soldiers. She won't be able to use her hands or make any more bombs while she's using those creatures. When she drops them to defend against you guys, Hinata and I will join in. We'll keep her on the defensive. Got it? Kiba and Shino nodded, and even Akamaru gave an affirmative bark. The two ninja, three counting Akamaru, then broke away from their huddle to get into position. I don't know if I can do this. Hinata was the least confident member of the team, and was the only one to voice concerns about her role in the plan. What if I screw up? I might get us all killed. She would have no doubt continued hypothesizing worse and worse scenarios that could arise from her shortcomings if Sasuke hadn't stood up to face the clay creations that were lumbering towards them and placed his hand on her shoulder. You are the heiress to the proud Hyuga clan. You can do this, and you will do this, or we may as well give them Sora and go home. Hinata's white eyes widened for a moment, before the veins round her eyes became extremely pronounced. She nodded and faced the threat, sinking into one of the gentle fist's more offensive stances. The clay's monsters were on them then, and they moved with a speed and grace one would expect of their clumsy appearance and bumbling gait. Sasuke easily ducked under a pathetic attempt at a swing, and swiped at the thing with his lightning-enhanced sword. Anyone else would have missed it, but the Sharingan noticed the Chidori sword miss. Sasuke saw in slow motion the clay separate as the blade passed harmlessly between the two halves. The two hunks of clay landed on the ground with a thud, and Sasuke jumped back to avoid a potential explosion after his lightning chakra had disarmed the bombs. The two pieces of clay didn't explode though, instead rising up to form two clay minions, each looking more defined and streamlined. Sure enough, when they attacked Sasuke again, the two creatures moved more fluidly and with more speed than their larger counterpart. Hinata. Don't cut them in half. They only multiply, Sasuke shouted a warning to Hinata, who had apparently already found out the hard way. The gentle fist wasn't one of the best styles in the world through sheer luck though, and Hinata was easily avoiding even two opponents at once, even delivering small jabs at the clay. The counterattacks did little more than slow the creatures down for a second, though Hinata was still handling herself incredibly well. Far better than Sasuke, whose style relied on lightning chakra to obliterate his opponents before they could even counterattack at all. His Sharingan luckily compensated for his lack of defensive skill, predicting each blow before it happened and letting him dodge with his superior speed. Realizing that he had to do something to short out these bombs, Sasuke unleashed another jutsu he had derived from one of his favorites. Chidori Stream. It was far more chakra intensive to channel lightning chakra through the air, and it was almost impossible to do it through an opponent's wind style. Still, having nothing to dodge but the air itself made the Chidori Stream near impossible to dodge. Sure enough, the clay minions around Sasuke were nailed by the lightning, and fell to the ground, little more than ugly statues. Until a moment later, when they got up as if nothing had happened. Sasuke's Sharingan had noticed what had happened, and while he dodged the stiff attacks from the clay creations, he took a moment to dissect what he had observed. The lightning chakra had clearly had an effect, the same effect that disarmed all of Deidara's other bombs and made them useless lumps of clay. The Chidori Stream had nailed the creatures and rendered the explosive chakra within them inert. The Sharingan had observed it all, and it also saw the replacement chakra rush down the cords of clay connecting them to Deidara to refuel the bombs. So that was how they had escaped the Chidori Stream. The effects of the lightning chakra had worn off almost entirely as the clay lost the electrical charge it had gained. Sasuke had to devote more attention to avoiding the attacks of the clay beasts, but he and Hinata didn't have to hold out much longer. Yahoo! Fang over fang. Kiba and Akamaru swept in from the sides, both whirling at high speed to create miniature tornadoes of teeth and claws that could drill through almost anything. The attack hit Deidara, whose hand-mouths bit down to sever the cords of clay as her hands came up as if to catch the attacks. The fang over fang landed in a large explosion of dust and debris. Sasuke's Sharingan hadn't seen anything strange before the two mutts hit, but Hinata's Byakugan saw through the cloud of dust like it wasn't even there. She sprinted forward and Sasuke ran after her. The dust settled and the Sharingan instantly saw what made Hinata gasp in concern. The fang over fang hadn't created the dust, but rather Deidara bombs that had impacted the Inuzuka and his dog. The two were lying injured to either side of the Akatsuki member, who jumped back to get some distance from the Hyuga that was quickly approaching. S rank or not, no one who wasn't mentally challenged a Hyuga at close combat. While Deidara was still in the air, Shino struck. Or rather, his insects did. Deidara passed through the cloud of beetles and landed on the ground covered in the bugs. Gah! Get these stupid bugs off, yelled Deidara, swatting at her skin to try and get the parasites off of her body. My insects are draining your chakra as we speak, Shino said from behind Sasuke. Sasuke whirled around, concerned that Shino had somehow snuck up on him. Why, you ask? Because they have been carefully bred by the Aburame clan for generations to do so. This won't last much longer. The insects were the thing that didn't last long though. The beetles could only handle so much of Deidara chakra, which was naturally explosive, before they succumbed to the nature of what they were eating. Ah! Shit! That hurts. On the upside, the beetle's self-destruction seemed to be doing Deidara a little bit of damage per beetle. Shino on the other hand didn't care, and quickly withdrew his beetles to prevent the loss of his entire hive. Once the bugs returned to their master, Deidara was jumped up onto a newly created bird and retreated to a safe distance with a few new scorch marks all over her body. Trying to blow me up? Well, fuck you. Deidara tossed her other handful of clay, which took the form of, ironically, a swarm of beetles. Chidori Senbone. Sasuke waved a hand of lightning, and a multitude of small slivers of lightning chakra flew out to impale most of the clay insects. Several made it through though, and the leaf ninja were forced to dodge the bombs. Hinata gave a sharp gasp and looked up at Deidara out of instinct, even though the Byakugan let her see the artist from virtually any angle. Sasuke followed her gaze, and even the less chakra-sensitive Sharingan could see the mass of chakra gathering between the Akatsuki members' hands. I can't use C4 or C0 with my allies here, and C2 is too good for you. So see how you like my C3. Deidara's hands parted to reveal a small butterfly. The creature unassumingly fluttered down towards the leaf ninja, but two of the four could sense the terrifying amounts of chakra inside it. They tried to back off, grabbing Kiba and retreating as far as they could before it exploded. They didn't have long. C3. X. Kakuzu was rather miffed that he didn't get any of the big money Jonin, or even the Uchiha who had taken his fire-style heart. He even would have settled for the unsealed Byakugan that were against Deidara. Those would have fetched a pretty penny. Instead he was stuck fighting four little brats that weren't even a fifth of his age. You've made a grave mistake in challenging me. I have more experience than you'll ever have combined. The Hyuga with the sealed Byakugan sank low into the stance of the gentle fist. You've made a mistake as well. His comrades didn't seem to be concerned with defending themselves, apparent confident in the Hyuga's abilities. You've entered my realm of divination. Kakuzu had heard that line before, difficult to have not, given how long he had been alive. But he had never seen it used by a member of the branch family. 2 palms. Neji slid across the ground at great speed, tapping Kakuzu on the shoulder and hip simultaneously. 4 palms. He hit Kakuzu 2 more times, sealing 2 more chakra points. 8 palms. Another 4 blows doubled the number of palms. 16 palms. A flurry of blows faster than the others landed another 8 hits on the Akatsuki member. 32 palms. Neji's hands were moving faster than most ninja could at this point, and most would have to take his word that he hit Kakuzu another 16 times. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. A rain of palms fell on Kakuzu, apparently 32 of them, making a grand total of 64 chakra-laced taps to decimate an opponent's chakra system. But Kakuzu was an Akatsuki member, and Akatsuki members were not to be underestimated. Neji knew this and launched the final step of his own technique. 8 trigrams, 128 palms. Kakuzu's eyes widened at the attack name, and Neji launched into a series of 64 attacks faster than all but the most specialized taijutsu experts could see without aid of a bloodline like the Sharingan. The last 2 palm strikes were delivered at the same time, and had even more chakra behind them to put the final nail in the coffin. The technique was overkill by anyone's definition, so Neji was surprised when Kakuzu put a hand on his right wrist. If you're done trying to poke me to death, can we get on with this? The Hyuga genius's Byakugan widened as Kakuzu broke his wrist with contempt and he screamed in pain. It was his teammates who came to his rescue, Lee kicking Kakuzu in the side with a massive power only he and Guy likely had. A second kick broke his grip on Neji, who began to rub his shattered hand, and while it didn't seem to do much to damage the Akatsuki member, but not even Kakuzu could ignore such raw strength. He was sent skidding to the side several meters. Kakuzu was a tad surprised by the snakes that appeared to bind him, pinning his arms to his sides. Super beast imitation. Sai watched from above on a stylized hawk. Upon a closer look, the snakes wrapped around him appeared to be made of ink and paper. He tried to break out of them, but they were surprisingly resilient, only giving a tiny bit. Then Kakuzu looked up when the sun seemed to disappear, leaving him in a large shadow. Ninja tools, giant iron lump. As the technique's name insinuated, the shadow was indeed caused by a massive ball of metal above Kakuzu's head that was somehow being brought down by the girl of the team via an equally large chain. The iron ball landed squarely on Kakuzu, then shattered the ground beneath it. Kenten smirked for a moment, before the giant ball moved. It rose several feet into the air, revealing Kakuzu, who tossed it to the side. It's getting irritating to deal with all of you at once. I think I'll stop holding back. Kakuzu discarded his Akatsuki cloak in one fluid motion, revealing the body beneath. His wore a strange backless shirt, and his head remained covered. But on his exposed back, 4 masks, one shattered, sat among a web of stitches. Kakuzu's entire body appeared to be stitched back together multiple times, like some kind of demented ragdoll. Now let's even the ga. Kakuzu was unceremoniously cut off Neji planting his good hand squarely on one of the masks. The Akatsuki member gave a start as mask shattered, and the open hole where it had been quickly stitched itself shut. My Byakugan sees all. Even your weak spots. You've been hardening your skin to negate the gentle fist, but these masks aren't nearly as reinforced, and there's a large amount of chakra behind each. You're fated to lose against these eyes. Neji spoke calmly, both to brag a bit and inform his comrades of his discovery. Now let's end this. Neji's left hand was brought back again to strike at one of the 2 remaining masks. He was taken by surprise when the 2 masks shot out of the Akatsuki member's back, followed by a mass of threads. The holes they had occupied closed rapidly, and Kakuzu's skin became noticeably darker. Neji's Byakugan noticed the threads and masks that had stunned him a bit as they passed take on the forms of demented creatures. One was bipedal, and the mask had a large yellow nose. The other sat on all 4s, carrying itself like an alligator, and had blue markings on the cheeks. Water style, contained shockwave. The alligator's mouth opened wide and spewed out a wide wave of water. Neji tried to dodge, but the technique scale was simply too large, and he was caught up in it. Lightning style, false darkness. The other mask opened its mouth and loosed a blast of electricity, which flowed along the water to Neji. Neji was a jonin of the hidden leaf, and wouldn't fall so easily though. Heavenly rotation. The impenetrable defense of the Hyuga clan whirled to life around the only branch family member to grasp its secrets, and the combination of water and lightning passed harmlessly on either side of him. The rotation slowed as Kakuzu's techniques died down. Neji smirked, glad that he had somehow survived, and hopeful for the future of this fight. Water style, piercing drill. Neji's white eyes widened in shock as the high-pressured jet of water impaled him through the chest, emerging from the other side stained red with his blood. Kakuzu stood up, and his two thread creatures moved up behind him on either side as Neji hit the ground, motionless. Damn. I was hoping to miss his heart and replace the one he took from me. Oh well. Kakuzu turned to face the three other. Kenten had tears welling up in her eyes, and Lee seemed absolutely furious. Sai was the only one who seemed relatively unperturbed. 3-on-3 are much better odds. X. I have to warn you kiddos, I'm stronger than I look, said Hidan menacingly. The tension could be cut with a knife. Now get ready to fucking die. Hidan whipped his scythe up and threw it, using the cable connected to its hilt to manipulate it from afar in unpredictable patterns to create even a tiny wound. Or he would have, if Sasuke's earlier attack hadn't cut the cable in over a dozen places. As it happened, the scythe flew about 10 feet before sticking in the ground well short of its target, no longer connected to Hidan. Well. This is just fucking embarrassing. Hold on a minute. Hidan went to retrieve his scythe, but Team 10 weren't about to let him just do as he pleased. Shadow possession success. Hidan stopped moving, staring in surprise at the shadow that connected his usual shadow to Shikamaru's, presumably holding him in place as well. Sora, now. The blue-haired Jinchuriki ran forward, claws radiating wind chakra. One slice was enough to sever Hidan's head cleanly from his body, which fell to the ground lifeless. Just like that, Team 10 had killed the first member of Akatsuki. Ow. Or not. That fucking hurt. Kakuzu. Get my body, I need to kill these bastards. Kakuzu. Hidan's severed head was still swearing as loudly as before, glaring at the boy who had chopped off his head. Team 10 had prepared as best they could, but nothing had prepared them for a man who simply couldn't be killed. Fuck it. I don't need him. Go on body, kill them all. Get them, Hidan continued shouting things to this effect, willing his body to get up and murder them all in increasingly sadistic and bloody ways. Team 10 stayed wary of the headless body, just in case it get up and start attacking them, but it became apparent that without a head, Hidan's body was as useless as any other headless body. Shikamaru was the first to recover from the shock of Hidan not being dead. He might be alive, but I suppose he can't do anything but swear at us like that. A sudden explosion of debris from the wall saw Hidan joined by a tall creature made entirely of black threads that had burst through the wall in a flash of lightning. It enveloped Hidan's body, and a thread shot out to impale the silver-haired man's severed head. The thread retracted, much to Hidan's protest, until it too was absorbed into the mass of black. Team 10 and Ino tried to stop the thing, but whenever they got close, it fired off small bolts of lightning. After a few moments, the creature left as inexplicably as it had come, leaving Hidan with his head firmly attached to his neck by a new row of stitches. Hidan bent over to grab his scythe and raised it high. Jashin. You won't regret giving me a second chance to prove my devotion to you. I'll offer you these whelps as tribute to satisfy your undying thirst for life, if even for but a moment. Shikamaru's shadow struck out once more, but Hidan was ready this time, and deftly avoided it. The shadow continued to snake around, lifting off the ground entirely in some places to try and catch the Akatsuki member, but he was always one step ahead. As long as I keep one eye on your shadow, I won't be getting caught in the same trick twice, yelled Hidan as the shadow missed him again. I think I'll slit your throats, and then hang you upside down from this wall. That'll let all the blood drain out. It'll be like a mural in Jashin's honor. Hidan leapt off the wall he was running up, leaping over the shadow below him. It tried to backtrack fast enough to catch the scythe-wielding crazy person, but it was simply too slow. Choji took it upon himself to defend his exhausted friend from Hidan. Expansion technique, arms. Choji's arms grew to gargantuan sizes, catching the easily telegraphed overhead swing of the scythe. One doesn't catch a weapon with that many blades and come away unscathed though, but it was only a small scratch really, hardly bigger than a paper cut. It still made Choji wince a little, and Hidan jumped back with a crazed look on his face. Shikamaru's shadow returned to him, and he began to gasp for air from the exertion of using his family technique for so long continuously. Ino knelt next to him, her hands enveloped in a green light to restore his chakra. Hidan landed in the blood from earlier, from both his lightning-style impalement and his decapitation minutes earlier. His feet moved in an intricate dance to form a bloody copy of his necklace's symbol large enough to stand in. Team 10 took the opportunity to let Shikamaru catch his breath, happy to let Hidan waste more time with his rituals if it meant they could be better prepared for his next attack. The symbol finished, Hidan raised his scythe slowly to his lips, giving the part that had cut Choji's hands a slow kiss. "Oh Jashin, I initiate the ritual of your power with a kiss of death. I pray that you would give me your blessing to kill those who oppose you in a manner pleasing to you," prayed Hidan as his skin turned from a pale white to pitch black, save for the stylized white skeleton that covered his body. He lowered his head to Team 10, continuing his prayer, but obviously addressing them now. "And I'll start by killing the fat ass. He's bound to be full of gallons of blood." "You sick bastard!" screamed Ino, throwing a kunai from her hand at the Akatsuki member. She was hoping he'd believe her to be emotionally compromised for real and dodge the knife, getting caught by Shikamaru's shadow once again, though if he didn't, the explosive tag around the handle would certainly slow him down. The knife impacted him squarely in the right thigh, but the scream of pain came from beside her instead. Ino looked to the side to see Choji gripping his right thigh in the exact spot the kunai had hit Hidan. She was too shocked to move for a minute, but quickly recovered and began to heal the inexplicable wound in Choji's leg. Until she heard the explosion of her kunai, and Choji's scream came once more as his wound somehow got much worse. She turned to the sound of Hidan's voice taunting her. "Do you get it yet? Jashin's blessing is a curse on his enemies and followers alike. Any wound inflicted to one is reflected onto the other. But only those who have Jashin's favor live through it. I can't be killed as long as I serve Jashin faithfully. And Jashin demands sacrifices, like your tubby little friend." Hidan pulled out a collapsible spike from his Akatsuki cloak, and raised it dramatically above his head. "I have to kill the rest of you too, so I'll end him quickly." Ino's light blue eyes widened in horror as she realized what Hidan planned to do. Shikamaru's shadow rushed out, but it was too late. The black spike came out of Hidan's back stained red, and Choji collapsed in a heap, gripping his chest. "Fuck, that felt good. The ultimate pain, experienced together, that's what Jashin is all about, you know? So who's next?" "Kakuzu. Get my body, I need to kill these bastards." Kakuzu sighed as he heard his partner's incessant yells over the walls. The lightning beast turned around and blasted a section of the wall apart and flew through. Kakuzu sighed in exasperation. "I swear that moron would lose his own head if it wasn't attached to his neck. Oh well, 2 on 3 is good enough." Tears fell from Tenten's face as she looked on at Neji's corpse in horror, but they were nothing compared to the river of tears that were pouring down Lee's face. The water mask launched into action, levitating up to Sai's level and launching a ball of condensed water at the artist. Sai sent a small flock of bird to intercept, but the water practically ignored the ink creations like they weren't even there. "You are most unyouthful," shouted Lee as if it were the worst insult he could think of. "To take another's youth like that. I'll never forgive you." Sixth gate, open. Lee's skin turned dark red, and veins along his face became extremely pronounced with all the extra chakra flowing through them. The ground below him buckled as he took off. Before Kakuzu could blink, a fist connected with his chest, and even through his earth spear technique, Kakuzu felt that hit. Fist followed fist, and before long, the friction caused by Lee's fists moving as fast as they were was enough to create miniature fireballs. Morning Peacock. It wasn't apparent to Kakuzu, but to anyone looking on at the technique, the flames did indeed fan out from the points of impact like the tail of a male peacock. All Kakuzu saw was pain and fire. The Akatsuki member was sent flying into the wall, covered in bruises and burns. If it hadn't have been for his earth-style hardening his skin to the strength of diamonds, he would certainly have been dead, or at least out of the fight for good. Lee stood panting like he had just finished running a marathon, his skin returned to human hues. "Tenten, now." Tenten nodded, and pulled a large scroll off of her back. She threw the large scroll, the paper trailing behind it in a large arc overhead. The writing on the scroll glowed white for a second before Tenten enacted her revenge for Neji. Manipulated tools, heavenly chain of destruction. The hundreds of weapons sealed into her scroll unsealed themselves then, emerging from the scroll so fast they appeared like white streaks of light. Many missed due to the large area the technique covered, and Sai and Lee were hard-pressed to avoid getting cut to ribbons even though the technique wasn't aimed at them. Kakuzu was battered with assorted weapons, everything from average kunai to senbone to blades bigger than Seimata. All were repelled by his hardened skin, and the weapons failed spectacularly at killing something as insubstantial as his thread creatures. Then the technique ended with 4 massive chains that could anchor a battleship launching downwards like arrows from the bow. Still coated in the chakra that had sealed them, the chains appeared as 4 spears of pure light that shot towards Kakuzu with deadly accuracy. The earth spear technique did have one drawback: speed. Unable to move quickly, Kakuzu was nailed by the chains, which then fell limply onto the practical floor of weapons. As the chains impacted, Kakuzu could swear he heard his skin crack from the hits. Kakuzu got up groggily, and his thread creature moved to his will. The alligator soared into his back, and the lightning heart returned from patching up Hidan to do the same. Thread fanned out of Kakuzu's back like the tail of a peacock, the two masks embedded in the black mass. His arms split at their seams, segmenting to increase their length. His hands shot out to either side to grab Tenten and Lee around their necks, choking them as he dragged them towards him. The leftover blades that littered the ground from Tenten's technique cut their skin as they were pulled across the ground. Tenten had the presence of mind to grab a katana as she was yanked past it and swing at the threads connecting the hand to Kakuzu. In as much pain as she was, coupled with the bad angle to attack from, her first swings missed by a mile. More thanks to luck than skill, she eventually cut the threads. More immediately re-established the connection, but the moment of weakness in Kakuzu's hand was enough for her to get away. Lee, on the other hand, had no such luck, and was still being pulled along. Halfway to the Akatsuki member though, Sai dropped from the sky, slicing the threads with his tanto on the way past. Lee easily shook off the powerless bonds, and retreated to a safe distance. Well then, I was just going to take your hearts to compensate the losses you've dealt me, but I think I'll get my new hearts elsewhere, said Kakuzu. Sometime during the commotion, he had lost his mask, revealing a mouth halfway stitched shut from both ends and a tongue made of the threads that inhabited his body. Earth style, fish in a barrel. A circular wall rose up around the three-leaf ninja. They began to sprint up the sides, and Sai flew straight up on an ink hawk, but the wounds that they had suffered from being dragged over a field of swords were taking their toll. Blood came from their wound, and they were both forced to slow their pace. Suddenly Kakuzu appeared at the top, and both of his masks opened their mouths. Combination style, electric typhoon. An electrified wave of water shot out of the masks, falling down on the two remaining members of Team 9. Fifth gate, open. Lee's skin turned red, and he jumped horizontally off of the wall. He grabbed Tenten and shouldered his way through the wall she was running on. It was a high-level earth style, and Lee's body had already been pushed past the limit several times. Unable to take any more, he collapsed into blissful unconsciousness. Tenten checked Lee's body to make sure he was alive. She was surprised when a body landed next to them with a heavy thud. She looked over at Sai's body, then at the Akatsuki member who stood atop the hollow tower of stone he had created. The rock sank into the ground, and Kakuzu's threads retreated into his back. In his right hand was a bloody object, and a closer look at Sai discerned the gaping hole in his chest. Kakuzu had mentioned hearts before, and she had known that the thread creatures were extra hearts, but the horror of Kakuzu's technique had never quite set in until now. Your heart will make 5 again, said Kakuzu, as Sai's heart slipped in through a hole that opened up in his wrist. You put up a good fight, but I survived a fight with the first Hokage before I even had this technique. You never stood a chance. Kakuzu's threads emerged from under his ski, writhing like snakes as Kakuzu stepped ever closer to Tenten. The only remaining leaf ninja could only stare in horror, paralyzed as Kakuzu approached. Her hand held a kunai, but she knew it wouldn't do any good, and let it fall to the ground. Lee chose that moment to let out a loud snore, and it actually stopped Kakuzu in his tracks. I only need 1 heart, and his is stronger. If you want to take his place, I'll have yours, but otherwise, I'll take his instead. Tenten's first thought was one of relief. She wasn't going to be this monster's next victim. That was quickly followed by a felling of horror. How could she think of betraying Lee like that? Any more emotion was stopped by Kakuzu's hand connecting with the base of her neck. It didn't kill her, but if she moved in the next week, Kakuzu would take Hidan out for dinner. Too long, girl. His thread reached over her and brought the green-clad Chunin up, several threads posed over his chest. Chapter 14. Chidori Sharp Spear. Sasuke's lightning style shot out and impaled the clay butterfly in a display of great accuracy as it descended on them. His Sharingan noticed the explosive chakra contained in the bomb drop, but the concentration was simply too large to be negated by lightning style jutsu alone. So Sasuke didn't bother thinking at all and acted on instinct. Fire style, solar blade. Fire chakra flowed down his sword before he threw it at the small creature. He didn't bother to aim beyond throwing the sword in the general direction of the clay sculpture, and Sasuke's sword missed by a mile. Ha! You think I didn't know about my weakness to lightning style? C3 is designed to overcome that weakness with raw power, yeah, shouted Deidara. Sasuke and the others weren't listening, since Sasuke had tackled Hinata to the ground, and Shino had done the same with Kiba. Just then, the fire chakra contained in Sasuke's blade exploded outward without him to control it anymore. The orb of flames engulfed the butterfly, detonating it prematurely. The explosion almost reached them, but all Team 8 felt was a strong shockwave. What, did you just, I'll turn you into art. Sasuke looked up at the mad bomber, and the gathering clouds behind her. Not ready yet, murmured Sasuke. His sword landed several feet away, melted to slag for all intents and purposes. He'd have to get a new one if he lived through this. Deidara looked absolutely furious that her art had failed to eradicate the leaf ninja like it was supposed to. That was supposed to be a masterpiece that would send you to see the rest of your clan, yeah. Depriving my art of its purpose is something I can't forgive. Deidara tossed a large amount of smaller bombs off the edge of her bird, opting to just carpet bomb the area below her. Sasuke decided to set the stage for his own masterpiece, realizing that it was likely the only way they were going to win. Even if he could win without it, the technique he had perfected with the hawks would likely kill another member of Akatsuki. Not even Naruto would be able to shrug off Sasuke's coup de grace. Fire style, engulfing inferno. It was a basic fire style jutsu, despite the threatening name. It was actually meant to be the first fire style jutsu taught to beginners, which was why the Uchiha clan ignored it entirely and skipped right to the grand fireball. It produced a wave of flame barely hot enough to warm dinner, but it made a lot of fire, and it was enough to destabilize Deidara bombs, making them explode harmlessly in the air. Now. The hawk above Deidara gave a large flap of its wings, launching blades of wind down on Deidara. The Akatsuki member was unharmed, but her clay mount was damaged enough to trigger its self-destruction. Deidara fell out of the smoke, frantically preparing more clay to keep her out of her opponent's reach. She wasn't quick enough though. Wolf fang over fang. A large two-headed wolf using the fang over fang was much more dangerous than Kiba and Akamaru separately. There was no possible way short of teleportation that Deidara could evade an attack of this size from such close quarters. Not that Deidara intended to dodge. Become art, yeah. C2. A large dragon sprung forth from Deidara's hands in a puff of smoke. It was quickly pulped by the large tornado, but the clay was enough to stop Kiba's attack. The wolf landed, far more gracefully than Deidara, but was evidently stuck in a mangled mess of what had been the dragon. Boom! The clay encasing Kiba exploded violently, and for the first time this fight, Deidara got to see her art do what it is supposed to do. Be beautiful and kill her enemies. She quickly began to prepare more while the sentimental leaf ninja mourned the loss of their mud. Except for Sasuke, who was sprinting right at her with a handful of lightning. His chidori cut clean through her chest, blowing her heart to smithereens. Without the chakra to maintain the illusion, the clay clone returned to its regular white color and slumped around Sasuke's hand. It usually would have exploded, but unlike C3, Deidara regular clay clones didn't have the chakra required to ignore lightning-style jutsu. The real Deidara had emerged from underground some distance away. She jumped up onto a crane which was hopefully stronger than her hawk had been, and lacked the self-destruction of older models. She flew upwards, set on blowing that hawk summoned to smithereens before focusing once more on the leaf ninja below. It wasn't like they could reach her. I'm going to skip the chakra eating. These parasitic insects carry a poison deadly even to me. Once they get under your skin, not even Tsunade could heal you. You'll die. Deidara looked up to see Shino's bugs congregating in a massive sphere. Why, you ask? Because you killed my friend. Shino stood below, his face contorted in one of his rarely seen emotions, rage. Secret technique, beetle sphere. The purple orb of insects began to descend on Deidara, who quickly maneuvered out of the way on her clay bird. The beetles were nothing if not persistent, and while Deidara was handily outrunning them now, she knew that if she let up for even a second she would be engulfed. She whirled around to throw some explosive clay at the bugs, but they simply absorbed the losses and continued their relentless pursuit. Deidara hated to resort to such drastic measures, but she really wanted to stick it to these leaf ninja, and there's no kill like overkill. Deidara pulled out a piece of clay, and grimaced before putting it in her mouth and chewing. Ironically, for someone whose entire lifestyle revolved around chewing clay, she hated the taste. She spit it out in an action more akin to throwing up than actually spitting, and the clay rose into the form of one of the most beautiful things in existence. The new bomb was a spitting image of Deidara herself, enlarged several dozen times. Deidara wiped the excess clay from her lower lip in disgust, and shouted out to the leaf ninja below. This is my ultimate art, yeah. You won't survive this one, even if it is scaled back so it doesn't kill my comrades. The large Deidara bloated as if to burst while the real one retreated to a safe distance. She was glad to see the looks of terror in the faces of the leaf ninja as they watched the piece of art get ever closer to completion. She would have to something about the C4 making her look fat before it burst though. It was just downright unflattering. Shino's bugs stopped attacking to swarm around him defensively, making a tightly packed ball of beetles. Hinata dropped down into a defensive stance of the gentle fist, ready to use her protection of 64 palms at a moment's notice. Sasuke was putting his Sharingan to good use, using the jutsu he had copied from Deidara to hide beneath the ground. Once the C4 had stretched as much as it could, making Deidara rather frustrated at her chubby portrayal, it burst in a cloud of smoke. The lack of explosion was perplexing, especially given the hype Deidara C4 had received. Deidara, however, looked like a cat with a fish. She alone knew that this was only the first part of C4. Once she made the seal, the microscopic bombs scattered about by her lackluster first bomb would explode, decimating anything in their range on a cellular level. Sasuke's Sharingan noticed the air become heavily saturated in Deidara chakra, and noticed the Akatsuki member staying well away from the cloud of the stuff. He had no idea what it meant, but it wasn't good. Deidara had likely found a way to make the very air explode or something. He body flickered over to Hinata and then pulled her along to the top of the wall, outside of the range of Deidara chakra. Sasuke, what are you Hinata was unceremoniously cut off by Sasuke electrocuting her with a weaker version of the Chidori stream. He had already done it to himself to render the chakra he had inhaled useless, but his body was more accustomed to the electricity of the Chidori. Hinata's wasn't, and she collapsed into unconsciousness, though the explosives inside her were disabled. Sasuke jumped off the wall, intent of rescuing Shino as well. Oh no you don't, yeah. C4. Deidara formed the seal, and just like that, it was over. Sasuke ran another Chidori through his system to clear out any of the chakra he inhaled on his way to Shino, but Shino had no such tactics, or even any idea what was going on. He could only stare in horror as first his bugs dissolved into dust, followed shortly by his own body. The method of explosion kept him alive for a few seconds of excruciating pain, then death. Ha! 2 down, and 2 to go, yeah. Deidara paused her condescending laughter when an explosion of downright malevolent chakra exploded from another section of Kakashi's walls. Well, there's our jinchuriki, yeah. X. Right, pissed equals power for jinchuriki. Of which you are one. Mused Hidan as Sora waved his 4 tails behind him menacingly. Guess that means I'm not allowed to kill you. Shit. Would have loved to wipe you all out. Naruto should handle his own damn target. Sora's judgment was clouded by his rage at Choji's death, and the short freak that had killed him. Any plan Shikamaru had concocted for their survival went out the window in favor of breaking the man in front of him with overwhelming force. He rushed forward, and Hidan lowered his scythe to accommodate. Sora's attack was anything but subtle, opting to shatter anything and everything that he touched with burning chakra and sheer force. Hidan wore a shit-eating grin as he deflected the wild attacks. Akatsuki member were chosen to fight Jinchuriki, and he loved a good challenge, even if he couldn't kill the challenge when he was done. Sora's tails lashed out, but were knocked away by Hidan's scythe, which he swung around as an impromptu shield. Hidan stepped inside Sora's guard and slammed his weapon's 3 blades into Sora's chest. The demonic chakra, however, stopped the strike from penetrating. Sora's right hand reared back before whipping around and smacked Hidan away like a pebble. Hidan pushed his way out of the wall, a wild grin on his face. The 2 berserkers rushed at each other once again, neither one caring that killing the other seemed impossible. Hidan batted Sora's claws away, and kicked the Jinchuriki across the face. Sora rolled with the momentum, using his tails to smack Hidan away from the wall. The Akatsuki member landed several feet from the edge, using his scythe as a means of slowing his flight. He looked up, ready to counter the Jinchuriki again, and was confused to see him just sitting there like a dog waiting for a treat. The Hidan noticed the chakra. Small balls of light blue and dark red chakra were slowly coming together into a dark black ball above Sora's mouth. The final product was significantly smaller than a real tailed beast ball, but Hidan could tell it was still dangerous. Once all the smaller bits of chakra were absorbed, the black sphere suddenly got even smaller, and the ground beneath the Jinchuriki buckled under the density of the chakra. Sora stretched his neck out and swallowed the marble-sized ball of death, and Hidan could see even from such a distance the miniature-tailed beast ball traveling down his throat. Sora's chakra body bloated to epic proportions as the chakra exploded inside of him. He tried to hold it in as long as possible, but when he did let loose the chakra, Sora made sure it was aimed at Hidan. Dodging wouldn't have worked, since the laser of chakra was simply too large to avoid with anything short of a space-time jutsu. The beam engulfed Hidan completely, and while most human beings would have been completely disintegrated, S-rank ninja were a cut above the rest. When the attack died down, Hidan stood right where he had been before. His Akatsuki cloak was little more than tattered rags around his shoulders, and his skin was burned like he had been tossed into a furnace for several days. The only reason the attack hadn't carried him several miles away into the next mountain was because Hidan had taken the initiative to drive 2 black spikes straight through his feet, pinning them to the ground. Yes. Fucking yes. This is the best pain imaginable, yelled Hidan as he tore the spikes out of his feet. This is a great tribute to Jashin. The silver-haired man took a few deep breaths, and calmed himself down. I just wish you could have experienced it too. I'll try to give you the best approximation I can. Hidan twisted the handle of his scythe, and the lower toe blades fell off of the weapon. Hidan caught them, and set them reverently on the ground at his feet, along with his 2 retractable spears. Without his cloak, Sora, Shikamaru, and Ino were given a clear view of the absurdly long cable that Hidan unwound from his left thigh, placing it alongside his other weapons. Hidan took off, aiming at Sora. His new speed was frightening, and made his previous attack speed seem like he had been moving through molasses. Despite losing 2 blades, his scythe packed a lot more kick than before as well, likely due to the decreased weight allowing Hidan to swing it faster. Sora could attest to the effectiveness, and before he realized it, Hidan was slamming him around like a dog with a chew toy. Thanks to the 9 tails chakra covering him from head to toe, Sora managed to avoid getting cut, but the number and strength of the blows raining down on his hurt all the same. I'm only the slowest member of Akatsuki because I like my opponents to suffer the wrath of Jashin. But with your demonic chakra, I don't have to worry about killing you too soon. It's fucking wonderful. Hidan continued to shout things to this effect while he battered Sora. The jinchuriki tried to strike back, but Hidan was able to easily knock the counter-attacks aside with his deadly scythe. Shikamaru got over his shock and tried to help his friend, and his shadow shot out towards Hidan as quickly as he could make it. Which wasn't fast enough. Hidan swung his scythe up to knock Sora upside the face, then let it continue on to dig into the ground behind him. He used the scythe as a pivot point to flip backwards as the shadow went straight through where he had been a second ago. Hidan landed deftly on his feet, and tugged the scythe out of the ground as he ran towards Shikamaru and Ino. Shikamaru retracted his shadow, but Hidan was coming at them faster than the shadow was, and Sora was still recovering from Hidan's barrage of attacks. The only reason Hidan didn't kill Shikamaru then and there was because of Ino. Clan technique, mind transfer. Hidan had already seen her healing Shikamaru earlier, and dismissed her as a simple medic, but Ino was also a Yamanaka, and had deeply studied the mind, and her clan's techniques relating to it. Not expecting it, and caught running right into it to get at them as quickly as possible, Hidan was hit dead between the eyes with the mind-controlling technique. Hidan's body gave a rather uncharacteristic hop, and he clapped his heels together while he did it. I did it. Ino Yamanaka has saved you, you're welcome. If he had been more in control of his mind, Sora might have noticed that it was really Ino, not Hidan holding a scythe and wearing the tattered remains of an Akatsuki cloak. Unfortunately, Sora was little more of a condensed ball of rage directed solely at Hidan, a person Ino had the misfortune of currently being. Sora ran up behind her, and still unused to the body's controls, Ino was unable to react in time. Hidan's body was pounded into the ground like a nail, and Ino's eyes rolled up into the back of her head. Now alone in his own mind, Hidan was free to curse once more. God damn it, that hurt. Hidan was cut off by Sora, who was far too enraged to stop with just one attack. He pounded Hidan on the head again, using both hands and dropping them with enough force to shatter the ground Hidan was trapped in. Hidan used the opportunity to escape, grabbing his scythe on the way out. Sora roared once more in rage, and Hidan smiled back. Sora ran at him on all fours, and struck out with his tails to close the gap faster. Hidan weaved around the tails as they impacted the ground around him, but wasn't agile enough to dodge Sora's fist. The blow connected squarely with Hidan's stomach, but the immortal simply grabbed hold of the limb and used it to flip Sora in an impressive display of strength. The burns left by the demonic chakra covering Sora like a second skin would have put most ninja out of the fight, but Hidan was just getting interested. So do you experience this pain all over your body like this? I might have misjudged you, said Hidan, honestly jealous of the amount of pain the jinchuriki was likely experiencing. So I'll do you a favor and let you experience the most sublime pain in existence. Let's go together. Hidan's scythe began to glow blue as small blades of chakra formed to make the weapon appeared spiked along the edges. Blood tribute to Jashin, chain slaughter. As if cued by his voice, the spike began to spin quickly, giving the whole scythe a coating of rotating chakra blades. Hidan and Sora rushed each other to the high-pitched whine of Hidan's chakra flow technique. They clashed, and both were too berserk to worry about dodging the other's attack. Hidan gained 3 parallel cuts deep into his chest from Sora's claws, and the Akatsuki member's most penetrating attack only scored a shallow cut through the demon chakra. The jinchuriki's chakra coat quickly healed and covered the wound, but Hidan already had what he wanted. Sora was too far gone to the beast to notice the change, but Hidan's skin became black as pitch once more save for the skeletal markings on his exposed flesh. The Akatsuki member dodged several swipes from the jinchuriki's chakra appendages, both tails and unnaturally elongated arms to make it back to the circle of blood he had prepared earlier. Shikamaru noticed the destination and left from attending to Ino to go on the offensive. His shadow acted for him, allowing the lazy Nara to take part in the battle of monster from a safe distance. Hidan was too focused on the jinchuriki, and while he managed to make it into his circle, he was almost instantly trapped by Shikamaru's shadow. Fuck it all. I can't move, damn it. Hidan struggled against the technique, actually managing to wiggle a good millimeter or two in either direction. While he was still gritting his teeth to maintain the chakra output needed for the jutsu and the concentration to restrain someone as strong as Hidan, Shikamaru sighed in relief. As long as he could hold the Akatsuki member until the Jonin team could get here, they had won. No one else had to get hurt. Sora didn't care about the plan in his current state though. He only saw the person he was angry at standing still. He ran at the trapped Akatsuki member and swung at Hidan's face as hard as he could. There was an audible snap, like his neck had broken, but Hidan just straightened his head back like nothing had happened. Connected as they were, Sora's head snapped to the side as well, but the demonic chakra coursing through him healed the normally debilitating wound almost instantly. Fueled by uncomprehending rage, Sora continued to beat Hidan to a pulp, getting weaker with each hit as he damaged himself as well. Hidan stood there laughing in ecstasy with each hit. Shikamaru held the jutsu, knowing that if Hidan got any momentum, he would escape the shadow possession with ease. That didn't make it any easier to watch his friend hurting himself like this. Eventually, the pain became too much for even Sora's demonic stamina to take, and he collapsed to the ground. Two of his tails disappeared as he slipped in and out of consciousness, and the chakra became transparent, revealing the beaten jinchuriki inside. Hidan continued to laugh maniacally, despite looking the same, if not worse. Is this all you can take, you little fucker? You'll never earn Jashin's favor like that. Once I can move again, we'll experience the ultimate pain together. Sora's current place on the ground offered a perfect view of the hole in the wall that Kakuzu's thread creature had broken through before into the area that Asuma and the others were fighting in. Sora was unable to muster the strength to move, even his head, and simply stared through the hole. A second later, his chakra exploded in a roar of pure fury. His chakra obscured his whole body, healing any wounds instantly. Hidan and Shikamaru looked on in surprise and horror at the 9 red tails of chakra that casually swished through the air behind him. Naruto, despite his youth, was proving himself to have earned the title S-rank ninja. The youngest Akatsuki member dodged attacks that could actually harm him while ignoring the attacks that couldn't. Ever since Sakura had punched him across the forest like a fresh Jinan, he had devoted quite a bit of time to discerning what attacks would hurt him at all and which were useless. His new, more efficient method of fighting enabled him to practically dance through the 4 Jonin with ease. He was so good at taking all of their attention, the leaf ninja barely noticed as Kakuzu's threads flew through the walls separating them from the others. Kurenai attempted to trap him in genjutsu after genjutsu, layering them, using extremely powerful ones, using subtle ones, and every other trick in the book. While alone she wouldn't have lasted a minute, each time Naruto had to dispel a genjutsu, it forced him pause for a split second, which was usually all an experienced Jonin needed. Against another experienced ninja who could afford to take a hit though, it wasn't nearly enough. Severe Leaf Hurricane. Naruto ducked Guy's first kick, and blocked the second sweeping kick. The punch that landed squarely between his eyes sent him skidding back. Asuma ran at him, pressing the advantage that the Leaf Ninja had gained. He opted for a straight jab, augmented of course by his flying swallow. Naruto met the punch squarely with his own, and the two practically bumped knuckles. Naruto was left with a straight cut about half an inch deep along his knuckles that healed quickly. Asuma was sent flying head over heels, and when he stood up, his right arm hung limply at his side. Naruto broke another genjutsu, sending him off the surface of the sun back to the life and death battle against 4 of the Hidden Leaf's most powerful Jonin. Kakashi's lightning blade was deflected harmlessly, and the copy ninja received an elbow to the face for his trouble. Kakashi, this isn't working, said Kurenai frantically. She had foregone physical combat, but chakra exhaustion was beginning to take its toll. We need something bigger. Kakashi nodded in agreement. I have just the thing. Guy, I'll need you to press the advantage. Don't hold back. The Sharingan user turned to face Naruto grimly. All the jutsu I've copied, let me show them to you. Multi-shadow clone technique. 30 copies of Kakashi appeared in puffs of smoke, each significantly weaker than the original. It was far less than the fabled 1000, But the number likely included some ridiculously idiotic jutsu and a great deal of hyperbole. Many jutsu were likely slightly changed with a brand new name slapped on. Naruto sensed the first jutsu coming a mile away, and jumped into the air to avoid the clone that tried to drag him into the earth from below. The shadow clones jumped away from their point of origin to surround Naruto. Water style, Water Dragon. Fire style, Grand Fireball. Wind style, Great Devastation. Earth style, Stone Edge. Lightning style, Volt Wave. Wind style, Tornado Buster. Fire style, Hades Drive. Lightning style, Hammer Bolt. Water style, Grand Maelstrom. Earth style, Earthquake Booster. Fire style, Phantom Fire Shot. Water style, Poseidon Wave. Wind style, Tornado Wing. Lightning style, Electro Web. Earth style, Drill Run. Secret Taijutsu technique of the Hidden Leaf, 1,000 Years of Death. Water style, Infinite Assault. Wind style, Claw of the Storm. Water style, Hydro Hydra. Fire style, Inferno Claw. Earth style, Avalanche Lance. Lightning style, Hyper Shocker. Wind style, Driver Force. Earth style, Terra Blast. Lightning style, Fusion Bolt. Genjutsu, False Trickery. Water style, Hydro Rush. Fire style, Blazing Beam. Rasengan. Wind style, Zephyr Shredder. Lightning style, Lightning Blade. The barrage of ninjutsu came all at once, engulfing Naruto in a flurry of death that was overkill by anyone's definition. Once they collided with Naruto midair, they more or less merged into a column of flames, lightning, and rock surrounded by steam. All the individual characteristics were lost to the wave of devastation chakras. The massive conflagration was cut clean in half by Kakashi's signature technique, leaving a streak of lightning chakra in a straight line through the Akatsuki member. It was a glancing blow, but Kakashi was impressed he had even hit Naruto when he was so obscured by the various jutsu. "Guy, do it now," shouted Kakashi. "Right." Guy crossed his arms for a moment, and then he lowered them suddenly as his chakra exploded. Seventh gate, open. Guy's internal body temperature shot up as well, causing the green beast to sweat profusely from every inch of his body. In testament to how saturated his body was with chakra, his sweat practically glowed blue with excess chakra as it exited his body, and the sheer heat from his body caused it to evaporate immediately. The result was an intimidating blue flame that covered him entirely. Guy punched in Naruto's direction faster than anyone could see, even with the Sharingan, creating a truly massive amount of pressure. Then, even faster than the pressure, Guy placed his hands in front of it in a unique seal to shape the pressure as it passed through, directing it at the wounded Akatsuki member in the air. Evening Tiger. The seal imparted the shape of a tiger onto the pressure wave, hence the name. It slammed into Naruto, sending him flying high into the air before exploding violently. "Did that do it?" asked Asuma warily, holding his useless right arm tenderly. "Did we get him?" Asuma's questions were answered when Naruto's body fell from the sky several meters away, creating a large crater upon impact. They looked on in shock as the blonde sage shakily got to his feet, wiping the blood away from his eye that came down from a wound on his head. His Akatsuki cloak was in tatters at this point, and he was barely any better. His left arm was clearly broken, and it was healing far slower than usual. He turned his scowl onto the two exhausted jonin that had wounded him so. "You will both die. But first I'm going to show you how outclassed you are. I'm still capable of taking you all on." Naruto punctuated his last sentence by grabbing the kunai headed towards his neck. Kurenai had though to catch him off guard while he was still wounded, but it was clear that wouldn't work. "You'll be first then." Naruto flipped her over his shoulder, driving Kurenai into the ground. While she was still gasping in pain, he delivered a kick across her face. Naruto would never admit it, but he was weakened by the combination of ninjutsu and taijutsu that he had just been subjected to, and his kick lacked any killing potential. He raised his hand up, readying a punch that would kill Kurenai even if she was several feet below the ground. "Kurenai," Asuma shouted with concern, running forward with his right arm listlessly trailing behind him. There was no way Asuma could make it in time to stop Naruto from killing Kurenai, and Kakashi was fighting to stay conscious after his ninjutsu barrage, a desperate ploy that had used a lot of chakra. That left Guy, who in his current state, was of no help at all. Opening 7 of the 8 gate had torn almost every muscle in his entire body. Every breeze caused excruciating agony at the moment, and moving would feel 1,000 times worse. Still, he was the only one who could save Kurenai, and he had to do what he had to do to stop Akatsuki. Naruto was hit before he could even sense Guy move, and he was even late hearing the sound of the technique that knocked him away from Kurenai. "Gate of Death, open." Guy stood, coated once more in the raw power of his chakra, and his muscles had bulged to ridiculous proportions. At the moment, his thigh was thicker than most people's torsos. Naruto had felt the blow through Sage Mode's protection, and it hurt. Guy spoke up again, and Naruto could only watch in awe. I won't allow you to harm my comrades any longer. If you insist on forsaking your youth, then I'll just take it from you. Guy, if you've opened all 8 gates. Kakashi trailed off as his eternal rival offered a small smile in response. I know, Kakashi. I've enjoyed our rivalry, but at least I'll go out in the prime of my youth, securing the youth of my pupils, said Guy, without his usual exuberance. I'm not over the hill yet, you know, mumbled Kakashi as he struggled to his feet, only to collapse back to his knees a second later. I know, old friend, but leave this one to me. The premier taijutsu expert of the hidden leaf turned to face his target, and Naruto almost flinched from the oppressive feeling of Guy's anger. You'll be finished by the ultimate taijutsu technique. The Midnight Dragon. Naruto frantically began hand seals to end Guy before he could get close, but before he even finished the first one, his hand were stopped by Guy's right hand. The green beast's face contorted in rage as he tightened his grip, breaking Naruto's fingers, even through Sage Mode. Naruto didn't have time to dwell on the pain, since he immediately found Guy's fist buried in his gut. The blow was powerful enough to shatter the ribs of even a sage, and Naruto spit up a fair bit of blood from the blow. His mouth was snapped shut by a rising kick before Naruto even realized that Guy had let go of his hands. Naruto managed to open one eye as he flew up, and saw Guy far above him anyway. The dark, cloud-covered sky grew even darker in comparison to the bright light gathering around Guy's fist. If I don't, who will? Midnight Dragon. Guy streaked downwards, his fist wreathed in flames of both chakra and friction, shaped like the roaring head of a furious dragon. The shockwave of the punch hit first, driving Naruto into the ground with 10 times the force of the afternoon tiger. The flaming punch landed next, breaking the ground around Naruto's landing spot into pieces so small they might have qualified as sand. Guy stumbled back from the impact site for a few steps as his skin returned to its normal shade and his muscles seemed to deflate. He collapsed to the ground face first, dead. It was testament to his strength that his body was even intact, as the recoil damage from the Midnight Dragon was usually enough to vaporize even the user. Even so, Guy had escaped with all but his right arm intact. The 3 living Jonin were simply stunned by the display of power that rivaled tailed beasts, likely dwarfing the weaker ones. Guy was a legendary ninja, who would have tale of his strength spread for centuries. The Leaf Ninja were just beginning to realize that despite losing Guy, they had managed to kill an Akatsuki member when it happened. Just as they were about to leave and go help other teams fight Akatsuki, or more likely quit while they were ahead, a long tongue came flying out of the impact site, heading straight for Kurenai. She was too stunned from earlier to dodge, and Kakashi was still half dead from his massive attack spree to help. Asuma, however, reacted in time, unceremoniously shoving her out to the ground. The fighting tongue slash impaled the 3rd Hokage's son through the chest, piercing his heart and killing him instantly. Kakashi and Kurenai follow the tongue, which retracted back to the source, to Naruto. The young Akatsuki member was lying on his back in a pool of his own blood, facing the Leaf Jonin with a look of pure hate on his face. Kakashi's hand lit up with a Chidori to finish what his eternal rival had started, when a massive explosion of demonic chakra rocked the area. The walls separating them had finally had enough, and they collapsed to reveal Sora, clad in the 9 tails chakra with 9 red tails behind him. Naruto didn't see it, since his wounds had finally taken their toll and he collapsed into unconsciousness. Deidara looked down from her clay beast to see her partner in more dire straits than she had ever seen him in, and entered a quick dive to get him. Distracted as they were by the tailed beast's escape from the seal, no one but Sasuke noticed her clay pelican swallow Naruto. The Uchiha in question followed her escape from the scene on his hawk, cutting her off. I won't let you two leave here alive, he threatened, obviously tired, but obviously determined. What are you going to do, yeah? I've seen you using big jutsu this whole time, you must be running on empty right about now. Countered Deidara, reading Sasuke's body language rather well. I might be almost out of chakra, but I still have enough left for my trump card. Sasuke's hand began to crackle with lightning, and Deidara became acutely aware of the storm clouds they were very close to. I wanted to show this to Naruto. A jutsu that harnesses the power of nature itself. The Hawks didn't have the secret to Sage Mo, but they did help me perfect this. This technique will guide the lightning trapped in these clouds down on your head faster than you can blink. This jutsu's name is Kirin. The lightning in Sasuke's hand shot up into the sky, and the lightning behind him took the form of a massive dragon, silhouetting the youngest Uchiha against it. Wait, shouted Deidara frantically. You can kill us, but there are still 8 other members of Akatsuki. But if you let your Jinchuriki friend keep rampaging down there, he'll kill all your friends from the village, yeah. Sasuke couldn't deny her logic, looking down at his allies frantically trying to fight both the Akatsuki members and the indiscriminate Jinchuriki. Your jutsu might be able to stop a rampaging Jinchuriki, yeah. Us, or your friends? We're leaving now anyway, and Hidan and Kakuzu have no reason to stick around. Sasuke only had a second before he lost hold on his ace in the hole. Vanish in the thunder. Kirin. Sasuke's hand came down like a judge's gavel declaring a guilty verdict, and the dragon of lightning flew back into the heavens. Then it came crashing down in an instant. In a flash of light, the battlefield had been rearranged into a pile of rubble, but only the target had been actually hit with Sasuke's most powerful jutsu. Lying in the deepest part of the crater, lay Sora. The Jinchuriki that had been in an inconsolable fury moments before was now devoid of any demonic chakra, which had all retreated into his seal to focus on healing the wounds inflicted by the Kirin. Deidara looked pleased and relieved at the same time, letting out a breath she didn't know she was holding. Sasuke was kneeling on his hawk, entirely out of chakra after his ace had been used. Tears of blood slid down his face, and when he opened his eyes, the Sharingan had changed pattern to 3 overlapping red ovals outlined in black on a black background. Those eyes. Just like Itachi. Deidara looked on in awe at the newly awakened Mangekyo Sharingan before regaining some composure. In 1 month, come to the closest Uchiha hideout alone. Itachi will be waiting there for you. Itachi's challenge was issued not a moment too soon, as Sasuke collapsed onto his hawk in exhaustion, though the hawk had the decency to lower him to the ground before going home. Deidara allowed herself a smirk. She had felt the attacks Naruto had taken to put him in such bad shape, and they wouldn't be in vain. One of her earth clones burst from the ground, grabbed the unconscious Jinchuriki and hopped on a clay hawk in a matter of seconds. Deidara had hid the clone with the sculpture before the fight had began, just in case of such an eventuality. Though she never imagined Naruto getting this messed up. She put as much distance between herself and the Leaf Ninja as possible, both to secure the Jinchuriki and get her partner some medical attention. The surviving Leaf Ninja below could only mourn their losses. I'm perfectly aware of why there are 2 corpses over my shoulders, but they difficult to get out of there. Why did you bother to drag this corpse along with you? Asked Kakuzu, gesturing to his partner with his elbow. I promised Jashin I would butcher this fat ass, and I intend to keep that promise. Trust me, it's a pain in my ass too. Retorted Hidan. He hefted Choji's body to ease the pain on his wrist afterwards. He just did not know how Kakuzu made it look so easy. Then again, his bodies weren't as large. At least you aren't mutilating any money. What happened to the Jinchuriki you were fighting? Asked Kakuzu. The bounty hunter honestly didn't see what had happened to the 9 tails. He was far too busy getting his own targets. He would have liked to get Kakashi too, but he would settle for Asuma Sarutobi and Might Guy. Fuck if I know. 1 second he was going all crazy, and then there was that giant lightning bolt, and poof. No more tailed beast. Summarized Hidan, complete with one-handed gestures to emphasize his point. We have another one. Kakuzu simply grunted as Pain's voice came through their rings, but Hidan wouldn't be content unless he had something to whine about. We fucking know that already, we were there Jashin dammit. Grumbled the silver-haired immortal. He looked around the clearing they were situated in, and fell to the ground. This place is as good as any. Let's get this sealing over with. For once, Kakuzu was in agreement with his partner, and he leaned his bounties up against a nearby tree. So what required me to get your body? Asked Kakuzu. The fucking Jinchuriki had some crazy sharp claws, sliced my head clean off. Replied Hidan nonchalantly. What about you, huh? Have any trouble with your little shits? I lost 2 hearts, but I got some decent replacements. I'll need to pick up a new mask to cover the second one though. We'll need to get you a new cloak as well, said Kakuzu, gesturing to the cloak that Hidan was wearing at the moment, little more than a partial web of black threads. Guess we will. Mused Hidan. A nasty grin spread across his face as a way to annoy his partner. Hey Kakuzu, how much do you think those cloaks cost? They're pretty durable, must cost a small fortune apiece. Hidan's grin only grew as he saw Kakuzu's face contort with the idea of wasting money. Maybe I could fight naked to save you some cash, huh? Kakuzu's eyes snapped open immediately, and he turned to face his partner. You will be getting a new cloak at the next possible opportunity. I will pay for it myself if you don't have the cash. Hidan was slightly taken aback at the out-of-character gesture, and then burst out laughing. He had finally found something Kakuzu would part with money for. Damn it, shouted Shikamaru as he pounded a fist against the tree he was leaning up against. Sasuke looked on silently. He felt for Shikamaru. He had lost teammates too, but at least Sasuke had been allowed to give their bodies a proper burial. Shikamaru didn't even get that privilege. We didn't kill any of them, and on top of it all, they got Sora too. Damn it. That's not necessarily true, said Kakashi soberly. Guy might have died, but he hit Naruto with an attack no one has ever survived. His Sage mode might have kept him alive long enough to attack us again, but he likely didn't survive the wounds. The thought was nice, but Sasuke didn't have that much hope left. He didn't have any hope actually. All he had left was sorrow, which converted into rage, which he converted into power to get revenge. And now a chance to get that revenge had presented itself on a silver platter in front of him, courtesy of a choice he wished he hadn't made. He should have struck down the 2 members of Akatsuki when he had the chance, but he had valued his friends above his vengeance. So that was the price for these eyes that Itachi had spoken of. But we've lost so many friends, and Akatsuki still won, murmured Hinata meekly. Kurenai came up behind the girl, and placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. Sora, Choji, Lee, Neji, Sai, Guy-sensei, Asuma-sensei, and... Tears welled up in Hinata's white eyes when she came to her teammates' names. It was part loss, and part survivor's guilt. Coupled with the brutal manner of their deaths, and Hinata couldn't think about it without the emotions coming back as strong as when they were fresh. The list of their dead friends destroyed any semblance of victory the Leaf Ninja might have begun to have. We just have to become stronger then, for them. Keep moving forward and ensure that their sacrifice wasn't in vain, said Sasuke resolutely. His Sharingan unconsciously spun into the Mangekyo Sharingan, though he closed his eyes to prevent the others from seeing. It was his burden. Whatever Akatsuki wants with the tailed beasts, it can't be good for the other 8, or the village that they belong to. Akatsuki threatens them all, so we'll need to work together with the other villages to stop them. Kakashi cut him off, sighing sadly. Normally I would agree with you, but who would we work with? The scars of war refresh with the Hidden Rock, and Hinata can tell you what happened the last time we tried negotiating with the Hidden Cloud Village. It isn't common knowledge, but the 3rd Mizukage once tried to release the 3 tails in the Leaf Village to destroy it, and killed one of the 4th Hokage's students in the process. The only village we could ask for help we already have. And other than Gaara, the Hidden Sand doesn't have the forces needed to fight evenly with Akatsuki without crippling their own village. Kakashi's right, I'm afraid, said Kurenai gravely. The cycles of war has removed any chance of cooperation between the great villages. Then we turn to the minor villages, suggested Sasuke. If there are 9 tailed beasts, then all the villages would have 2 except for 1. But both the Hidden Leaf and the Hidden Sand only had 1. Either one village has 3, or a minor village somewhere has a jinchuriki. We need to help protect them. Kakashi's eye widened as he realized what Sasuke was saying. True. The Hidden Waterfall was given a tailed beast by the 1st Hokage. Supposedly, he felt they would become strong enough to threaten the peace he had crafted after an assassin from the village tried to kill him. They disowned the assassin to avoid a war, but they still got a tailed beast. We've never been to war with them, so they might be willing to help us. I know it's a long shot, but we can't let Akatsuki just take what they want, said Sasuke angrily. We need to at least fight for the world we have. Still, this isn't for us to decide, said Kakashi. I'll suggest it to Lady Tsunade though when we arrive at home. Let's go. Sasuke smiled to himself sadly. He was glad that his ideas had been passed on. It was very likely he wouldn't be alive in a month, but he would try his hardest to live through this destined battle against the man who had killed his family. Kyoya and Ginji were rather shady individuals. The 2 actually did operate a legitimate bank on the southeastern edge of the Land of Fire, but their real profit came from the fee they got for managing the fund of an even more unscrupulous individual named Kakuzu. It was only a fraction of a % of his total finances per year, but the tiny amount was enough to make them 2 incredibly rich people by normal standards. Should we have red wine or white wine with dinner tonight? Asked Ginji. His partner in crime thought about it for a moment before replying. Dare I say it, both? Kyoya grinned wildly at his suggestion. He was incredibly proud of their ill-gotten fortune and willing to flaunt it at any given opportunity. Not that Ginji didn't. Shall I send for it, old friend? Why not? Replied Ginji. He leaned over to hit the intercom and send his assistant out for a rather lavish dinner. Just as he was about to hit the button, his assistant burst into the room. I'm sorry sir, I told her we're closed right now, but she just barged right in and, she stammered out. Ginji was a tad annoyed. Then he saw who was behind his assistant. Actually, it's okay. This is an old friend. We'll talk in the back. You know what, take the rest of the day off, he said, staring wide-eyed at the lady standing in his doorway. His assistant was a bit surprised at her good luck, but she wasn't paid to ask questions. Ginji turned to the person he hoped might double their profits. And how can we help you? You are an acquaintance of Mr. Kakuzu, yes? Zip it. I don't care about money, yeah. She deadpanned. You know people in my line of work. Darker people. Plus, you were the only Akatsuki contacts close enough. Slightly deflated at the prospect of a new account closing before it could open, Kyoya and Ginji still weren't stupid enough to bite the hand that fed, clothed, and housed them. What can we do for you, madam? Said Kyoya eloquently, all signs of his true unprofessional self gone in the blink of an eye. I need to find a guy named Orochimaru. He's the only guy I can trust for this job, and I need to find him quickly. If you can't help, I'll turn you into pieces of art. Shitty art, threatened Datara. We don't know exactly where he is. Started Ginji, only to quickly finish his sentence when Datara reached under her Akatsuki cloak for some clay. He's always moving around, I swear. But he has a hideout near here. I can mark it on a map if you'd like. Datara thrust out a map, and Ginji shakily marked the area of Orochimaru's hideouts on the map. This can't be right, that's the middle of the ocean. Observed Datara skeptically. It's an island prison for his experiments. We've never done much business with the man, so we only know the location of the one, I swear. Informed Kyoya. Datara took the map and stormed out of the building, running as fast as she could back to the clay hawk where she had left Naruto. Whatever those leaf ninja did had really done a number on her partner, and his wounds weren't healing nearly as fast as they usually did, and Akatsuki didn't have a full-time medic on hand. Orochimaru was said to perform experiments on the human body, mutating it in strange ways, but he was the closest thing to a medic she knew of. She was desperate to get her partner the help he needed, and this was all she could think of. Why did we ever get involved with those monsters? Asked Ginji, almost sadly. Kyoya simply grinned and held up a wad of bills, none of them small. The reminder brought a smile to Ginji's face, and the corrupt banker sighed. That's why, of course. Thanks for reminding me. Lord Orochimaru, there are 2 incredibly powerful chakras heading this way. It's almost like they know this base's location. Karen was absolutely furious at these invaders. She had been entrusted with the southern hideout for 6 months, and on Orochimaru's first visit, the base gets attacked. Not that it would be a problem, she supposed, what with Lord Orochimaru here and all. Nobody stood a chance against him. Kukaku, let's give our guests a nice welcome, chuckled Orochimaru. Karen shuddered involuntarily at his voice, and was glad he was facing the other direction. Orochimaru was strong, but his demeanor was downright creepy, and his chakra reflected that. It was dark and slick, but the exact feeling was impossible to pin down, which might have actually been the exact feeling. The two walked past the prison cells, full of Orochimaru's future experiments. She had managed to get it through their thick skulls that they wouldn't even breathe in Lord Orochimaru's presence without permission, and while they were still breathing, not a single word was spoken as the snake Sanin passed towards the gates. When they could see the gates, the hidden doors in question flew off their hinges with a resounding boom. Orochimaru stood unmoving as the massive slabs of solid iron passed within inches of either side of him, but Karen ducked behind him to avoid getting crushed. Trying to save face, the redhead quickly stepped out from behind her master. Orochimaru relaxed, not that anyone could notice, but Karen saw his chakra calm once the dust settled enough to make out the two people that owned those massive chakras. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? Asked Orochimaru. Has my acceptance letter finally come? I wonder who died to create that opening. Or are you here to kill me for some reason? Datara entered the base, hovering a few feet off the ground with a four-winged pelican of strangely large proportions. I don't know what Sasori promised you, but I don't really have time to care right now. You're the closest thing to a medic that Akatsuki has connections to other than Sasori, and he'll be busy for a few days. The pelican's beak opened to regurgitate Naruto. The young sage was unconscious, and his body was caked in blood. He had shown no signs of waking up in the days after the fight while they put distance between themselves and any pursuit from the hidden leaf. Whatever attack those leaf jonin had used, it had pulled down a number on one of the strongest people Datara knew. Well now, I'm flattered, tittered the snake Sanin in a manner Datara thought wasn't befitting a man of his caliber. To each their own though, she supposed. But flattery will get you nowhere. Akatsuki promised me membership and assistance in my goals in return for my help before, and neither of those things has come to pass. I'll let the information on the three tails slide as a gesture of goodwill, but if you don't want me to forcibly remove you from my hideout, you'd better be offering one or the other. Orochimaru's eye narrowed dangerously, And Karen noticed his chakra become tensed once more. Deidara was honestly torn. She couldn't offer him membership in Akatsuki, she didn't have the authority. And while she might be able to help him with his goal of learning everything as Sasori had put it, she really didn't want to. But this was Naruto, her partner for hundreds of missions, and her only real friend. Deidara brought her hands together, and the teeth of her right palm began gnawing at the skin surrounding her left palm. After a second of Orochimaru's inquisitive gaze, she tore out a chunk of flesh from her left hand in one painful motion. The mouth she had removed screeched in a high-pitched whine that made even Orochimaru wince. It had the same mouth as the one in her right hand, with two pure white eyes over it. Its body was a large black ball with several root-like appendages that left long holes all the way up her arm. This is one of 3 surviving parasites that were specifically raised to infuse the user's chakra into any material and allow the user to control them remotely. There aren't any left in this world, and all knowledge of how to produce them is a forbidden technique of the hidden rock that I destroyed years ago. Is this good enough to get my partner healed? Deidara held back gasps of pain as the burning pain in her left arm got even worse. Her arm had retreated into her Akatsuki cloak, where she clenched it tightly to keep the bleeding to a minimum. Kukaku, Orochimaru laughed as he plucked the parasite out of Deidara's hand and placed it in a small tank, which he slid into wherever he had been storing the glass container before. Of course. This will be a great help. Karen, heal our guest, will you? And record the results. I don't recall you ever healing a comatose patient, so it'll be an experiment for all of us. Orochimaru's order snapped Karen out of her shock, and she nodded vigorously. Of course, Lord Orochimaru. Karen walked up to the comatose blonde on the floor as if he might get up and attack her at any moment. Though the conscious blonde was the one who would likely kill Karen if there were any suspicious moves. Her nervousness was likely due to this person's chakra though. She hadn't noticed it before because he had been surrounded by his partner's volatile chakra, but his own was almost identical to a ambient chakra in the area, and was absolutely massive, even while he was supposedly comatose. He was however a bit bigger than her, and she struggled to carry him to the infirmary, though that might have been a rather generous term for the scientific laboratory where all the medical equipment was. There was always the heel bite if conventional tactics failed, so Karen wasn't too worried about her new patient not making it. I'll be back for him in 3 days, said Deidara. If there's anything different about him because of you, I'll show you why I'm an S-rank ninja of Akatsuki who defeated the Kazekage of the Hidden Sand in single combat. To his credit, Deidara might have offered Orochimaru a suggestion for dinner for all he reacted. I assure you, my experiment here will be observation only. I won't even use any experimental medical techniques on him. Unless I have to. Deidara left the base in a hurry. As much as she wanted to stay by Naruto's side and make sure that Snake Freak kept his hands to himself, she needed to find somewhere to hole up during the sealing. They had managed to get the 9 tails after all. So where's the other blonde fucker? Asked Hidan, with about as much tact as could be expected of him. This was his target in the first place. He was slightly injured in the fight. He's getting healed as we speak. I assure you though, he's very much alive, said Deidara defensively. The other 8 members seemed to accept the excuse offered, though Deidara knew how much she was understating her partner's injuries. Except for Hidan, who grumbled that Naruto's absence would extend the time that the sealing took. It cannot be helped. Pain's voice was enough to stop even Hidan's grumbling. Deidara, could you have captured the 9 tails without Naruto's assistance? Deidara snapped to attention at his question, and almost stumbled over her words. Why yeah, he was the only one fighting Jonin-level opponents. It would have been way harder without him, Deidara stammered out. Kakuzu knows just how much those Jonin were worth too. The bounty hunter spoke up to acknowledge the young sage's help. True. Just the 2 opponents he killed brought in more than I usually make in a month and a half. My opponents weren't worth anything. I'll owe him a favor later. Then I see no reason for this absence to be held against him. Pain simply left it at that, leaving no room for argument. Deidara let out a breath she hadn't realized she had been holding as Naruto's future in Akatsuki was secured. Her emotions finally at rest, her mind was able to remember the message she had to pass on. Oh right. Itachi, your brother's eyes changed during the end of our fight. It wasn't exactly like yours, but it was close enough, so I gave him your message, yeah. Itachi's blood-red eyes closed as he nodded. So my foolish little brother is finally ready to challenge me, huh? His eyes can finally see the light. Deidara was honestly confused by Itachi's words, but the guy sounded like a fortune cookie half the time, so she let it slide. 1 month from now, I'll be able to see my little brother again. Despite the words, Itachi sounded less like he was looking forward to a family reunion and more like he was looking forward to finish what he started. Chapter 15. Han was a stoic man, rarely showing any emotion. Not that anyone would notice if he did, as his features were hidden entirely by his blood-red armor. Even his hat was made of the same red steel. He did wear a black kimono top with the sleeves removed, but under that one could see more of the plated metal. Only his eyes were uncovered, and he often tilted his head so his large hat covered them anyway. The small furnace of his back gave a hiss of steam, and Han removed his right hand from inside his kimono. "I don't care who you are. If you come any closer, I'll kill you." Usually people heeded his warnings. Even if they didn't know his secret, he was still a very intimidating individual. "You'll be coming with us, jinchuriki." Han turned to see two individuals standing side by side. Both covered their faces with hats similar to his own, as if their obscured faces would offset the uniqueness of their black cloaks with red clouds. One was much shorter than the other, and the taller one had a large object on his back wrapped in bandages. The shorter individual pushed his hat upwards to reveal eyes as red as Han's armor. "I don't really care what you want with me, and there is no love lost between my village and me. But my offer still stands. Take another step, and you'll die, Sharingan or not, Uchiha." The larger individual not only took a step forward, he sprinted at Han, removing the bandaged object and swinging it like a sword. Han brought up his right arm, blocking the strike with his forearm. The tall swordsman swiped the sword across Han's armor, but it did little more than scratch the paint. Han formed a seal with his left hand, and pointed his right hand at the stranger's face. Steam style, steam injector. Super hot water vapor shot out of the armor around Han's wrist, burning the swordsman's face severely. Han's hand was protected by his resilient gloves, but his opponent had no such protection. "Man, Itachi, this guy is even tougher than the Four Tails." Han's eyes widened marginally at the mention of Roshi's tailed beast. "Oh, was he your friend? You'll be sorry to know he's dead now." "Humph!" grunted Han through his armor. "I hated Roshi more than most. He was always on about making peace and cooperating. But he was certainly strong. So what are the names of the people that I'll be killing, since it is now clear I'll have to try?" The swordsman removed his hat, revealing a very not burned face. It was also blue, and had 3 gill-like slits under each eye. "I'm Kisame Hoshigaki, and this is my partner, Itachi Uchiha. Our group, Akatsuki, is hunting people like you." Itachi sighed at Kisame's forthright behavior, but removed his hat as well. "Well, today, the hunter has become the prey." Han's furnace started to bellow steam, covering the area in a hot mist. Hiding in the steam technique. Han's voice reverberated from seemingly everywhere. Kisame grinned, feeling right at home in the low visibility environment. The shark twirled his sword, and vanished into the mist like a phantom. Kisame stalked stealthily through the rocky field that they had confronted the Five Tails in. It was far from debilitating, but the small burns he kept getting all over his body from the heat of the steam he was hiding in were incredibly annoying. Even if Seimata was constantly healing him, it was still using chakra, and he hadn't gotten much chakra through Han's armor. Han's kick came faster than Kisame had expected, and only years of working in the mist had saved him from a direct hit. He swung Seimata up at the jinchuriki, but a burst of steam from his armor blasted Han out of harm's way and back into the steam. Now that he knew that Han could sense him in this mist, Kisame was on his guard. It paid off when Han, propelled by steam shooting out of his armor, came flying out of nowhere to kick Kisame's head off again. The Akatsuki member quickly brought up Seimata to block, and he felt the hit in his shoulder. A blast of steam from his leg sent Han spinning away, and a similar blast from his elbow sent his fist hurtling towards Kisame. The Akatsuki member flipped up, using Seimata as leverage to avoid the attack. Han went shooting past, and Kisame ran through some hand seals as quickly as he could. Water style, shark bomb. The steam above him congealed form vapor back into water, formed a shark, and fell down on the jinchuriki. Kisame smirked to himself, before Han simply stood up, a little wet for his troubles. "Good. My tank was getting a little low on water." As if to prove his point, the furnace on his back gave another hiss of steam. "Now I don't have all day, so if you would just die?" Han dashed forward with steam jets giving him even more speed. Kisame swung Seimata, and hit Han's fist head on. The impact numbed Kisame's arm for a moment, and Han didn't seem fazed at all. A burst of steam from his legs, and Han's feet left the ground completely as he spun around, first kicking Seimata out of the way, and then hitting Kisame across the face. The Akatsuki member was sent flying head over heels through the burning steam. He landed on his feet skidding across the ground as Seimata healed the blistering wound on his face with the chakra stored inside the blade. Would you like me to sit out this battle as well? Kisame looked over his shoulder to see the steam around him come together and solidify into Itachi. You seem to have a handle on things. A little backup might be appreciated, retorted Kisame. He figured he might as well give Itachi some idea of what they were up against. He used his steam till he was cut off by Itachi's monotone voice coming from everywhere as he faded into nothingness once more. I don't need to know what he can do. This will be over before he even knows we've begun. Han turned around at the voice coming from directly behind him, using the steam jets in his armor to help him keep some semblance of speed in the bulky battle armor. He came face to face with the blood-red eyes of the Sharingan, and Han quickly shut his eyes to prevent any genjutsu. His hand shot out and buried itself in Itachi's gut, but instead of being launched across the battlefield like any other opponent, Itachi simply dissolved into a flock of crows as Han opened his eyes to see the results of his attack. The bids flew at Han, turning into shuriken as the jinchuriki tried in vain to break out of the genjutsu he was no doubt stuck in. It was hopeless though, and the illusionary shuriken dug into Han, despite the armor that could repel lightning-style jutsu, along with very real pain. Usually pain was a low-tech solution to getting out of genjutsu, but here it only seemed to cement the illusion as reality. Itachi stood stoically before Han, staring emotionlessly at the jinchuriki. The expression was the last straw for Han, and he exploded in anger. Don't mess with me. Two tails of demonic chakra sprouted from his back for a second, but they disappeared when the five tails chakra dispelled the illusion. Itachi faded along with the shuriken, appearing several feet to the right. Han was extremely careful to keep his eyes closed from the beginning this time, instead relying on his senses through the steamy mist. Only using enough to disrupt my genjutsu. Clever, complimented Itachi. I know one thing about you genjutsu specialists. You can't defend yourself close up all. Han shot forward, and though his aim was slightly affected by his lack of eyesight, his power and speed hadn't suffered at all. Itachi's Sharingan easily predicted the straightforward hook, and the Akatsuki member ducked under the blind swing. Itachi pulled a kunai out of his sleeve, and brought it upward at Han's shoulder. The jinchuriki was certain his armor would protect him, but the kunai dug up between two of the plates of red metal. Han's armor blasted him backwards to get some distance from Itachi, but the elder Uchiha was too fast. Itachi moved quickly to catch up to Han and delivered a strong jab to Han's unprotected face. Han brought up his arm to cover his weak spot, but Itachi just kicked his legs out from under him. Han fell to the ground hard, dragged down by his armor. Once down on the ground, steam burst from his armor as Han swept around. Itachi jumped away, but Han still got to his feet. Fire style, blaze ball. Han lowered his hat over his face as he was engulfed in flames. It got hot, burning off his pants and shirt to expose the red armor beneath. Han began to sweat beneath his armor as the flames continued to come as hot as ever. The armored jinchuriki could hardly hear himself think either over the whistling of steam. Finally the flames died down, and Han raised his hat to uncover his eyes. He quickly realized his mistake when he saw Itachi's Sharingan, and he closed his eyes immediately. Open your eyes. There is no genjutsu because there is no need for any genjutsu, said Itachi in a voice that made a dead person sound lively. This battle is over. I beg to differ. Han channeled chakra through the inner working of his armor to activate the correct steam jets to tear the Uchiha apart, but nothing happened. His armor suddenly felt much heavier than it had in years, and he couldn't react in time as Itachi pummeled him in the face again. My armor. I simply got rid of all the steam in your pitiful armor by evaporating the water inside your furnace. It was either that or it overloaded and you exploded, said Itachi. I didn't care which. Don't you dare pity me, yelled Han as his armor fell off. Demonic chakra began to bubble out from under his skin, and his armor fell off, since without steam it would only slow him down. 5 tails sprouted from his back, and he slowly began to get larger and more streamlined. The red chakra paled and became white flesh. Soon Itachi stood facing the 5 tails in all its glory. The dolphin horse roared, and the pressure of its shout tore up the ground around Itachi, who stood as impassive as ever. The beast pointed its horns at the Akatsuki member and charged. Itachi opened his eyes to reveal the 3-pronged spiral of his Mangekyo Sharingan. The blood-red eyes spun violently, and time seemed to stop. Han, safe within his mind, looked in shock as Itachi formed out of a flock of crows in front of him. A blast of air launched the 5 tails behind Han away, dispelling it into bubble of chakra that floated around aimlessly for only a second before being sucked into Itachi's Sharingan. In reality, the full transformation faded into a chakra cloak, then to nothing. Han collapsed in exhaustion as his tailed beast chakra was suppressed by Itachi's eyes. The jinchuriki realized he had no chance of winning now, and ran through some seals as quickly as he could. Steam style, steaming escape. Steam billowed from Han's mouth to act as a smokescreen while he tried to escape. The older Uchiha brother could see Han's chakra with his Sharingan as he burrowed into the ground. Itachi simply pointed at the location where Han was hiding, and Kisame capitalized on the element of surprise. Seimata smashed the ground, shattering Han's hiding spot into 1,000 pieces. Han was quickly hit several times by Seimata in quick succession, draining him of his chakra and a good deal of blood. Seimata swept Han into the air, and caught him near the tip of the blade. Kisame placed the legendary weapon nonchalantly on his shoulder and walked back to his partner. "I'd say we're done here," chuckled Kisame, looking at all the destruction that had decimated the battlefield. "Let's go seal this guy. We have another one. Get ready for the sealing." Naruto didn't know what he had expected of the afterlife, but he hadn't expected to have the voice of Akatsuki's leader be the first thing he heard. Then again, Pain was always calling himself God, perhaps it was more justified than he had thought. He sat up sharply, gasping air like he was dying all over again. You're awake. That's good." Naruto looked to his left, rather confused by the fact that heaven was either a weird cave or hell came with beds that weren't covered in nails. The redhead next to him pushed her glasses up the bridge of her nose and continued. "Lord Orochimaru was getting worried, not that he'd admit it, that he'd have to give it back if you weren't awake when your partner got back. So he was alive, which was odd, since he had been hit with a technique that allowed academy students to fight a cage on equal footing. Used by a jonin as skilled as Might Guy, and Naruto doubted there was a ninja alive able to fight him and win. Whatever had happened to keep him alive, he blamed Deidara. Kukaku. I wouldn't say I was worried, but losing such a unique forbidden jutsu would have been annoying." The girl next to Naruto hadn't noticed Orochimaru enter, and she seemed absolutely terrified of him. Naruto, for all his skill with Sage Mode, wasn't able to gather it safely while in a coma, so he hadn't sensed Orochimaru approach either. "I must say, I was rather shocked to see someone with that kind of chakra in Akatsuki." Naruto's sea blue eyes widened in horror and his body, sore as it was, tensed up for combat. If Orochimaru had found the 9 tails when he was healing Naruto, it was all over. Without Sage Mode, he had no shot at beating a Sannin, and that wasn't even taking all his injuries into account. Still, Naruto had survived this long, and he wouldn't let himself be sealed without a fight. It was only a bit left, but I could still sense it. I could have sworn Sage Mode was a very closely guarded secret of but a few summons. If you don't mind me asking as payment for saving your life, how did you come to learn Sage Mode? Naruto let out a shallow breath. His secret was safe. I was raised by the leaders of some summons. I learned Sage Mode from them. Naruto saw no harm in telling the snake Sannin, but he was careful not to reveal his connection to the toads. Why do you care? I found a child some time ago who gathered natural chakra constantly. Even when moving, and because of it he was prone to fits of violent rage. Using his blood as a base, and training I received from the snakes, I was able to replicate the ability. Sadly, I've only recently gained a body strong enough to actively use it, and it takes an annoyingly long time to recharge, so I use it sparingly, said Orochimaru. It was a testament to either his strength or his stupidity that he was willing to reveal so much about his abilities. Naruto looked at the Sannin, surprised that the snakes also knew about natural chakra. As his own Sage Mode slowly returned, Naruto noticed the purple markings around Orochimaru's eyes were similar to his own orange markings. They were actually visible marks where the natural chakra was stored for use in Sage Mode, and differed in color based on the incredibly subtle differences in how the natural chakra traveled through the user's body to the destinations. Orochimaru's was incredibly diluted, but it could likely still be used in Sage Mode, albeit a much weaker example. The roof above them rumbled, and the minor quake dislodged some small pebbles from the ceiling. Well, it appears our friend has returned. Karen, go show her in. The girl, presumably Karen, nodded vigorously and quickly exited the room. Naruto hopped out of bed, Sage Mode active once more. The natural chakra was already speeding his recovery, and he donned his Akatsuki cloak. Tell Sasori I'll be expecting the call if anyone becomes unavailable. With that, the snake Sannin took his leave. Now alone, Naruto allowed himself to shudder. He respected Orochimaru's strength, but the man just made him uncomfortable. Naruto, thank God you're alive. Deidara entered the room, pushing past Karen in order to do so. Once she got within reach of her partner, she seemed to rethink her enthusiasm. "'Cause if you were dead, my new partner would probably be crazy lame. No idea what art is, you know? Plus I'd have to kill Orochimaru for letting you die, and that would be a pain, yeah." Naruto laughed under his breath, glad that Deidara was here. Thanks for not letting me die. The atmosphere got rather tense, and everyone present felt a tad awkward, so Naruto decided to change the subject. So did we get the jinchuriki? Yeah, I managed to trick Itachi's brother into taking out the 9 tails for us, then I grabbed him when they were busy trying to keep Kakuzu and Hidan form making off with some bodies. Wouldn't have been able to do it if you hadn't have beaten those jonin so badly, said Deidara. Ha! They were better than we gave them credit for. I don't know what Kakuzu got for Might Guy's body, but it was far too little. Admitted Naruto. I guess I need to step it up if I want to keep wearing this cloak. You know the position is until you die, yeah? Asked Deidara, quirking an eyebrow. I know, said Naruto. Deidara was slightly taken aback by her partner's defeatist attitude. Anyway, what do we do now that we've caught our tailed beasts? Do we just take naps all day and retire? Asked Naruto jokingly. Well, I guess we do whatever we want while we wait for our seniors to catch up. We might have more injuries than anyone but Hidan, but we were first. So in a way, we beat 8S rank ninja at the same time. How's that for awesome? Said Deidara. Let's go seal the... What is it? 5 tails? Unless I was out for longer than I thought, Kisame and Itachi were closest to their tailed beast. The sealing should start soon. Let's go, said Naruto. His senses were still groggy from almost dying, so he only now noticed the slight difference in Deidara chakra. Namely a strange lack of chakra in Deidara left hand. As Deidara turned to leave Orochimaru's hideout, Naruto reached out and grabbed her wrist, twisting it up to see the mouth embedded in her palm. All he saw now was a pale scar vaguely shaped like a mouth. Orochimaru's help isn't free, yeah, said Deidara, looking away from Naruto's disbelieving gaze. It was one thing to get help for a partner, just professional courtesy, but to sacrifice one's own power to help another was unheard of for an S-rank ninja, even if you were partners. Naruto placed his hand on top of Deidara's scarred left hand, and turned her head to look him in the eye. Thank you, said Naruto, no hint of the insincerity and lies that had plagued him since he had joined Akatsuki. He had deceived his partner on 100 different occasions, but in this moment, there was nothing but gratitude. It was nothing, yeah, stuttered Deidara as she tore her hand away and headed for the exit, where a large clay bird waited for them. Anyway, as the recently deceased, I think you should get to decide where we spend out vacation, yeah. Naruto grinned contentedly for the first time in quite a while. I think I know a good place to relax. You can really appreciate the nature. Absolutely not. The hidden leaf has incurred enough losses helping the hidden sand, and they are at least allies. The hidden waterfall has done nothing to earn help that we would not give anyway, said Danzo. The old cripple was passionate about shooting down Sasuke's plan, and for once Tsunade agreed with him. I have to agree. After the losses we've suffered fighting Akatsuki on this last mission, I can't see any reason to put ourselves back in their sights. The most I can do is offer the information we have on Akatsuki to the other villages, said the first female Hokage. As much as they wanted to get revenge on Akatsuki, even the remaining members of the team sent to combat Akatsuki weren't really excited about fighting the group of S-rank ninjas again. Sasuke was the only one intent on destroying them. Akatsuki is a global threat. You think they'll just sit back and sip tea when they get all 9-tailed beasts? Whatever they have planned is bad for everyone. Argued the youngest Uchiha. Akatsuki is no longer our problem. The villages that still have a tailed beast are their targets. We can only hope that their losses are greater than our own. Losing Might Guy and Asuma Sarutobi will send a message of weakness to the other villages. Commented Homura, one of the Hokage's 2 advisors. Stretching ourselves too thin would simply be asking for an invasion. And ignoring Akatsuki is asking for destruction. The hidden waterfall is the only village that we might be able to convince to let us help them, and they need our help if they want even the most remote chance of defending their jinchuriki. Argued Sasuke, his passion for defeating Akatsuki activating his Sharingan. Tsunade cut off any further argument by slamming her hand down on her desk, an action that utterly destroyed the unfortunate furniture and sent papers flying around the room. We incurred losses this time. Big losses. Losses I'm going to have to explain to 3 clan heads and even more distraught parents. If I were to approve any further confrontations with Akatsuki, they would never stand for it. I am the Hokage, and I'm ordering that no forces will be deployed to any other hidden village to assist in the combating of Akatsuki. That's the end of it, Danzo agreed with Tsunade for once, nodding quietly off to the side. Sasuke stormed out of the Hokage's office, heading to the sections of forest that belonged to the Uchiha clan, and therefore to him. Sasuke found the Naka shrine easily enough, having long ago memorized the location. With the Mangekyo Sharingan, He hoped to decipher more of the tablet hidden in the back room of the Uchiha's meeting place, which was in turn hidden beneath one of the tatami mats in the shrine proper. Ignoring the wall of strange masks in the back room, Sasuke turned his newly acquired eyes on the ancient slab of rock. Before, all his Sharingan had been able to discern was the requirements to achieve the next level of Sharingan, something he had rejected in fear of becoming like his brother. Now he saw more, and what he read terrified him. Apparently, the tailed beasts were all fragments of one greater being, the 10 Tails. A demon that had challenged the greatest and first ninja to ever live, the Sage of Six Paths. Still more of the tablet remained illegible, but Sasuke had seen enough to spook him. If Akatsuki planned to revive this demon, he had to protect the jinchuriki at any cost. But first he had to survive his fight with Itachi. Once he had cleansed his past, he could save the future. "We only have 2 jinchuriki left," said Pain matter-of-factly. "How close are we to the others?" "We still have to get back to the hidden cloud and capture the 8-tailed beast," said Hidan, trying valiantly not to swear directly to their leader. "It will be more difficult this time, since they've likely tightened security after we captured their other jinchuriki," said Kakuzu gruffly. "It'll be a bit of a trip to the hidden waterfall village for the 7 tails, but we'll get there," said Sasori through his puppet armor. "Yeah, and the journey is half the experience," said Zetsu excitedly. "It's a long way to the village. I'd be pleasantly surprised if it was only half the experience." He added grumpily. "Good. The teams that have gathered their tailed beasts may fill their time how they please, as long as they report for the sealing of the remaining tailed beasts," said Pain. The extended silence as Akatsuki waited for their leader to speak again was finally broken by Itachi. "I have a family matter to deal with in a few weeks. Perhaps you two could assist in ensuring that it remains private?" Naruto was surprised to find that Itachi was honestly asking them, not simply ordering them around as he would have when he and Deidara had been the 2 blondes playing at S rank. "I've got no issue with it. What about you, Naruto?" said Deidara, turning to face her partner. "I'm feeling nostalgic now, but in a few weeks I'll probably remember why they drive me crazy." "I'm in," said the young sage. A simple guard mission with Kisame and Deidara with him would be a perfect warm-up after a long vacation. Han's body fell to the ground as the last of his demonic chakra was drained out of him. Another eye opened on the statue, making a grand total of 7. "Then I'll see you at the end of the month," said Itachi, before he and his partner faded into nothingness. Hidan and Kakuzu followed suit, eager not to be the last team to get their tailed beasts. Zetsu both cheered and groaned at the same time, and Sasori just groaned as they exited as well. Deidara and Naruto were quick to not spend any awkward moments with Akatsuki's leader and his partner. "So where is this vacation place you have in mind?" asked Deidara, working out a kink in her shoulder as she stood up. "I could use some rest and relaxation, yeah." Naruto ran through some seals, then slammed his hand down on the ground. Summoning technique. In a cloud of smoke, a large red toad appeared. It was nowhere as big as what Naruto could summon, but the amphibian was far larger than any normal toad would ever be. "Hey Gamakichi. Yo bro. Why'd you summon me this time, huh? Got someone you need me to beat up? Is it her? I never thought you'd have trouble with some girl, but alright." The toad stood up awkwardly and adopted a ridiculous boxing stance that Deidara couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at. She casually reached out and pushed the toad, causing him to lose his balance and fall backwards. "Ah. She's tough alright. Don't worry though, I got this." Naruto's shoulders slumped a bit at his adopted brother's antics, and decided to speak up to save Gamakichi any further embarrassment. "Actually, we need a ride to Mount Myobakuzan. Feel like giving us a lift?" Gamakichi's dropped his joking demeanor immediately, staring Naruto dead in the eye. As they were now the same height, it was easy. "You want me to bring her too?" "Yes." Deidara didn't appreciate being talked about like she wasn't even there, but she was able to sense the tension between the two as they stared at each other, so she refrained from interrupting. "You trust her with this?" asked Gamakichi, doing his best to make his voice intimidating. It was working, and Deidara could hardly believe he was the same ridiculous toad from just a moment ago. "Yes," replied Naruto, betraying no emotion in his voice. Gamakichi didn't reply, instead vanishing in a cloud of smoke. Deidara waved a hand in front of her face while coughing from the unexpected explosion of smoke. "So is that a no?" she asked as the smoke cleared away. "What was all that about anyway? Seems kind of tense for a vacation, yeah." Naruto sighed and turned to face Deidara. Any summon animal guards their secrets closely, and they expect their summoner to do the same. Bringing outsiders like you isn't something done often. If you don't want to betray my trust, there are 2 rules. Tell no one of what happens on Mount Myobakuzen, what it's like, or even that it exists. Secondly, think of what Hidan would do, and do the opposite while we're there. Grasping the importance of what Naruto was entrusting her with, Deidara nodded. So no swearing and killing? I can do that. Naruto held out his hand. Hold on if you don't want to be lost in between dimensions or something like that. Deidara grabbed her partner's hand, and the two vanished in a cloud of smoke. I got it, said Sasuke, handing a large folded piece of paper to the old woman in front of him. The old lady was incredibly strange, wearing a pair of fake cat ears, and reached out to grab the page. She unfolded it, nodded in appreciation, folded it back up, and inserted it into a large pink book. Do you have it ready yet? So impatient to kill your own brother, chided the old woman. I remember when you were both just little kittens. You got along so well back then. Itachi isn't the boy you remember anymore, said Sasuke. After a moment though he added to his statement. Neither am I. The crazy cat lady sighed, then turned to pick up a large bag. I've sealed all I could fit into the seals. Anything you need to win a war is in this bag. Shuriken to paper bombs, extra swords to ninja wire. Everything you requested. Thank you, said Sasuke as he took the bag. The youngest Uchiha turned to leave, but was stopped by Nekoba's voice. Nekomata was Itachi's idea, you know. A hurdle for you to overcome before you faced him. I don't know any more about him than you do, but I know that even after what he did, for some amount of time, he still cared for you. Sasuke stopped and turned his head to look back over his shoulder. No, he just wanted me to have these eyes before I faced him. I don't know why, but I intend to find out before I finish what he started back then. Sasuke turned away and left then. He had some training to do before the end of the month. Well. The prodigal son returns after all these years, eh? Said Fukasaku, appraising Naruto with a scrutinizing eye. Deidara snickered at her partner's behavior. The mighty S-rank ninja had reverted to a child caught with his hand in the cookie jar the moment the tiny toad in front of him had pulled out a tiny stick the size of a ruler. Making any noise turned out to be a bad idea, since it turned the two toads' attention to her. But look here, Pa. Little Naruto brought his girlfriend home. Meeting the parents is an important step in any relationship. Naruto and Deidara began choking on their words in a race to vehemently deny the accusation. She's just my partner in a group I joined. We've worked together for years, there's nothing more there. Ow. Naruto's hand shot up to where Fukasaku has whipped him on the back of the head with the stick. Don't you go interrupting your ma like that. Chastised the tiny green toad. Thought I taught you better manners than that. And you wonder why he never visits, said Shima. He comes out on a limb here bringing his girl here, and you go embarrassing him. Pa's the less embarrassing one, mumbled Naruto. He was smacked upside the head, and fell backwards. Don't talk that way about you ma, said Fukasaku, twirling his stick expertly. She practically raised you. Shima hopped into the small house where they were currently outside. I suppose we'll have to pull out all the stops to impress our little boy's lady friend. I'll go prepare a feast. Naruto sat up at the mention of food, and Fukasaku hopped off to help his wife, sparing one last glance over his shoulder. Deidara helped Naruto to his feet, quickly pulling her hand away once he was on his feet. So you grew up here, yeah? Seems nice. It is. I trained here to become a sage, and despite all our fighting, they really are my family, said Naruto. So why did you leave? It doesn't seem to be like how I left my home. There definitely aren't as many craters, said Deidara. Every member of Akatsuki had either left their village under less than harmonious circumstances or never had one to begin with. To find out Naruto had a relatively normal home to return to, Deidara wondered why he ever left. I left once I had learned all I could hear. I'm currently better than Pa, Ma, or even Jiraiya of the Sannin with Sage Mode, and I have been since before I met you. I wasn't nearly experienced enough to be called a sage at the time, so I left to experience the world. What I did in the meantime didn't really matter to me, so I joined Akatsuki. Explained Naruto, getting lost in the past. Don't tell Pa or Ma, but I think I've experienced enough of the world to be called a sage at this point. They disagree, but I can't think of much I haven't done at this point. Deidara nodded in agreement. She finally got a chance to really look around, and saw the exotic kind of beauty Mount Myobakuzen had. She could get used to relaxing here before they had to help keep Itachi's family matter private. It was the dead of night when Sasuke finally left for his match with Itachi. It still seemed surreal, a dream where he could confront Itachi. He didn't trust Akatsuki to let him leave peacefully, but he would be sure to take one of them with him at the least. He hid in the shadows as a patrol group on the wall walked overhead. They were skilled watchmen and trained ninja, but they were looking for people trying to sneak into the village, not sneak out of it. They passed, and Sasuke quickly flipped over the large wall that defended the Hidden Leaf village from attack. He quickly descended the outer side and dashed into the woods. Sasuke was intent on getting close to the Uchiha hideout so he could make as short a trip as possible to the determined battlefield. It was one of several that dotted the Land of Fire, and some surrounding countries, but they hadn't been used regularly in decades. The fortresses were relics of the past, before the hidden village system when clans had fought in a state of constant war. Sasuke was so focused on his speed as he dashed through the tree limbs, that he didn't notice that he was being watched. Then again, he was being watched by an invisible man several hundred meters away by something so low-tech that most ninja didn't bother with it. The watcher stood up and snapped his telescope closed. "Where are you off to in such a hurry, I wonder?" he mused to himself. They had left a week early, since getting anywhere from Mount Myobakuzen by any method other than summoning was an incredibly long trip. Leaving had been a bittersweet experience for Deidara. On one hand, once they had gotten over her outsider status, the toads had really appreciated her art, especially the colored variety that she almost never got an opportunity to use. The clay in the area was extremely receptive to her chakra, and she had managed to get a bag of the stuff to take with her. On the other hand, the toads ate like toads, devouring large bugs and insects. Naruto had quickly reverted to a little boy tasting his mother's home cooking, but Deidara hadn't eaten a square meal since they had arrived. All in all though, Mount Myobakuzen had been a great experience and an excellent chance to relax, but it was time to get back to work. The large bird she was sharing with her partner landed next to one of the two other Akatsuki members to have met their quota. Kisame looked up at the two blondes, grinning like a maniac. "Itachi's already gone on ahead. You know what to do, right?" asked Kisame as they drew near. "Let Itachi's brother through, kill anyone else." "Seems simple enough, yeah," said Deidara, shrugging as she repeated the straightforward instructions. "Speak of the devil," said Naruto as he stood up and faced the woods. Seconds later, Sasuke Uchiha burst from the trees, landing with his Sharingan active and his hand on his sword. "So do I need to kill you to get to Itachi?" asked Sasuke, pulling his sword halfway out of its sheath. "I was under the impression that this would be a private affair? Or does the word of an S-rank ninja mean nothing?" Kisame laughed lightly at the threats. "Nothing like that. We're just here to make sure you get through. And to kill anyone you may have brought along, accidentally or otherwise. You on the other hand, can pass right on through. We'll even give you a head start if you manage to win against Itachi." Sasuke walked slowly in between the three members of Akatsuki, never taking his hand off of his sword. Still, the S-rank ninja were true to their word, and Sasuke broke into a sprint towards the Uchiha hideout once he was past them. Naruto sat down in a meditation pose, gathering natural chakra for what he had just sensed. "Deidara, give Kisame a lift to the other side of the hideout, then take up position in either the east or the west. Someone may come from other directions, so we should stop anyone coming from somewhere else," said Naruto. "What about you?" asked Kisame as he leapt up to take Naruto's place on Deidara Clay Mount. "I'll take care of anyone coming up from the south," said the sage. Deidara shrugged, and her bird took off to get into position. After a few minutes, Naruto spoke up again, seemingly to no one. "I knew this would happen eventually, but I didn't think it would be today. Show yourself." Responding to his challenge, Sasuke's follower jumped out of the trees, and the impact obscured him in a cloud of dust. As it cleared, the figure within came into view. Naruto opened his eyes to glare at the white-haired man striking a ridiculous pose in front of him. The gallant Jiraiya has arrived. Chapter 16. "Well Jiraiya, to what do I owe the pleasure?" asked Naruto. "Out for a stroll? Just making sure that little Sasuke returns in one piece. I take it I have to get through you first?" asked Jiraiya as he lowered his absurd pose. "I had hoped to avoid fighting you for a while yet. It appears you can't have everything you want though. So let's finish this quarrel between us here and now," said Naruto. Jiraiya ran through several seals after biting his thumb and went to slam his hand on the ground, but stopped when Naruto held up his hand. "Wait. The toads are like family to me. It would be unfair to both me and them to make us fight each other. This is an issue to be settled by us. But it would be even more unfair if I were to fight you without sage mode. And isn't this to determine which of us is the better sage?" asked Jiraiya, keeping the chakra for the summoning technique ready just in case. "True. This isn't a fight between Akatsuki and the Hidden Leaf, or even between Naruto and Jiraiya. This is a battle between sages and toad summoners." Naruto thought for a moment before continuing. "I will wait for you to gather the natural chakra you'll need." How generous of you. Responded Jiraiya sarcastically. I've been perfecting Sage Mode in preparation for this though, so I guess it isn't too much of a disadvantage. Regardless of his distrust, the legendary Sannin sat down and began to meditate, and Naruto did the same. As time passed, the red streaks on Jiraiya's cheeks began to grow until they were massive red triangles covering most of his lower face. On some unspoken signal, both sages decided that he had gathered enough natural chakra and leapt at each other. Their first punches stopped feet away from each other, and both sages were blasted back by the other's natural chakra-enhanced blows. Jiraiya leapt into the air with a small blue sphere in his hand. Naruto was questioning the chances of such a small attack hitting him when it began to grow, reaching a diameter over twice as big as Naruto was tall. Naruto realized that avoiding the attack was now near impossible, and blocking it would likely get him killed. Which left him the sole option of blocking the attack. Naruto gathered a large amount of sage chakra in his right fist and struck out. The blue orb of spiraling death buckled under the pressure of the hit, before it burst like a balloon. Only instead of water inside, the massive Rasengan was full of pure sage chakra. The explosion was massive, enveloping both sides and several hundred feet beyond. When the dust cleared, both Naruto and Jiraiya were worse for wear, but Naruto was still alive. Not bad, but I've been training to face you since I was a little kid. I'm prepared for all your tricks, said Naruto. You might be a better ninja, but I'm a better sage. Naruto jumped at Jiraiya in a burst of speed. He jumped to the side, easily estimating the distance of Jiraiya's own Sage Mode enhanced punch. The invisible extension of the Sannin's counter brushed past the sleeve of Naruto's Akatsuki cloak, but it did little to stop him. Jiraiya dodged to the side to avoid Naruto's punch, but didn't put enough distance between the punch and himself. You use Sage Mode as a last resort, but I use it constantly. You've never had to worry about getting hurt in Sage Mode, you just power through it. Naruto grinned as he felt the battle going in his favor. That's where I have the advantage. I'm aware of every shortcoming Sage Mode has and how to avoid it. I also know how to use all its strengths to their fullest potential. Like sensing shadow clones underground. Naruto leapt back as Jiraiya's shadow clone jumped out from under the ground, Rasengan in hand. The attack was faster than Naruto had anticipated however, and the Rasengan left a small cut all the way up his chest. The wound wasn't much, but it did destroy the fastenings on his Akatsuki cloak. The shadow clone burst in a puff of smoke as Naruto kicked it violently. Naruto looked up at Jiraiya, whipping out a kunai and filling it with sage chakra. The small blade turned to stone, and elongated into a slate-gray sword covered in veins of sage chakra, with only the ring on the hilt to show that it had once been a simple kunai. Jiraiya recognized the stone sage swords of Mount Myobakuzen, but he had never realized how they were actually made. Naruto ran at Jiraiya, who once more tried to use the extended range of Sage Mode to keep Naruto at bay. This time however, Naruto simply cut through the invisible aura with a sword like butter, Sage Chakra cancelling Sage Chakra. The downward swing did put the younger sage at a disadvantage in terms of positioning, and Jiraiya was easily able to avoid the follow-up swing that attempted to cut off his legs. He landed a fair distance away and ran through some seals. Sage Art, Fire Release Stream. The river of flames that Jiraiya spat out was imbued with Sage Chakra, which meant the defensive powers of Sage Mode were completely useless. Knowing this, Naruto gathered Sage Chakra for a counter. Sage Art, Rising Earth Core. The pillar of stone that burst forth from the ground at Naruto's feet carried him up above the fire, which raged at the base of the column for a short time before dying out. Its purpose fulfilled, the stone receded back into the earth. Naruto twirled the stone sword around to hold it in a reverse grip, and prepared to run Jiraiya down before the Sannin could get off any more jutsu. In the split second before Naruto took off, Jiraiya saw something that made him hesitate. That hesitation didn't last long, but it lasted long enough for Naruto to score a large gash across Jiraiya's chest. Jiraiya looked back at Naruto, and thought about what he had seen. Now that he was actively concentrating on it, Jiraiya wondered how he had missed it before. The spiky blonde hair, the way the cloak billowed behind him, the blade held in his hand. Gambling was Tsunade's thing, but Jiraiya was willing to bet that without Sage Mode active, Naruto would have deep blue eyes as well. The Sannin had always wondered how the toads had found Naruto, and now he had a reasonable guess. Of course. He mused aloud. The night he died, you must have gone back with Gamabunta. Your birth would have been kept secret, so nobody would know you were missing. What are you rambling about? Asked Naruto, tightening his grip on the sword that he had learned to create just for the purpose of countering Jiraiya's Sage Mode. You're Minato's son, aren't you? Well. It appears my foolish little brother was foolish enough to actually think he could beat me. Itachi sat on the chair that was traditionally used by the head of the Uchiha clan during meeting in the days of yore. Everything from his closed eyes to his crossed legs radiated confidence that Sasuke was no threat. Allow me to shatter that illusion for you. Before I kill you for what you did, let me ask one thing. Sasuke's Sharingan was active, looking frantically for the genjutsu he knew would be there. He had already dispelled several subtle ones, from Itachi's location being several feet to the left in reality to with his eyes actually watching Sasuke intently. Why? Why did you leave me alone to seek vengeance? Any Uchiha would be able to achieve these eyes. Why me? Let me tell you why, said Itachi as Sasuke unraveled the genjutsu around him silently. Long ago, these same eyes were awoken by a pair of brothers much like today. Madara Uchiha and his younger brother Izuna were geniuses the likes of which the world may never see again, so it should be no surprise that they achieved the ultimate level of Sharingan, using it to climb to the top of the ninja world. But by using their eyes, Madara found out the price of this power. What price? Asked Sasuke. And what does it have to do with us? The Mangekyo Sharingan gives greater light than any eye known to man, but the candle that burns twice as bright lasts half as long. The price for that light is a slow descent into eternal darkness, said Itachi as his black eyes slowly turned into the red of the Sharingan, then into the Mangekyo Sharingan that had haunted Sasuke's dreams for years. As the Mangekyo Sharingan is used more and more, the user's vision slowly degrades, until blindness claims them. What? Sasuke's eyes widened in shock. To the user of a visual jutsu like the Sharingan, sight was prized above all else. To lose it would be unthinkable. How far has your vision degraded? I would have had to forego use of my eyes soon to prevent further decay. But that means nothing now, said Itachi as the corners of his mouth slowly curled upwards. Did you never wonder why Madara was feared as one of the most powerful ninja to ever live, while his brother Izuna, who achieved the same level of Sharingan, is never mentioned? Because Madara found a way to restore his sight. The only way to escape the darkness is to take the light of another. And if the donors are not closely related, the transplant will likely fail. Do you see now? You will be my new light, Sasuke. Sasuke spun around quickly as Itachi disappeared from the throne, barely blocking the kunai sweeping at his back. Itachi twisted his grip on the kunai, lunging forward with a stab at Sasuke. The younger brother reached down and pulled out his sword, blocking the tip of the kunai with the flat of his blade. Itachi dropped the knife to grab hold of Sasuke's arm, jumping up to deliver a strike with his feet. The kick was also blocked by Sasuke moving his sword slightly, but Itachi simply used it as a platform to kick Sasuke with his other leg. The young Uchiha's Sharingan spun wildly as time seemed to slow. Sasuke bent backwards, using Itachi's grip against him to throw him across the room. When Itachi skidded to a halt and looked at his younger brother, Mangekyo Sharingan looked at each other for the first time in a century. Sasuke bit his thumb to use the sealing tags hidden in his wrist bands, and Itachi's hand simply emerged from the Akatsuki cloak with a shuriken between each finger. They threw at the same time, each anticipating the other's throw perfectly. The shuriken collided in mid-air, knocking each other off course. Sasuke unsealed more shuriken directly into his hands, cutting out the precious seconds wasted when reaching for a kunai pouch. Somehow though, Itachi was keeping pace with him, pulling a seemingly endless amount of shuriken out of the sleeves of his cloak. Neither brother could land to hit the other, and every shuriken was deflected by another. Eventually, Sasuke ran out of shuriken, and used his sword to deflect the last one that Itachi had thrown. It was as if Itachi was still one-upping him, carrying only one more shuriken on purpose, just to rub it in. The two brothers ran at each other, Sasuke aiming high with his sword and Itachi coming in low with just his bare hands. Itachi was a bit faster, and managed to get a firm grip on Sasuke's throat, causing Sasuke to gag as his airway was abruptly closed. Sasuke twisted his grip on his sword, hoping to hit Itachi through the pain, but Itachi's other hand delivered a powerful punch to the stomach, driving any air Sasuke still had from his lungs and driving him into the wall so hard he left a small crater. Before he could blink, Itachi was in front of him. Sasuke tried to hit Itachi away and get some breathing space, but the older brother grabbed Sasuke's wrist and held it above Sasuke's head. Soon, I will be able to see the world clearly once more. You shall be the one cast into unending darkness. As he talked, Itachi's other hand slowly came up as if he were pointing at Sasuke's right eye with two fingers. His intentions were far more sinister than the harmless pokes on the forehead he had always given Sasuke as a child though. The pain was probably the worst part. Right behind it was seeing Itachi's bloody hand pull back, clutching the Mangekyo Sharingan before placing it in a small glass canister filled with some kind of liquid. Sasuke wasn't one to just roll over and die though, and he struck out again with his other hand. Itachi moved to deflect that attack as well, but pulled back when it lit up with lightning. He landed on the other side of the room, using the time to place the stolen eye inside his Akatsuki cloak. Sasuke's hand was held up against his empty eye socket as he gasped in pain. Ignoring the blood dripping down his face, Sasuke gathered a large amount of his chakra in his remaining eye in a desperate ploy. Hoping he was right, Sasuke looked Itachi dead in the eye and released the chakra in one burst. Color bled out of reality, making the whole world white and black before it shattered into a million pieces. Sasuke stood in the middle of the chamber again, and Itachi still sat in the throne, looking mildly surprised. The only blood on Sasuke's face was a small dribble from his left eye, as if it had been crying the red liquid instead of tears. I didn't think you would be able to see through my genjutsu, let alone break out of it. And to copy that Tsukuyomi after seeing it only once would require a very powerful Sharingan. I must say though, yours is far less subtle, said Itachi as he looked down at the shackles binding his wrists to the chair. His Mangekyo Sharingan spun wildly and they shattered, revealing unfettered reality. Would you like some pointers from your big brother about how to use genjutsu properly? Itachi looked up at Sasuke as he mocked the younger brother, only to find that he wasn't there. A blue light came from the behind Itachi, accompanied by a loud crackling similar to 1,000 birds. No thanks, I think I've got a handle on it. Itachi leapt from his throne in time to avoid having his head cut off by the Chidori-enhanced sword that sliced through the stone chair. Itachi flipped over in mid-air, running through some seals as he turned to face Sasuke. Fire style, Grand Fireball. A burst of flame shot out of Itachi's mouth and hurtled down towards Sasuke. The younger Uchiha returned to favor in kind, launching his own flames. The two fireballs were of equal strength, and neither Uchiha had yet to land a hit in reality. Itachi landed upside down on the ceiling so that even though Sasuke stood on the raised dais, Itachi was still higher. You have grown stronger, little brother. You might have been able to stop the massacre if you were this strong then. But now is a different story. Even if you match my strength, I will climb to even higher heights. This is the fate of a genius. Spare me your speeches, Itachi. I will avenge the clan, and then stop Akatsuki's goals, said Sasuke as he fearlessly looked Itachi dead in the eye. Sasuke jumped up to land on the ceiling across from Itachi, and his hands ran through a series of seals before becoming engulfed in lighting. No matter what heights you climb to, I'll keep surpassing them until I defeat you. Sasuke ran forward, Mangekyo Sharingan ready to detect any counters Itachi attempted against the Chidori as it dug a trench into the ceiling. Foolish little brother. Akatsuki's goal is peace, and I will live to see that peace with these eyes. Sasuke's Sharingan noticed the massive buildup of chakra in Itachi's closed right eye. Copying the technique for later, Sasuke immediately cut off to the right, running around Itachi to try and evade the coming attack. Amaterasu. Black flames shot out at Sasuke and a bit of blood leaked out of Itachi's right eye. Fighting through the pain, Itachi kept his eye open to chase down Sasuke with the fire, which had already latched onto the ceiling around Itachi in a semicircle as it followed Sasuke's path. 3/4 of the way, the flames caught up to Sasuke, hitting him square in the back. Thinking he had hit Sasuke, Itachi's eye closed to end both the technique and the pain. With no time to hesitate, Sasuke ripped off his shirt and discarded it, careful not to touch any of the black flames. A shirt was easy to replace. A limb was not. Sasuke grinned all the same, and rammed a lightning-coated fist into the ceiling below him one more time. That was all it took, and Itachi looked around frantically as the section of ceiling Sasuke had cut out with his Chidori broke the rest of the way and began to fall. Sasuke flipped over to land on the roof of the building, and Itachi sprinted in one of the directions that wasn't engulfed in black fire to make his own escape. Looking up at Itachi, Sasuke wiped some blood from below his eye and used it to unseal something from his wristband. In a cloud of smoke, a windmill shuriken appeared in Sasuke's hand. Itachi contorted his body to avoid the massive shuriken, and his Sharingan was able to notice the other one hiding in the shadow of the first. What he didn't see, however, was the ninja wire that Sasuke pulled on with a smirk. The rigged shuriken exploded, launching the blades outwards. 6 went in the entirely wrong direction, and 1 missed, but 1 bit deep into Itachi's thigh. The wound was painful, and Itachi winced as he landed heavily on the roof. Foolish older brother, said Sasuke mockingly. I don't think I've ever even seen you get as much as a scratch, and yet I've managed to wound you so deeply. I don't think I want to have my vision decay as much as yours must have. Don't worry though, I'll make sure you see the world of peace that will be created when I destroy Akatsuki with my own eyes. You're Minato's son, aren't you? Asked Jiraiya, this time addressing Naruto directly. I can't believe I didn't make that connection before. Minato, as in the 4th Hokage and most recently deceased Toad Summoner? I've known about that since I could walk, said Naruto. Jiraiya was stunned. Then why have you joined Akatsuki? They've done nothing but fight against the very thing your father died for. I honestly had no idea about how Akatsuki went about their goals when I first joined. Once I learned about what exactly they had planned, well, Akatsuki isn't the kind of group you can just leave. There's no difference between us. You fight for your cause, and I fight for mine. And isn't world peace something worth fighting for? Asked Naruto, raising a finger to his temple. He didn't mind taking a trip down memory lane, knowing that every second he spent arguing ideals with Jiraiya was another second of sage mode the old Sannin wasted. World peace? Are you stupid? Akatsuki is gathering weapons of mass destruction, shouted Jiraiya. There's no way anything good can come from giving criminals such power. Because the hidden village system has done such a good job of making a peaceful world. Replied Naruto sarcastically. Don't pretend your hands are any cleaner than mine. You've killed just as many, if not more people than I have. The only difference is who we killed for. I don't belittle the 4th Hokage's sacrifice, but the system he fought for leads only to wars and hate. Sometimes, in order to create something better, the previous failure must be wiped clean. And what makes you think Akatsuki, a group of violent sociopaths and serial killers, will create a more peaceful system? Asked Jiraiya. At least the hidden villages make attempts at peace. The group of Akatsuki could care less about world peace, you're right. But the leader of Akatsuki is more powerful than all of us, more powerful than you could believe, and he plans to personally lead the world out of war, said Naruto. He's a god. Forgive me if I don't believe in divine intervention on your behalf. Retorted Jiraiya. He won't succeed, no matter how strong of a man he is. He's still just a man. That's where you're right actually. He calls himself a god, but he really isn't. He is, however, completely justified in his delusions of grandeur. I did some research, and found out what he is that sets him apart from the rest of us. From one Toad Summoner to another, I'll tell you, since I won't be in any condition to tell you if I lose, and you won't be telling anyone if I win. The bloodline he hasn't been seen in over a millennium, and I was only able to uncover its name. It's the same power used by the legendary Sage of Six Paths. Naruto watched as Jiraiya gasped in shock and his eyes widened in surprise. The Rinnegan. Nagato? Jiraiya was in a state of disbelief. I don't know who Nagato is, but our leader calls himself Pain, said Naruto, tilting his head a bit in confusion. Who is Nagato? He was my student years ago, one I thought was the child of prophecy. He too had the Rinnegan. I thought he was dead, along with Yahiko and Konan, said Jiraiya, horrified at the implications of Nagato being alive. Naruto wasn't blind to the implications either. The prophecy is already coming true. Whether or not he dooms the world or saves it, it looks like I was right. Akatsuki will be the winning side here. I've never heard the names Yahiko or Nagato, but Konan at least lives. She's a member of Akatsuki as well actually. Akatsuki might be the winning side, but that doesn't mean you'll be there when the prophecy comes true. Jiraiya leapt forward, rearing back his fist to strike at Naruto as he did. Do you never learn? Asked Naruto as he dodged the straightforward jab and the aura of sage chakra surrounding it. He swung up with the sword, slicing Jiraiya cleanly in half. His smirk stayed for only a second before the Sannin disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise as Jiraiya's chakra simply disappeared. Actually, I do. Naruto wheeled around at the sound of Jiraiya's voice, which, according to his chakra sensing skill, came from absolute nothingness. Without the knowledge of Jiraiya's actual location, Naruto was unable to dodge the punch that knocked the stone sword from his grasp and deadened his arm. Jiraiya's left hand shot out to hold Naruto's other hand to prevent any other counterattacks. You hit from my sage mode? Naruto looked at the Sannin, who was very much right in front of him, despite still not having any chakra. How? I'm full of tricks, and natural chakra. By venting it out at the right frequency, I just fade into the background. Jiraiya's raised his hand up in front of Naruto's face, holding a regularly sized Rasengan. The red marks beneath his eyes faded to their normal straight lines down his face, signifying the end of his sage mode. You're not in sage mode any longer, but I can go for days, months, years. That attack will barely sting, said Naruto, slightly worried about how thoroughly outmaneuvered he had been, but confident in the defensive prowess of sage mode against an attack that didn't have any natural chakra in it at all. This isn't what I'm going to hit you with. The Rasengan actually isn't complete. I had given up on it, but I decided to try and finish it once I heard about you always being in sage mode. I've tested it on myself, and even in Sage mode, I barely survived this. Jiraiya's hand snapped down to his side, and the blue Rasengan became pitch black with a fiery aura around it. Jiraiya's hand was clearly burning up just from being near such powerful chakra. Take this. Hellfire Rasengan. The attack slammed into Naruto's gut and the impact actually tore him out of Jiraiya's grip. Not that he could do much with his free arm, as he was sent flying, leaving a flaming trench in his wake. Jiraiya had just started to apply some ointment that he had Tsunade prepare beforehand to his horribly burned arm when the Hellfire Rasengan destabilized. The result was a pillar of fire that stretched into the sky, incinerating everything in a half-mile radius. Despite his self-inflicted injuries, Jiraiya grinned at his success. Even for someone in Sage mode, the attack was painful and debilitating. The Sannin sat down and meditated for a short time, entering a sort of Sage mode that would expire quickly. Its imperfection shone through in the large number of toad-like qualities, from the wart-covered nose to the slightly webbed feet. The pathetic excuse for Sage mode would do just fine to let Jiraiya ignore his injuries temporarily and finish of the younger sage if he was still alive. Deidara looked up at the massive column of fire that darkened the sky as the light it emitted shone brighter than the sun for a brief moment. She raised an arm and squinted to try and get a better look, but it didn't help much. Not that there would have been anything to see, just a large cylinder of fire that's heat could be felt from over where she was. "Oh no you don't," mumbled Deidara under her breath as her bird flew to the violently cleared section of forest. "I just finished saving you ass, and I am not going to do it again, yeah." Honestly, if he was still alive, Deidara was going to beat some survival instincts into Naruto's thick skull. Honestly, she could have sworn, he had nearly died more times than he'd done. She landed in the center of the fiery destruction's aftermath, looking around for her partner. She found him, badly burned, hacking up equal parts smoke and blood, in the center of the crater. God damn. What happened here, yeah? She jumped of her clay mount to head down to Naruto's side. You gave as good as you got, right? Deidara. Naruto stopped to cough up more blood onto his tattered and burned Akatsuki cloak. Get away. His short message delivered, Naruto faded into unconsciousness. Deidara grunted with the effort of carefully lifting Naruto into her bird's beak gently so as to not worsen his injuries. Just as her bird began to take off a bit, Naruto's opponent appeared. Deidara was by no stretch of the imagination a censor, but she had been alongside this chakra signature for years, and the idea that it had managed to hurt Naruto this badly suddenly made sense. I'll have to ask you to stop right there. I'd hate to have to kill such a pretty lady. Deidara flinched at that last line and slowly turned to see a white-haired old geezer who looked like he was part frog. He stood tall and proud, though the right sleeve of his red outfit looked like it had been burned off, and he had a large cut across his chest. All in all, he was acting far more confident than anyone as ugly and beat up as he was had any right to. Back off, you old geezer. I'm getting my partner out of here, and I won't lose any sleep over killing you to do it if I have to, yeah, said Deidara, subtly moving her right hand into the clay pouch on her waist. So you are Akatsuki. Shame too, you would have been quite the looker in a couple of years, said Jiraiya, sinking down to all fours and preparing to hop at her. In a couple years, yelled Deidara indignantly. The hell is that supposed to mean, yeah? Deidara almost flinched as the old toad man jumped at her like. Well, a toad. She wasn't an S-rank ninja for nothing though, and waited until the last second to throw a large clay snake at him. It bent and writhed in midair to ensnare Jiraiya before exploding violently. When the smoke cleared, Jiraiya stood mostly unharmed, though the same couldn't be said for his clothing. Jiraiya looked up to see the bird carrying Naruto flying away. Deidara hurried to infuse her chakra into some more clay, a task that had become easier with only 2 parasites to deal with, but Jiraiya's hands were faster still. Sage Art, Flame Bullet. The fireball was extremely small and streamlined, but it was incredibly fast and very accurate. Deidara feared that the Sannin was aiming at her, but the attack missed by a mile. A second later, the truth behind the S-rank ninja's terrible aim became apparent when Deidara saw the flaming projectile hit her bird's wing, triggering a premature detonation. With Naruto in its beak. Several hundred feet in the air. Naruto, shouted Deidara before turning to face the old man who had turned his attention back to her. She hurriedly threw a swarm of white locusts at her attacker, which exploded at different intervals, creating a wall of detonations that enveloped the Sannin. When Jiraiya could see something other than red flames and hear something other than a cacophony of booms, the blonde Akatsuki member had disappeared. It would have been a simple matter to track her with Sage mode, but the current imperfect Sage mode he was in was never intended to be anything more than a quick patch job for short bursts of exertion. He finally ran out of Sage chakra, and his own reserves were running to low to safely gather more. The exhaustion of the tasks he had accomplished in Sage Mode caught up with him all at once, and he almost succumbed to unconsciousness. He had inflicted enough pain to Akatsuki, and he had rightfully beaten Naruto in single combat before his partner had interfered. That would have to do for today, he thought as he limped off to recover from his wounds. Deidara emerged from underground in the general vicinity of where Naruto would have crashed. If the old man from before was chasing her, she didn't have long to search, and if his technique was the same as Naruto's, he would find them both immediately. She looked frantically, ignoring most conventional tactics in favor of faster methods. Minutes of searching later, and she had turned up nothing, not even a scrap of the infamously sturdy Akatsuki cloak. A thought occurred to her in horror as she heard the burbling sound of water in the background in a moment of quiet after a loud noise and a bright flash. She rushed to the stream, and sure enough, Naruto's tattered Akatsuki cloak had snagged on a branch near the bank. Searching the vicinity for the body was fruitless, and she could only conclude that the stream had carried of her partner's body. Hopefully his still alive body. She flew up, and ignored the completely wrecked Uchiha hideout, looking instead at the waterfall that went almost immediately into a cavern not far from where Naruto had presumably fallen into the water. A tear most certainly did not fall down her cheek and into the water below because S-rank ninja did not cry. It was just undignified, no matter how close you were to the partner that had just died. I see you've let such an inconsequential victory go to your head, foolish little brother. You're welcome to my eyes, but only if you are strong enough to take them. Itachi's face was broken by an insane smile as his Mangekyo Sharingan began to bleed once more. Realizing what Itachi was planning, Sasuke channeled chakra to his own right eye and released it in the exact moment Itachi did, getting the timing perfect with his own Sharingan. The brothers' black flames collided in between them, burning everything they touched, including each other. Bits of fire overshot the other wall of black flames, igniting the forests on the terraced mountain. The size discrepancy was due to the smaller amount of chakra that Sasuke had put into his Amaterasu, and the movement of the brothers to try and get out of the way in case their fire lost. In the end, the black fires burned each other into nothingness, except where they had caught onto the trees that had grown on the previously well-kept terraces of the Uchiha hideout. It appears we are more even than I thought, said Itachi appreciatively. You have taken to those eyes faster than I anticipated. I'm just copying Big Brother, said Sasuke, smirking a bit despite his chakra exhaustion. Both brothers looked to the left as a massive pillar of flames erupted into the sky. While it was good for Sasuke personally, he didn't know anyone formed the hidden leaf that could cause such destruction, which left the horrible option that one of his allies had been on the receiving end of that attack courtesy of Akatsuki. I thought I warned you to come alone, said Itachi, capitalizing on Sasuke's fears to draw out more anger. In truth though, Itachi wasn't aware of anyone other than himself and perhaps Kakuzu who could perform such high-leveled fire-style techniques. Not that the fact that it was likely a technique used by a hidden leaf ninja would stop Itachi from twisting it to serve his own ends. It looks like someone is paying the price for your inability to listen. Sasuke glared at Itachi as if looks could kill, which they could in a fight like this. I might have been learning how to use my new eyes from you before, but now I'm going to show you something I came up with on my own. Not even your Sharingan will be able to keep up with this attack. It will over in a flash, which is more than you deserve. Now, die in a clap of thunder. Sasuke summoned a hawk during his boast, and his hand began to crackle with lightning. The lightning shot up into the clouds created by the Amaterasu and the mysterious pillar of flames from before, and they began to spark with barely contained potential. Kirin. Sasuke brought his hand down, and Itachi's eyes widened in horror. Despite the speed of the technique and the decay of his vision, Itachi was perfectly capable of seeing the mythical creature made of lightning descend upon him. And in that millisecond, he reacted. Sasuke panted in exhaustion as he looked at the ruin of his Kirin. It had unleashed even more destruction than last time, and the mountain had mostly been leveled into a field of rubble. The only notable exception was the wall he was currently flying above that was proudly emblazoned with the Uchiha crest. He descended to ground level, and then his eyes widened in shock when he saw it. Itachi was struggling to his feet, obviously wounded, but very much alive. Foolish little brother. Itachi paused to cough up a massive amount of blood into his hands before continuing. I have yet to show you the ultimate technique of our eyes. Sasuke reactivated his Sharingan, copying Itachi as he channeled a massive amount of chakra to both of his eyes. The older Uchiha was cloaked in a fiery red aura, which took on the form of a skeleton's upper torso. The skeleton form lasted only a moment as muscle and skin made of chakra quickly covered the warrior that surrounded Itachi. That stage was quickly covered by armor and clothing, leaving only the glowing yellow eyes of the red warrior visible. Sasuke tried to copy the technique, but his purple spectral warrior failed to get more than one arm covered by muscle and skin, leaving him with a mostly skeletal horn protector with glowing yellow eyes. Foolish little brother, you don't have nearly enough hate to use this technique as well as I can. This Susanoo is fueled by my rage at our clan, my hatred of the village, and most of all, my loathing of you. Thinking you were allowed to live because you were special, robbing me of my time so we could play, I abhorred you above all in this world. It pained me to let you live all those years ago, but it is a mistake I will now rectify. Tears streamed down Sasuke's face at Itachi's words. He had always held out some belief that Itachi had once been the kind brother he remembered, and that some part of him still had the brotherly love. A scream of rage and betrayal that had been stored up for years tore itself out of Sasuke's throat, and his Susanoo became covered entirely in skin and muscle, even gaining a bow in its right hand. Vision blurred by his use of the Mangekyo Sharingan and his tears, Sasuke's Susanoo loosed an arrow at Itachi, whose Susanoo simply raised a shield to block it. The arrow simply dispersed into energy as it impacted the red shield. Sasuke cried blood alongside his tears as black flames shot out of his Susanoo to impact Itachi's, though they had little more effect than his arrow. Itachi limped towards Sasuke, and his Susanoo raised its two right hands. The lower one held a jug, out of which a fiery liquid burst forth. The second hand grabbed onto the aura, grasping it like a sword, which it used to deflect another one of Sasuke's arrows. The sword descended, and though Sasuke tried to block it with his Susanoo, the blade cut off the arm he raised to block it with. The arm fell to the ground with a thud, before fading into nothingness. Itachi raised the sword again, and Sasuke tried to take advantage of the opening by launching a punch at red opposing Susanoo. It impacted harmlessly against the shield that Itachi's Susanoo carried though, and the sword fell unimpeded. This time, the horned head of Sasuke's Susanoo fell to the ground, and as it faded, his Susanoo receded as well. The technique seemed to be taking its toll on Itachi as well, however, as he gripped his chest in pain and coughed up more blood. The Susanoo receded to its basic skeleton frame, and Itachi slowly limped towards his little brother, hand raised to rip out the younger Uchiha's eyes. Sasuke backed up in fear until his back hit the wall, though by the time Itachi reached him the red Susanoo had faded to a simple red aura around Itachi. Sasuke cowered as Itachi came within grabbing distance, and despite all his rage at Itachi and Akatsuki, all his plans, Sasuke despaired and resigned himself to his fate. Then something unexpected happened. Itachi keeled forward the remaining distance, hitting Sasuke in the forehead instead of the eyes. The older Uchiha's vision must have been truly terrible at this point to miss like that. As Itachi collapsed to the ground, hacking up clots of blood, Sasuke could have sworn he heard Itachi whisper something. "Sorry Sasuke. It ends like this." Kisame reached the scene a minute later, a tad worried for his partner after seeing the massive bolt of lightning that had descended on the Uchiha hideout and blown it to smithereens. He had of course waited until the fighting had died down to prevent Itachi getting angry at him for disrupting the fight, but by the time he arrived, neither Uchiha was present. Chapter 17. What happened? Pain's question sounded more like an accusation, though his voice didn't fluctuate at all. It was the first time in years that Akatsuki had met without a tailed beast in the middle, but it was also the first time they had lost a member since Kakuzu had gained a partner that refused to die. Itachi wanted to settle the score with his little brother alone, so we all stayed out of it. Some powerful techniques were used, and when the dust settled, neither were there. Explained Kisame. The shark wasn't really broken up over Itachi's death, but it was one of the few times he didn't at least crack a grin at someone dying. That explains why Itachi is absent. Pain turned to Deidara, and his unspoken question caused her shoulders to sag. Naruto ran into Jiraiya of the Sannin. Yeah. The other Akatsuki members looked surprised that he had fought someone of such renown. Out of all of them though, Pain seemed the most distressed. It still wasn't much, but for some reason, the mention of Jiraiya had surprised him. I couldn't find him. He's probably dead. He isn't. Responded Pain, voice showing no emotion. Wait, what? Asked Deidara. Realizing how that could be interpreted as disrespectful, she quickly elaborated. How can you know that? You weren't even there, yeah. Pain held up his right thumb, and though it was merely a shadowy projection, they all knew that was the location of his ring. These rings do more than allow communication. Naruto is alive, Itachi is not. Kisame, you need to find Itachi's body and retrieve his ring. He is roughly 30 miles north of where you are now. Sasori knows who your new partner will be. Deidara, Naruto is several hundred miles northeast. The Akatsuki members all looked to their own rings in surprise. None of them had had any idea that the rings could do that, though it never really had come up before. So are you watching us all the time? asked Hidan. "'Cause sometimes I do things I would like to remain private. Like killing, and praying, and sacrificing, and taking a shit." Before Hidan could continue, Pain cut him off rather quickly. "They only allow communication, assess the life of the wearer, and reveal position relative to the other rings." Pain looked rather annoyed at the loudmouthed immortal. "Nothing else?" "Wait a second," said Datara and thought. "Right now, the only thing to the northeast is ocean. So Naruto's just floating out at sea?" Kakuzu was the one to answer that. "If he's moving, it's likely he was picked up by a ship. Speaking of that vicinity, could we ask a favor? First Itachi and now you? Man, when did I stop being a green behind the ears newbie, yeah?" said Datara, a bit surprised. "What is it?" "Well, Hidan and I arrived at the Hidden Cloud village, only to discover they had moved him recently to an island in that area. Apparently it was never mapped, and no vessel will head out to an unknown island for anything less than an unacceptable amount. I'm just asking you to keep your eyes peeled for the jinchuriki while you're out gathering your partner," grunted Kakuzu. "Hidan and I will keep looking for any information on where the island actually is in the meantime." "So they've hidden their jinchuriki away, huh?" grumbled Sasori. "I suppose it only makes sense, since he is the Raikage's brother and all. Once Zetsu and I get our jinchuriki, we'll assist in digging up any information. We should be there by tomorrow. The hidden waterfall village has a frustrating lack of entrances aside from the main one. I got out through a cave underwater connecting two lakes, one outside and one inside the village, when I left," said Kakuzu gruffly. It was obvious he didn't enjoy bringing up his former village, but anything that got Akatsuki was good for him. "I'll opt for traveling underground, thank you very much," retorted Zetsu sarcastically. "I'll lighten up. We never get to go swimming," complained Zetsu. "Because we can't swim. We drown." "Oh yeah. Then we are decided. Soon Akatsuki's goal will be realized." "Sasori, Zetsu, I'd like to have a word with you alone." Pain's decision was strange, but it was effective in getting all but him and the spymasters to drop out of the meeting as quickly as possible. Naruto shot upright, blue eyes darting around frantically for any danger. He winced when a voice next to him bellowed out. "This is not the kind of alarm that is fake. Our mystery patient is finally awake." Naruto sighed and lay down once more, resigning himself to the hallucinations. Or hell, it could be either. Yo, Mr. 9, when we found you, you weren't looking fine." "Oh yeah, right. Where are my manners? You must have questions demanding answers. I'm the cloud's last jinchuriki. With 8 great tails, I'm the rapping killer bee." Naruto's head throbbed as he tried to decipher the terrible rap being shouted at him. His mind sifted the information, and he shot straight up at one important bit of information this killer bee had let slip. "What did you mean, Mr. 9? And you're a jinchuriki?" moaned Naruto as another person ran into the room. "B, you really shouldn't let information like that out so easily. He could be an enemy." Naruto was almost glad to see someone reasonable, even if that person was against him. Now that he had a moment to look around, Naruto noticed the hidden cloud headbands. Clearly, he would need to fabricate some story to keep himself alive until he was fighting fit again. "Come on Motoi, lighten up a bit. Bro, to lie would be unfit." Killer Bee turned to Naruto, luckily misinterpreting Naruto's groan as one of pain. "We found you floating out at sea, in a pool of demonic chakra, yes siree. You were identified as a jinchuriki, by the great Mr. 8, and the mighty Killer Bee." "Yeah." Naruto had heard of tailed beasts healing their host of wounds subconsciously, and he silently cursed the fox for selling him out. "So why are you being so nice to me? You could have just left me adrift." The person Killer Bee had identified as Motoi was the one who responded to that, arms crossed to show his disapproval. "Trust me, a lot of us wanted to, but Bee calls the shots on this kind of thing, and he said we should pull you out of the water. You were most certainly not a marauder." Motoi deadpanned Killer Bee's rap, which didn't do much to affect the overall quality. "I've been hidden away on this island you see, to protect from a group called Akatsuki. They've been hunting jinchuriki. They even got poor Yugito ni. When I saw you floating in that chakra soup, I figured you were on the run from that nasty group." Naruto realized that at this point, trying to deny being a jinchuriki wouldn't work, so he decided to play the hunted jinchuriki card for all it was worth. "Yeah, I thought they got me back then, but I guess this stupid tailed beast is good for something. Thanks for not letting me die. I'm Naruto." Naruto hesitated before giving his real name, but he figured that he had never actually met anyone from the Hidden Cloud who would know him as a member of Akatsuki, and he guessed that he would be less likely to slip up then with a fake name. "Nice to meet you Naruto. You should talk about the fox with more respect though. Rapped Killer Bee, bouncing to a beat only he could hear. They aren't just some chakra to be used, they're living breathing creatures that have been abused. Naruto was a tad skeptical of Killer Bee's statement, and even though it was a bad idea to criticize his host, Naruto couldn't let it slide as either a sage or in his role as a helpless jinchuriki. The tailed beasts are nothing but trouble. 9 tails or 8, it doesn't make a difference. Didn't your tailed beast just save your life? That's proof they're looking for more than strife. Retorted Killer Bee, pushing his sunglasses to his face with a single finger. It was likely just to try and look cool though, since his sunglasses appeared to just be glued on anyways. Akatsuki wouldn't be hunting us if we weren't jinchuriki. My life wouldn't have needed saving. Countered Naruto. Despite his argument though, Naruto figured that he would have fought Jiraiya anyway, jinchuriki or not. And without the 9 tails apparently healing him, Jiraiya would be the only toad summoner alive. In a way, B was right. He would have joined Akatsuki regardless, and Jiraiya would have utterly destroyed him regardless, but without the 9 tails, he wouldn't have a second shot at it all. The tailed beasts are more than just means to an end, with the right kind of prodding they can become great friends, yeah. Rapped Killer Bee. Motoi swooped in and interrupted the conversation before it turned into a fight between jinchuriki. Even with one of them injured, fights between jinchuriki were never good for anyone nearby. B, leave the kid alone. Naruto almost punched the guy for calling him a kid, but they were his hosts for now, so he let it slide. He's still recovering most likely, and he's probably hungry. B perked up at the mention of food, and even Naruto couldn't deny that some food sounded really good. Of course I almost forgot the essentials. Food and drink are fundamental. Naruto had a horrible feeling that by the time he made it back to Akatsuki, he would be thinking in rhyme. X. Sasori supposed he would look terrifying to anyone, emerging from under the water, scowling as it ran off of his puppet shell. In reality, he was equal parts happy and furious. On one hand, he and Zetsu were now inside the hidden waterfall village, a place Sasori reminded himself to get more spies in. On the other, getting all this water out of his puppets would be a pain if he wanted to prevent rusting. But he would get some new puppets today from their decimation of the hidden waterfall, so it all balanced out. Who goes there? Shouted a waterfall chunin who had spotted the shady figure. We know who it is. Unless you want him attack us, shut up. Black Zetsu's voice coming from the disguised Akatsuki member did indeed calm Sasori's nerves a bit, and he relaxed the threads on his puppet's tail a bit. Did you locate the jinchuriki? Growled Sasori, a tad annoyed that his partner hadn't just informed him that they would be disguised. He was well aware of White Zetsu's ability to assume the appearance of anyone whose chakra he had absorbed, but it was still disconcerting that the master puppeteer couldn't tell the difference between Zetsu and the real deal, even when he knew which was which. Yeah, she's actually hiding up on top of that huge tree. We shouldn't even need your help, but you can just stay down here and draw attention from us, exclaimed Zetsu. With clones, the element of surprise, and the famous wood style, Zetsu probably didn't need any help fighting one little girl, but jinchuriki fights usually got messy. And no village would willingly part with their tailed beast, especially a smaller village that needed every scrap of power they could get. Alright, just remember the plan. I'll be drawing some attention down here on the ground. If Sasori could show emotions naturally on Hiruko's face, his joy would have been obvious, instead his smile looked more like a scowl. I think it's time I give the hidden waterfall a little performance. Fu sat on one of the higher-up branches of the large tree that produced the hero's water. Most of the village despised her as the jinchuriki of the tailed beast that destroyed the village every time it escaped. Still, the 7 tails was one of the village's only claims to fame, and they would never let it actually escape for long. The upper branches were a place only she could reach, and even she needed the wings given by the 7 tails to reach it. Not many ninja could fly. A sharp snap of a smaller twig alerted her to a presence behind her, and she immediately took to the air as 2 wings made of demonic chakra sprouted from the small of her back. Wheeling around, she saw a strange person half fused to the tree with large Venus fly-trap-like protrusions on either side. How did we break a twig? We don't even have feet yet. Raged the strange ninja as he emerged from the tree limb entirely. Sorry, but I'm just lucky like that, said the green-haired jinchuriki with a smirk. Lucky number 7 I guess. I'd ask you who you are and what you want, but it can't be good for me if I got warned about you. Oh, I'm Zetsu and we're here to capture you and extract the tailed beast, shouted the ninja in a much lighter voice than before. Fu tilted her head in confusion as Zetsu apparently berated himself in the deeper voice from before. Moron. Don't just hand out information like that. Wait, you can extract the 7 tails from me? Exclaimed Fu. The prospect of even a semi-normal life was incredibly appealing, and she honestly didn't care what the village thought about handing away their greatest weapon. Well yeah, but it'll kill you. Just shut up. Fu might not want to live with the tailed beast sealed inside her, but it beat dying without the tailed beast. I think I'll pass, but thanks for the offer. Fu's wings snapped shut and she plummeted down to the relative safety of the village. Until about halfway down the tree when she landed on a branch that hadn't been there before. Zetsu emerged from the tree branch in front of her, but this time, there was something different about him. Sorry if this wasn't clear, but no isn't an option. It struck her just as it became too late. The Zetsu in front of her was missing the white half. The location of white Zetsu became apparent when three of him emerged from the tree at her feet and tried to hold her down. Fu struggled with her wings, but the Zetsu clones were still fused with the large tree, and their roots held her firmly in place. An explosion of demonic chakra and Fu was free, now with an actual tail made of the demon's chakra. Three Tails was pushing her control, but the extra limb was invaluable in avoiding of destroying the wood that seemed to branch off of the main trunk and chase her with a mind of its own. She spun around to see Zetsu rejoin and meld into the tree limb once more. Fu wouldn't try such a reckless descent this time, and she decided to head back to the village a bit slower this time. It was a decision that she almost immediately regretted, however, as large splinters shot up from below her, almost puncturing her wings. Fu dodged frantically, and landed on the trunk of the tree for cover. White Zetsu clones sprung out almost immediately, and she ran away as quickly as she could, her one actual tail smashing any clones that got too close. Suddenly, a cage of wood spiraled out of the trunk, and Zetsu emerged from the tree in front of her. You should just give up already. You can't win. Aw, but this is fun. Fu was tempted to just give up, but then her phenomenal luck kicked in. From below, a massive flame dragon shot up, and in a 1 in a million chance, hit her directly. Covered as she was in tailed beast chakra, the flames didn't do much to hurt her, but her wooden prison was burned to a crisp. Weakened as it was, the wood-style prison had no chance against her chakra tail. Fu made a dash at the real Zetsu, but several clones of white Zetsu jumped in front of her blow to give the original time to escape. Deciding to stay away from the tree, Fu flew out over the village, taking care to avoid the fighting at the base of the tree. There seemed to be a large number of ninja that were just flying for no real reason, going up against what appeared to be all the ninja in the village. Techniques of all kinds were flying, and most were missing terribly, flying up to the tree like the one that had hit her. Touching down in some back alley, Fu dropped her chakra as low as she could to try and hide from the fight. Despite being a jinchuriki, she was never really one for fighting, preferring to just run away until she got lucky enough for her problems to solve themselves. Her plan of hiding didn't last long though, when someone dropped down in front of her. Fu. Thank God you're alright. These terrifying ninja called Akatsuki are trying to capture you. We need to get you to safety. Fu recognized the Chunin before her as one of her tormentors when she was younger, but she supposed that monsters like Zetsu would be inspiration for even enemies to work together, even if it was just for the village's strength. She was saved when a particularly large jutsu caused the entire village to shake a bit. A large ceramic flower pot fell off a windowsill several stories up, and nailed the waterfall ninja in the head. His eyes rolled back into his head and he collapsed to the ground. Fu gasped in shock as his shoulder-length dark hair receded to a short green haircut, and his tan skin became as white as a sheet. In a second she was looking at another Zetsu clone. She sighed in relief as her almost legendary luck held true once more. She hid as more waterfall ninja rounded the corner, wary now of any transformed Zetsu clones. It was obvious that as long as she stayed in the village, she wouldn't be able to get away from these Akatsuki people. With the village in disarray from its first invasion and forever, she would never have an opportunity to leave the village like this again. Her luck held until she reached the entrance to the village, and she met no more Zetsu clones along the way. Then she got to the actual entrance to the caves that led out of the village, and her luck let her down for the first time in her life. Where the entrance to the cave should have been was a wall of black that was both smooth and gritty at the same time. It was likely the work of some other member of Akatsuki, or she had grievously underestimated what Zetsu could do. When I heard that this village produced kakuzu, I was eager to get my hands on some decent pieces to turn into art. Fu whirled around at the voice behind her. He wore an identical cloak to the one Zetsu had, and he slowly approached her in a shuffling gait that didn't look like any human could replicate. Little did I realize he was obviously an exception to the rule. I don't think I lost a single piece of my work. Maybe a jinchuriki's body will make for better canvas. As he spoke and approached her, she backed up slowly until she was almost touching the black wall of sand behind her. Without further fanfare, the hunchback in front of her struck out with a metal tail of some kind that moved incredibly fast. She barely had time to hit the ground as it smashed into the wall where her head had just been. She pulled out some shuriken and threw them at the Akatsuki member, who brought his tail back to coil around him and deflect the shuriken. All Fu had been going for was a second to herself though, and the shuriken got her that. Hiding in the scale powder. After a short set of seals, Fu breathed out a large amount of dust that glittered in the sunlight. The flash was blinding by anyone's standards, but Fu had the foreknowledge to close her eyes. While her opponent was still blinded, Fu took to the skies once more. It would appear he luck had held once more, and she would get away. Until Zetsu showed up again. TSK. You shouldn't try to run away like that. Where would you even go? There are very few jinchuriki left. Nowhere would be safe. Zetsu's speech was accompanied by him grabbing her ankle and holding her down. She struggled against his grip, but it was surprisingly strong. More Zetsu clones grew out of the cliff face nest to the original, grabbing her as well. Her third tail sprouted, but it was useless in the face of such numbers. Zetsu's eyes widened as he saw something behind her, and the clones were quick to follow suit and let go. More fire struck Fu's back, and though she was still protected a bit by the seven tails chakra, she had never really kept three tails out for so long. Fire on top of acidic chakra burning her skin was not appreciated. She turned to see who had tried to roast her, only to see one of the most handsome men she had ever laid eyes on. Despite his rather impressive first impression, saving her from Zetsu and then being absolutely gorgeous, her mystery savior was actually quite damaged. He was covered in injuries that hadn't quite healed, and his left eye was covered in bandages. His clothes were either torn or covered in so much blood it was impossible to tell what color they had once been. Blood was running down his face as if the eye had recently been torn out, and even his hawk seemed tired. Good, I'm not too late. Fu wasn't sure if he was talking or her or himself, but his eye, which she had just noticed was blood red, was trained on Zetsu and the other Akatsuki member. You should. Just leave now, before I have to kill you both. Please. Grunted the tailed Akatsuki member. You barely have enough chakra to keep standing. You might have beaten Itachi, but it's clear that you were severely injured in the process. You're no match for us, Sasuke Uchiha. Maybe not, but I don't have to fight you, do I? Said Sasuke, tiredly smirking at the two Akatsuki members. Now witness the great hawk escape. His hawk beat its wing furiously, flying into Fu with a grand crash and disappearing in a cloud of smoke. Sasuke grabbed Fu's hand, and before they could hit the ground, they too disappeared to the home of the hawks. Sasori tuned to Zetsu and sighed. Are you sure about this? Zetsu looked back and grinned, at least half of him did. The other half scowled in annoyance. Orders are orders. Pain said to let our jinchuriki escape if the Uchiha came. Besides, I liked her. Sasori was still unconvinced. They had striven to capture all the tailed beasts as quickly as they could, but now that the goal was within their grasp, Pain was not only content with letting the jinchuriki escape, but ordering it. Not that Sasori personally cared, but no one advocated the final plan more strongly than Akatsuki's leader. Regardless, there were some passable ninja back there. I'm going to get some puppets out of this, you can have the rest, said Sasori, turning his back on the iron sand wall as it dissolved and flowed back into Hiruko. Zetsu hurriedly followed, half of him gleefully anticipating the feast Sasori had prepared for him. Who are you? Asked Fu incredulously. The mysterious man who had saved her, who upon a second look couldn't have been much older than her, stood up shakily. Sasuke Uchiha. Both Jinchuriki and Uchiha flinched at the loud screech that echoed through the cloud-breaking spires. Fu turned to look for the source of the noise, and was awed to see a large hawk glaring at the two of them. Large was likely an understatement, as the large bird was roughly the size of a tailed beast. What is an outsider doing here? Sasuke was slightly taken aback, as he honestly hadn't foreseen the hawk's anger when he planned out his desperate rescue of one of the last Jinchuriki. I had to get her away from Akatsuki. This is all I could think of at the time. It was clear that Sasuke's excuse wasn't going to fly with the matriarch of the hawks. Outsiders are not allowed. I do not care if our summoner comes here, but any visitors must leave. But Akatsuki won't stop until they capture her. This is likely the only safe place for a Jinchuriki. Argued Sasuke. On one hand he understood the hawk's displeasure, but Akatsuki was just too large of a threat. You mistake me for one who cares. She will leave, one way or another. It was clear to Fu that leaving of her own free will might not be the worst idea. Besides, some hawks ate insects, and Fu didn't want to become part of the menu. Really, I don't have to hang around. I'd hate to be a bother, said Fu with a forced smile to try and relieve some of the tension. Good. At least someone knows when they aren't welcome. With that said and one last screech, the large hawk flew off to her nest atop the largest spire. Sasuke grit his teeth in equal parts frustration and pain, glaring at the hawk's back with his one good eye. Damn it. I didn't expect this. Where else would be safe? Fu walked up behind him and tapped the brooding hawk summoner on the shoulder. I'm not some kind of fragile glassware, you know. I don't need protecting, I just need to stay away from people in black cloaks with red clouds like that Zetsu guy, right? It can't be too hard, especially with a bit of luck. Fu might not have liked the fact that she had a tailed beast sealed into her, but it was kind of nice to succeed in everything with little effort and a lot of luck. Akatsuki is full of far more dangerous people than that plant guy. Naruto, Deidara, Kisame, Hidan, Kakuzu, this was the only place I was sure would be safe. Now I need to think of something else to keep you out of their hands. Fu's eyes widened at the mention of her village's most infamous criminal. Kakuzu? She asked incredulously. Everyone knows Kakuzu isn't real. Even if he was, Kakuzu lived almost 100 years ago, he'd be some feeble old man. If I'm being hunted down by old geezers, I'm pretty sure I got this. What Akatsuki has planned isn't something I can just trust you not to get captured for. They need to be stopped, and we need to keep you safe if we're to stop them. Sasuke looked at her intensely, though thanks to his deteriorating vision, she was a tad fuzzy around the edges. And we aren't welcome here. We need to think of somewhere to go. I'd love to go home, but the Hidden Leaf doesn't want to draw Akatsuki's attention anymore. Oh, you're from the Hidden Leaf? And that hawk called you Uchiha, but I thought you were all dead. Fancy that. Sasuke held up a hand to try and get Fu to quiet down while he thought, and the happy-go-lucky girl sat down to pout a bit. She didn't really like this Uchiha much, but she supposed he had saved her from Zetsu and his partner. Gar is strong, but he was defeated by Akatsuki already, and he has no real reason to help us. The hidden stone wouldn't help a leaf ninja, and the hidden mist is too unstable. Sasuke's eye opened as he came to the only logical conclusion. We need to head to the hidden cloud village. Whoa there, said Fu, waving both hands in front of her as the Uchiha stood up and whistled. We're foreign ninja. Even if I went along with you, we'd get killed before we got near the village. Sasuke grinned as he undid the bandages over his left eye and let the fall into his hand. Fu looked into his eyes, and was surprised to see that not only did Sasuke have a left eye, but the strange designs in either eye were slightly different. I think I can convince them otherwise, he said confidently, before the more complex design of the left eye spun until it matched the right eye and blood came out of the eye. Sasuke fell to the ground grunting in pain and gripping his face. Damn it, when will these eyes be ready? Doesn't matter. We need to get going. Sasuke stood up and reapplied his bandages as a hawk descended next to them. The two climbed onto the bird, which gave a screech as it took off for the village hidden in the clouds, home of the last safe jinchuriki. I think I know where Akatsuki's leader is. Tsunade turned in surprise to see Jiraiya. The two Sannin looked at each other for a short time before what Jiraiya said truly sank in. What? Of course, once it sank in, Tsunade wouldn't be content with just the information that Jiraiya knew some information. Where did you learn this? Never mind, where is he? We could plan a surprise attack and end Akatsuki here and now. We might even be able to rescue the Jinchuriki. Do you realize Tsunade trailed off as Jiraiya's throaty laugh filled her office? What's so funny? You are, princess, said Jiraiya, wiping a tear from his eye. I let slip that I might know where Akatsuki's leader is, and all of a sudden you're chomping at the bit to go destroy them. What happened to I am the Hokage, and I'm ordering that no forces will be deployed to any other hidden village to assist in the combating of Akatsuki. Tsunade's shoulders slumped as she let out a large sigh. I hated to give that order. It tore me up to just stop trying to avenge the ninja we've lost to those monsters, but I'm also responsible for an entire village. But now that you know where they live, we can take the fight away from our own village. If we just killed a member or two, their leader might turn some more attention on the Hidden Leaf. But if we kill the leader, the rest of the organization might just fall apart. Well, their leader is someone who managed to get 9 other S-rank criminals to follow him, and I doubt it was because of his charming smile. Whoever fought him would need to be equally as powerful, probably need to operate in a small group to keep that element of surprise. Mused Jiraiya. No, not in a million years, said Tsunade, glaring at Jiraiya angrily. What? Asked Jiraiya, holding his hands up defensively as he feigned innocence. You're thinking of going off and doing this yourself. And as Hokage, no, as your friend, I'm not going to allow it. Tsunade crossed her arms across her considerable bust as Jiraiya lowered his own hands. I think that Akatsuki's leader might be someone I once trained. Tsunade was shocked by the new information Jiraiya had shared. The only person that she remembered Jiraiya training was the fourth Hokage, who was undeniably dead. One of those orphans from the land of rain, back in the day. I had thought they were all dead years ago. Jiraiya's head was lowered in shame. He obviously blamed himself for his students' crimes, at least partially. Tsunade's strength was legendary, rumored and capable of causing volcanic eruptions and earthquakes with one hand. So Tsunade decided to hold back a little bit as she slapped some sense into her old teammate, quite literally. "You are not responsible for this, he is. Get that through your head, or I'll break every bone in your body to keep you out of this mission." Jiraiya massaged his cheek, contemplating whether or not he needed to pop his jaw back into place. No one else has the power needed to go up against Nagato. I taught him everything he knows, and he probably learned a few new tricks after all these years. I can't be looking out for someone else. And if there are any other Akatsuki members there? Not even you could take 2 of them at once. I'm sending at least 2 Onbu to keep anyone else out of away from you, said Tsunade, exercising her strength as Hokage as she reached for the required paperwork. Jiraiya smirked in defeat and picked up the scroll Tsunade handed him. All right, but I won't take any but the best here. I can't be worried for some green jonin while I'm fighting Akatsuki's leader. I wouldn't think of sending anyone but the best for something this important. I might even see if the old cripple has anyone skilled enough hiding in the woodwork. That Tsunade was contemplating asking Danzo for assistance testified to the level of devotion she was giving this mission. Jiraiya leapt onto the windowsill to make his exit when Tsunade stopped working on her paperwork to address him one last time. I don't care if you kill Akatsuki's leader or not. Just come back alive, okay? Jiraiya left the office with a contented smile on his face, and he resolved to ask Tsunade out on a date when he got back. But in the meantime, he had to break some bad news to some distraught parents. I'm truly sorry. I tried to save him, but he left me no choice. Jiraiya really was sorry that he couldn't save someone who was equally the son of the person who trained him and the person he trained. As we've said before, we don't hold it against you, boy. Jiraiya was relieved that Fukasaku wasn't furious with him, but he's surprised at how well the elderly toad was taking it all. I do hold your incompetence against you though. Jiraiya yelped as the stout stick that had smacked excess natural chakra out of him before hit him once again. What are you talking about? Exclaimed Jiraiya, rubbing the back of his head in pain. Even I get hurt in Sage mode when I use the Hellfire Rasengan, and that's just the recoil. There's absolutely no way Naruto survived that. And yet his name is still on the wall of summoners. Countered Fukasaku. Despite his belief that Naruto was indeed dead, Jiraiya couldn't argue with the old toad's logic. The powers that controlled the wall of summoners were strange and unknown, but it had apparently never been wrong in all the toad's recorded history. The chances that it was wrong now were astronomical. It doesn't matter, said Jiraiya, standing up and looking more determined than ever. He's following not Akatsuki, but their leader. If I can kill Nagato, I might not have to kill Naruto. Ma was whipping up dinner when you came calling. Why not stay for a bit? Jiraiya hastily and politely turned down Fukasaku's offer, suddenly remembering a vital appointment he had back in the village. Just one thing, you gotta admit, when it comes to tailed beasts, we're hypocrites. Naruto quirked an eyebrow and Motoi just sighed. Naruto and B had been clashing ideologies all day, stopping only for food, mostly because Naruto was still recovering a bit, and B didn't have much else to do except try and turn his fellow jinchuriki to his way of thinking. I'll admit that they ain't priests, but when it comes to evil, humans aren't the least. Naruto sighed exasperatedly. I'll give that you and the 8 Tagyuki, amended Naruto, catching Killer Bee's glare, have convinced me that the tailed beasts aren't mindless animals. But you have no proof that they're inherently better than human beings. Proof I've got if it's proof you need. Just look at who made jinchuriki. Before he was signing autographs, the first jinchuriki was the Sage of Six Paths. Naruto placed his hand on his forehead and let out another sigh as he defended his worldview. For the sake of argument, let's pretend that the Sage of Six Paths isn't just an old fairy tale. The 10 Tails was destroying and killing. He may have imprisoned it, but he wasn't evil. The tailed beast forced his hand. Just like you and me. Our hands aren't clean, but it doesn't make us evil. This world forces the beings that inhabit it to commit atrocities, the only difference is why we do so. Argued Naruto. If I kill a person, what makes it any more or less evil than when you kill someone? I'll admit this world does play a part, but good or evil comes from the heart. Rapped Killer Bee, bumping his fist against his chest for emphasis. If you don't fight to protect, then darkness in your heart will infect. Motoi chose this moment to make his exit, leaving the 2 jinchuriki alone with the remnants of dinner as he massaged his temples. Darkness in the heart? Unless you have some way to detect the darkness in someone's heart, all you have is ideological nonsense. If you can't, and you can't, then we have no way of knowing who is in the wrong, or if any of us are. Naruto smirked as he saw Killer Bee deflate, but the rapping jinchuriki perked back up almost immediately. I might have a way, though it is taboo. But I think I'll make an exception to convince you. Naruto was surprised that Killer Bee could make himself this quiet. If the darkness in your heart we can defeat, then to befriending the Nine Tails, I'll have a front row seat. And where is this proof? I'm not exactly up for a cross-country jog. In truth, Naruto was exaggerating his injuries, but it never hurt to have someone underestimate you. Apparently it wasn't far if Killer Bee's grin was anything to go by. I'm gonna give you proof, after a quick little jaunt to the Waterfall of Truth. X. Danzo was once a ninja of great renown, able to fight on par with the likes of the third Hokage and other legends. Then during the First World War, the second Hokage had named Hiruzen Sarutobi as the third Hokage before sacrificing himself to allow the others to escape. That sacrifice had driven Danzo to become as strong as he could become so that if no one would ever have to sacrifice themselves for his sake again. Looking back on it, it was a foolish goal held by a young ninja who was still full of emotion and ideals. He had been lucky to survive the explosive note that had ruined his arm and destroyed his right eye. After that, he retired to more civilian lifestyle, though he still had a hand in training the next generation. He had formed Root to train others to avoid the mistakes he had made. Cowardice had killed the second Hokage, and his rage at life had prematurely ended his own career. By avoiding emotion, a ninja could become the ultimate tool for the village. That was not to say he had let his own skills dull. To what do I owe the honor, Lady Hokage? Asked Danzo without turning around as he took a sip of his tea. Tsunade sighed as she emerged from the shadows of his small living room. There's no surprising you, is there? Mused Tsunade as she sat down opposite the old cripple. Emotions lead to hate, which leads to war. I have tried to rid myself of emotions, surprise included. But you have not yet answered my question. Why have you sought me out? Said Danzo, looking intently at Tsunade with his one good eye. Jiraiya found out where Akatsuki's leader is. I honestly can't risk any more high-profile ninja against Akatsuki, and I don't have enough Onbu members who are good enough to keep up with Jiraiya. Danzo placed his tea down and replied in a slow monotone that betrayed no emotion. I'm honored you think so highly of me, but I'm afraid age has taken its toll on me. He let out an exaggerated sigh as he continued, shaking his head melodramatically. I'm afraid this old cripple just can't keep up with you young people anymore. Cut the act, Danzo. I'm the Hokage, I know all about Root. Tsunade was just getting warmed up when Danzo cut her off with a raised hand. Of course you know. Just as the third Hokage knew, and if he had held the office for longer than a month, I suspect the fourth Hokage would have known as well. Danzo opened his one eye to stare down the legendary medic in front of him. I don't do what I do to usurp your position, despite what you may believe. Root is what operates in the shadows, doing the dirty work to keep the tree healthy and upright. Fine, I get it. It's all for the village. Conceded Tsunade testily. Regardless, I need some of your better operatives to assist Jiraiya in taking out Akatsuki's leader. If we can end him, we can render Akatsuki leaderless, making any retaliation almost impossible. And if we fail, the fewer dead ninja I have to explain to the public, the better. I understand all too well, said Danzo. Tsunade's eyes widened in surprise at getting the old war hawk to actually agree with her so easily. Root has operated in the shadows on this kind of mission since its founding. Some unregistered ninja may just find themselves following Jiraiya, and who knows? They may just be willing to offer their assistance. Tsunade nodded in thanks and wordlessly got up to leave. Danzo wisely decided to keep his past dealings with Akatsuki and Hanzo the Salamander quiet. Some things were better left in the shadows. Chapter 18. Datara flew along, filling the void of sky and the void of conversation by running through hypothetical scenarios that she might find her perpetually dying partner in. Maybe he's been kidnapped by pirates that sealed his chakra or something. That's probably why he's not heading back to shore right now, yeah. Or he was dropped off on some island paradise and is enjoying a nice relaxing vacation right about now. I bet it's that. I'm going to teach him to let me think he's in danger, yeah. Datara passed the time it was taking her seagull to traverse the open ocean by creating small works of art, each no bigger than a marble, and tossing them into the air for a small fireworks display. It always helped her relax, seeing something only she could do. Sure, there were other members of the explosive corps back in the Hidden Rock village who could use the explosion style like her, but they were a dying breed. Besides, other than Orochimaru, she was the only living person with the ability to infuse her chakra into different materials. After a lot of trial and error, she had decided on clay, for the taste, ease of procurement, and the fact that it was easy to sculpt. Usually the forbidden technique was used to control things remotely, like she did with her birds, but only someone with the explosion-style bloodline was able to make them explode like she did. It was a little lonely, being the only person capable of creating true art, but true art was born of suffering. And suffer she had. Ever since she was a child, no one had ever understood Datara art. Nobody said it to her face, she was too skilled of a ninja for anyone to just insult like that. Her skills with clay sculptures had earned her some semblance of respect from museums and the like, but fellow ninja respected the young Jonin for her skill with the explosion release. Then the third Tsuchikage had chosen to train her as his successor, and she garnered even more respect from her fellow ninjas. But the artist shied away from her beautiful explosions, calling them dangerous and ugly. Ugly. Likewise, her sculpting was frowned upon by even her mentor. The Tsuchikage had dismissed her clay creations as useless and distracting to such a prodigious ninja. So she had tried to make her art useful to the Hidden Rock Village by merging her two arts. Some research had uncovered an old forbidden jutsu that allowed a ninja to infuse objects with their chakra. So she took it, looking to make her peers and mentor proud. Instead, the Hidden Rock as a whole, even the Tsuchikage himself, was displeased and disgusted. The destruction of her beautiful clay sculptures was an affront to all art, and her clay sculptures made her explosion style a terrible mutation of the time-honored traditions of her clan's techniques. But Datara saw the beauty of her new art. It joined the two art forms wholly and completely, creating an art that transcended her past attempts. With this, Datara could create true art. So Datara took it upon herself to show the village what true art was. In her first real art showing, buildings were destroyed, beautiful flames flashed across the sky, and Datara was declared a missing ninja. Not that she cared, any village that couldn't appreciate her art wasn't worthy of her anyway. So she left, taking jobs where she could find them, and traveling the world to look for inspiration. It was on one of those jobs that she had met Naruto. The young blonde, know that she had been any older, was overconfident, unappreciative, and all around infuriating. So it figured that he would be her partner for the next few years. It was only supposed to be for one quick job: go in, show art, leave craters where uninspired bigots had once stood. But then Akatsuki had intervened. Pain had leveled the rebel base by himself, something even she was impressed by. She had thought S-rank ninjas might be more appreciative of her art, and with the exception of that stupid puppeteer, they did tolerate the exploding sculptures. But the only one who agreed with Datara on the subject of true art was her partner. Datara sighed as she flicked one more chunk of clay off the edge of her bird. If the sage didn't appreciate her art, she would have ditched him years ago. The bit of clay exploded in a bright ball of flames, and Datara sighed again. It just wasn't art without an audience. So she set off to find her partner who had been lost at sea so her art could have an admiring audience again. You know, we aren't in enemy territory yet," said Jiraiya, trying in vain to get a response from either of his masked companions. This was exactly why he didn't like Anbu, rude or otherwise. Honestly, it's like someone died here. Surprisingly enough, this elicited a response from the rude Anbu to his right. "Keep talking, and someone will," Jiraiya sighed at the overly militaristic answer. He was one of Danzo's all right. Oddly, the regular forces Anbu remained silent, not talking even when Danzo's follower did. Jiraiya didn't like turning to Danzo for help, but it was likely the only way to get ninja of a high enough quality who, as much as it pained him to think this way, wouldn't be missed. The Sannin jumped through the canopy of his homeland's forest to land near the border to the Land of Rain. The sight of the war-torn country brought back a flood of memories of the last Ninja World War and the orphans he had saved. The Land of Rain had the misfortune of bordering 3 of the great nations and having a rather lackluster ninja force itself. The result was a country that was fought for to the detriment of the population. As if to add to the depression of the countryside, the Land of Rain had earned its name with a near-constant precipitation. "Pretty depressing, huh?" probed Jiraiya, hoping to nudge his comrades into conversation. "What's depressing are the border patrols and the Hidden Rain's strict anti-visitor policy. Are you sure that the Akatsuki is based out of the Hidden Rain?" This time it was Tsunade's Anbu who voiced his concerns, which made sense, since Danzo would never let his rude Anbu question a superior officer. "Of course I am. I got his location from a very reliable source, but I didn't think it reliable enough to investigate until I got his identity from one of Akatsuki's own members. I've heard of him trying to liberate the Hidden Rain from Hanzo before, though I heard he died in the attempt." Jiraiya turned to his partners with a wide grin on his face. "As for how we get there, you are about to see how the great Jiraiya of the legendary Sannin uses his amazing prowess as the Toad Sage to infiltrate even the most guarded castles to be with the many princesses who find his charm and fantastic looks irresistible. His illustrious boasting got no response from the two ninja, one trained to suppress his emotions and the other trained to have none. Jiraiya dropped his pose and sighed at his Onbu's lack of respect for such a legendary ninja revealing his hidden techniques. He ran through some seals as he looked at the two Onbu members, trying to see the awe they no doubt were hiding with their masks. In a puff of smoke, a tiny toad appeared. "Behold," shouted Jiraiya in a voice that did not lend itself to stealth in the least. "The illustrious Jiraiya's hiding in a toad technique. I bet you're wondering what it does, huh? I'm guessing we hide this toad, though I'm not sure how or why," replied the blank mask of the rude Onbu member. "Of course you can't. That's the beauty of it. No one would suspect this tiny little frog of being able to contain the greatness that is Jiraiya of the Sannin." Even the toad was rolling its eyes at this point. "Come on." Defying every law of physics in existence, Jiraiya was quickly swallowed by the toad that couldn't be larger than his foot. The small amphibian opened its mouth as if inviting the two Onbu members to jump in. The two turned to each other and attempted to squeeze into the toad's mouth. It was surprisingly easy, as they seemed to shrink as they pushed further in until the toad's mouth was more akin to a large cave than an inch of toad mouth. Jiraiya sat on the toad's tongue, and shouted out as if the frog could hear him. "All right. Let's go to the village hidden in the rain." Apparently the toad could hear him, as the entire cavity the three ninja occupied shook violently as the toad hopped towards their destination. Jiraiya was the only one who didn't stumble as the toad's mouth shook. The two quickly found out that applying chakra to their feet in a matter similar to water walking prevented them from stumbling around like a pair of drunks. For the brief moments that they were completely taken off guard, Jiraiya seemed to find their plight extremely amusing. "Okay, now if you don't want me to chuck you out of this toad's mouth right now, you'll tell me why you can take on even one member of Akatsuki. I don't need some wannabes tagging along on a mission this dangerous." The member of Danzo's rude Onbu was used to giving replies to even the most personal questions without hesitation, and he answered first. "My partner died years ago. It was later discovered he was killed by Akatsuki. I have been trained to counter the members of the organization that we know about." Tsunade's Onbu was not about to be undone by his darker counterpart. "I am an accomplished Onbu member who was trained from a young age due to special circumstances." Jiraiya's suspicious look was enough to drag the rest of the information out of the reluctant Onbu member. "Due to Orochimaru's experimentation, I am the sole living user of the wood style. I was chosen specifically to subdue any tailed beasts we may or may not encounter in addition to combating Akatsuki." Their explanations seemed to satisfy the Sannin for the time being. "Good, you wouldn't stand a chance against Akatsuki's leader, but that's why you have the fabulous Jiraiya. You just keep any other members off my back and rescue any jinchuriki that aren't dead. The latter is unlikely though, so don't worry too much about it. And remember, the information we gather on Akatsuki doesn't do anyone any good if we die in there, so don't do anything I wouldn't do." With Jiraiya's resounding laugh echoing inside its mouth, the diving toad hopped through the rain towards Akatsuki's lair. "So how far is the village hidden in the clouds again?" asked Fu as she flew backwards alongside Sasuke's hawk. Ever since his catastrophic attempts to use his new eyes, the last Uchiha had been incredibly irritable, which provided Fu with some measure of entertainment as they headed towards a new village that would supposedly keep her safe from Akatsuki. "Clearly further than we have traveled," responded the Uchiha crossly. He did not appreciate Fu's happy-go-lucky attitude in the face of such peril, though it was likely only compounding on his summon's lack of cooperation and his non-functional eye. Every time he had tried to use it, it had bled and caused a massive amount of pain, though it had been bleeding less and less each time. Eventually, Sasuke had simply given up on the idea of using the eye outside of a pressing battle situation. "Do you even know where the village is?" asked Fu, grinning smugly at the Uchiha's one alert eye. "It is pretty hidden." Sasuke simply growled in response, prompting Fu to giggle and flit away. If all the jinchuriki were this annoying, Sasuke was beginning to see how Akatsuki could justify hunting them. Moments later, his right eye spun into the Sharingan as he dove off his hawk to knock Fu out of the way of an incoming fire-style jutsu. Fu's wings managed to slow their descent to a gentle landing as Sasuke looked around for their attackers, wary of Akatsuki. "Not cool, idiot," droned a bored-sounding voice. "What if they had been diplomats? You might have started another war with that boneheaded move." The speaker revealed herself as a blonde cloud ninja, and the attacker followed her dejectedly. Her short-cut hair was a lighter shade than the man standing next to her, though the style was the same. In contrast to the man's traditional one-shoulder flak jacket, she wore a low-cut outfit that displayed her sizable cleavage, with some kind of modified flak jacket around only her stomach. Of course, Sasuke noticed this only after their weapons, a short tanto and katana, and their lack of Akatsuki attire. Realizing that they weren't a threat, Sasuke let out a relieved sigh. "You're mocking me and my sister, pal?" shouted the man with a tattoo of the kanji for heat on his left shoulder. "Well, I bet you're not so hot, Leaf Ninja." Before the woman who apparently his sister could react, the hot-headed ninja sprinted to Sasuke, katana drawn. Of course, with the Sharingan, Sasuke easily dodged the straightforward's attack, and knocked the sword out of the idiot's hands. A sharp kick delivered to the fool's gut sent him flying back to his sister as Sasuke caught the katana. "I'm here to speak with the Raikage, not fight," said Sasuke in a voice that accepted no argument. The female ninja seemed all too eager to avoid an unnecessary conflict, but her brother apparently didn't agree. "Alright, you're pretty good hotshot," he said, picking himself up and running through some hand seals. "But can you stop this hot attack? Fire style, fireball." The self-proclaimed hotshot spat of a ball of fire, and Sasuke quickly ran through his own seals. Despite not wanting to fight, his Uchiha pride refused to let him lose in a battle of fire-style techniques, even if he did primarily use lightning style. Fire style, Grand Fireball. It was a basic jutsu taught to children of the Uchiha clan, but it was enough to completely overwhelm its less grand counterpart. The blonde cloud ninja jumped above the flames, screaming his challenge and effectively ruining any chance he had at a surprise attack. Sasuke nailed him in the gut with his own katana, using the dull side to prevent messing up any chance he still had at talking to the Raikage. The female didn't see him use the non-lethal edge of the sword, and her brother's exaggerated performance wasn't helping. She drew tanto and ran at Sasuke, who readied the katana to defend himself. At the last moment, she channeled lightning chakra down her short sword, and if it hadn't been for his Sharingan, Sasuke would have missed it. As it was, he channeled lightning chakra down his own sword, and the two enhanced blades clashed equally. Except that the katana had the advantage of weight, allowing it to knock the tanto from his opponent's grasp. Deciding to halt any further conflict, Sasuke grabbed her arm and twisted it behind her back and placed the stolen katana against her neck. Taking her hostage had an immediate effect on her brother, who stopped dead in his tracks, suddenly less keen on continuing the battle. Samui. The male ninja grit his teeth in anger and glared at Sasuke, not willing to risk his sister's life in another foolish attack. "You bastard, taking a hostage just because you can't handle my blazing hot spirit is just plain cold." "Shut up, Atsui," said Samui, surprisingly calm for having a sword against her throat. He could have ended this a dozen times over by now, but we're both still alive. That means he wants us alive for some reason. Sasuke sighed exasperatedly. "I want you alive, because killing you would defeat my purpose in coming here. I'm looking for refuge from Akatsuki." The name elicited a sharp intake of breath from Samui, and she muttered something about a bee. Guillotine drop. Sasuke tossed Samui out of the way and brought up the katana to block the kick form above that came out of nowhere. Instead of cutting off the offending limb, the stolen blade snapped in half like a brittle twig, but it slowed the attack long enough for Sasuke to get out of the way. Jumping away from his new attacker, he looked over his shoulder at Fu, who was lounging on her stomach atop his hawk, which was apparently just as interested in helping him as the green-haired jinchuriki. "Watch out," replied Fu, enjoying watching Sasuke on the ropes far more than she should. Sasuke glowered at her before turning back to the new threat, only to be shocked at the new arrival. He was incredibly tall, built entirely of rippling muscle and opting to show it off by going shirtless underneath a wide-open cloak. What was most impressive though, was the lightning chakra that he was completely covered in. The Sharingan dissected the technique, though Sasuke could only equate it with chakra channeling, only using one's own body instead of a sword or kunai. The sheer amount of chakra required to use it on such a scale was terrifying though. As he marveled at the muscle-bound ninja with chakra to burn, two more cloud ninja arrived. One was blonde, while the other had short white hair and seemed more laid back and bored than Fu. The blonde turned to his darker-skinned companion. "Should we stop Lord Raikage?" "You can if you want to. I'm content to let him have his fun." Sasuke's eye widened as he overheard their conversation. Apparently the man who had just attacked him was none other than the Raikage himself. Deciding that he didn't want to fight another S-rank ninja so soon, Sasuke decided to try and stem the fighting before it could get any further out of hand. "Hold, Raikage. I don't want to fight, just ask for your help." The dark-skinned Raikage was having none of it though, and his lightning armor became even larger if such a thing were possible. "You attack my ninja, and then you have the audacity to ask for my help? You aren't even from an allied village, Leaf Ninja." Fu apparently decided that Sasuke was going to get killed at this rate, and choose to add her 2 cents. It's about the jinchuriki. Her shout couldn't have sounded more apathetic and insincere, but the Raikage looked intrigued anyway. Oh? Well, if it's about that, I suppose I'll give you a chance. Sasuke opened his mouth to thank the Raikage, but the man's shout cut him off. My jinchuriki are hunted by powerful ninja. If you want to prove yourself worthy of even talking about them to me, you'll need to prove yourself. If you wound me, even a scratch, I'll hear you out. If you can't, I'll kill you for wasting my time. Sasuke's soul Sharingan widened as the Raikage ran towards him, his lightning armor distorting the Sharingan's view. As disorienting as it was, without the bloodline of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke wouldn't have been able to see the Raikage as the man moved with a speed that belied his size. The man swung an arm as if to clothesline Sasuke, who barely ducked under even a blow as telegraphed and straightforward as that. The Raikage spun around though, and grabbed Sasuke firmly with both hands around the waist before hoisting him into the air. Liger bomb. The Raikage spun Sasuke upside down and smashed him into the ground as Sasuke frantically ripped the bandages off of his left eye. He barely made it in time, and stopped his head from becoming a bloodstain on the ground by creating the beginnings of Susanoo armor around himself to absorb the blow. As it was, he was barely able to get a ribcage P before the strain became too much for his newly upgraded eyes and the skeletal construct faded. Perhaps conducting organ transplant on himself in the field wasn't the brightest idea. Pushing himself to get moving after only a few minutes rest after ditching Itachi's corpse and stealing his other eye also might have been a bad idea. The Raikage leapt back as blood ran down Sasuke's face. The Uchiha reached up and pulled his leaf headband down over his left eye, similar to his teacher. The Raikage landed over by his subordinates, who seemed awed by the fight. So it seems the Uchiha clan isn't completely dead. You even have some nifty tricks. Sasuke thought angrily that if he really wanted to, he could probably burn the Raikage alive with Amaterasu, though he passed over the option in favor of not killing his one chance to stop Akatsuki. Instead, Sasuke opted to go for his staple technique when presented with a difficult-to-pierce armor. The armor he usually pierced wasn't made of lightning though, but his Chidori only had to make a scratch. The Raikage glared at Sasuke's left hand as it began to glow bright blue and shriek with the signature chirping of the Chidori. Sasuke dashed forward, using his lightning-filled fist to cover his blind left side. Chidori. The Raikage, never one to back down, answered the attack with his own rush attack. Sasuke's one Mangekyo Sharingan was enough to let him see the attack in slow motion, though he noticed that the edges of the Raikage's arm were sort of fuzzy. Promising himself to use Itachi's right eye to restore his sight if he lived through this, Sasuke ducked under the Raikage's blow and thrust out with his Chidori. He grunted in exertion as he pushed harder, making a shallow cut that could have been made by a piece of paper on the Raikage's chest. Before realizing that he had been cut, losing the bet he had made, the Raikage had already grabbed Sasuke's face in the palm of his massive hand and lifted him bodily into the air. Looking down at the drop of blood that trickled lazily down his chest and grimacing, he dropped Sasuke to the ground, none too gently. All right boy, talk. The water reflects the darkness inside, just sit down and close your eyes. If against your inner darkness you prevail, I'll tell you the next step of mastering the 9 tails. Rapped Killer Bee as Naruto walked out to the small island at the base of the waterfall. He was both curious and skeptical of mastering the 9 tails, but it would have to wait until he beat his dark side. No stranger to meditation, Naruto felt right at home sitting still and closing his eyes. The area was so permeated with natural chakra, he had to actively stop himself from gathering it and keep his abilities hidden. It wasn't that he didn't trust Killer Bee, he just didn't really trust anyone. You do trust some people though, right? Naruto's eyes opened immediately as he heard a voice that sounded exactly like his own but softer. His eyes widened as he saw someone who could have passed for his twin, the only difference was the difference in their attire. While his doppelganger was wearing the cloak that had been a gift from Fukasaku and Shima when he left Mount Myobakuzen, Naruto himself was somehow wearing his Akatsuki cloak again. Because you really should let people in every now and then. Who knows, they might surprise you. Naruto scowled at his inner darkness skeptically. The copy in front of him didn't really seem any darker than he did, in fact, the double seemed nicer than the devious Akatsuki member. As if sensing his thought, the opposite Naruto spoke up. You'll have to forgive Killer Bee. The waterfall of truth doesn't so much as show you your inner darkness so much as the side of you that you keep back. How did you know what I was thinking? Asked Naruto frantically. Try as he might, Naruto was sensing nothing from his clone. If it came to a fight, he would be at a disadvantage to an opponent who could read his thoughts. Because I'm you, just not the you that the world sees. Naruto tilted his head in curiosity and confusion. Which is nice for me, but I don't feel like you're putting your best foot forward with everyone else. Killer Bee said I had to defeat my inner darkness, but you don't seem all that dark. Naruto stopped for a moment as the realization hit him like a sledgehammer. So, does that mean I'm the Dark One? Don't think of it like that. It was clear to Naruto that his copy was just trying to console him. You're not evil or anything, you just don't trust people. It isn't like you're full of hate, just deceit. Deal with that, and you're a stand-up member of society. It's that easy to fix. Trusting people is dangerous. You think Killer Bee would give me a pat on the back if he found out I was a member of Akatsuki? And no one in Akatsuki would even hesitate to seal me if they found out I'm a jinchuriki. Countered Naruto with the logic that had justified his actions as a member of Akatsuki. I bet Deidara would hesitate, said his doppelganger with a frustrating smile on his face. Naruto just scowled in response, but he couldn't honestly deny the hope that his longtime partner and friend would at least pause if she found out his secret. See? Said opposite Naruto, sensing the hope inside the more skeptical Akatsuki member. It isn't that hard to just believe in people every now and then. I'd like to think she wouldn't take me out, but it's a fool's dream. You're just an imposter wearing my face. If you were the real me, I wouldn't be living a lie. I'd be dead, sighed Naruto tiredly. Maybe. Conceded opposite Naruto. You probably are the one who keeps us alive. But if that's true, then I'm the one who keeps us sane. He paused to look at Naruto with eyes that were a terrifying black and red that contrasted sharply with his happy and trusting attitude. Everybody needs at least one friend. Ha! Scoffed Naruto. What friend? Killer Bee? We both know I'm using him until I get back to Akatsuki. Akatsuki? We all know that we're tools to each other's ends. I don't think even Pain is ideological enough to believe we all want world peace. I helped you get Deidara as a friend. All friendship needs some level of trust. Argued opposite Naruto. And I'm you, so don't even try to deny she isn't your friend. He added playfully. Fine, she's my friend. For now. He added with a glare at his cheery doppelganger. The moment she figures out I've been lying to her all these years, I'll be lucky if she even bothers to take me alive. Only one way to find out. Responded opposite Naruto, sitting cross-legged on the water where he had emerged from the waterfall like someone who had all the time in the world. I'll be waiting right here for her response. Naruto paled at what his trusting self was implying. Before he could respond, his actual body was unceremoniously dumped in the water. Naruto came up sputtering and glared at Killer Bee as best as he could. The rapper just shook off the look as the island rumbled again. Was that some kind of earthquake? Nah, this island isn't just some rocky circle. The reason it's safe is cause it's really a turtle. Naruto didn't really have the heart to tell Killer Bee that his rhymes were terrible. He doubted Killer Bee would care either. I can ignore Akatsuki and focus on my singing, because this giant turtle is always swimming. Then what was that just now? As if to punctuate his question, the island turtle gave another shudder. Hell if I know, I ain't wise. But I'm smart enough to notice your freaky eyes. Naruto looked down at the pool, and he noticed that he had unconsciously been absorbing natural chakra while he was meditating despite the ripples in the water. Sure enough, his eyes were the familiar golden of sage mode. This is the technique that lets me fight on par with Akatsuki without my tailed beast. Naruto looked around to confirm his suspicions. This area is almost as saturated as the oil springs back home. I'd be hard-pressed not to be in sage mode here. There was another tremble across the island, but the two jinchuriki were prepared and didn't as much as stumble. So what were those tremors? If this turtle doesn't have earthquakes, what were those? Naruto's question was answered in a second as he readjusted to sage mode's sensory range and noticed a familiar chakra. Deidara found me. How though? Naruto was talking quietly to himself, but Killer Bee had overheard. Who's that? An old friend? Or an enemy with whom we'll need to contend? Yeah. Naruto flinched as Killer Bee celebrated his amazing rhyme skills. Sorry about your friends, yeah. Naruto had known she had been there, but Killer Bee whirled around at the sound of Deidara's voice. I asked for Naruto, and they started to disagree. One thing led to another and well. I hope you weren't too close to any of them. Now do I have to add one more to the body count, or can I have my partner back? Noticing her Akatsuki cloak, Killer Bee bounced to his imaginary beat. Don't know what you mean by partner, but for Naruto I won't barter, or my name isn't Killer Bee, bro to the Raikage and Jinchuriki. Deidara's eyes widened at Killer Bee's reckless declaration. She hadn't really been expecting to actually find the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails when Kakuzu had asked for her help, and here he was. Practically announcing his status as well. Deidara, how did you find me? asked Naruto. He was honestly glad to see his partner, but he was also terrified of her discovering the truth. Coupled with his regret over what he was about to do, and he was a raging maelstrom of emotion. You shut up, yeah? Responded Deidara irritably. I swear, you just love trying to give me a heart attack. Didn't even have the decency to keep your wounded ass nearby this time. Naruto had the decency to look a tad embarrassed about his recent losing streak. I brought you a replacement cloak too. God knows how much Kakuzu pays for these things, so you're footing the bill. Naruto caught the bundle of cloth that Deidara tossed to him easily. Yo Naruto, what this bitch talking about? Are you hearing the lies she spout? Saying you're a member of Akatsuki, when you're just like me, a jinchuriki. Rapped Killer Bee as he turned to Naruto. Sorry, B responded Naruto as he donned the new Akatsuki cloak. But you know what they say. Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. He pulled his fist back and launched Killer Bee into the woods, toppling a few trees. Naruto hopped up onto Deidara Bird. Sorry about making you track me down. But at least you didn't have to put up with his rapping. If I didn't know it would break my hand, I'd slap you right now. Responded Deidara angrily. Naruto winced at the empty threat. How about I take this jinchuriki alone to show you how sorry I am? You get to just sit back and relax. Catching Deidara look, Naruto quickly amended his offer. And I promise the only near death will be his. TCH. Fine. I'll go get a good view, yeah. Deidara unceremoniously shoved Naruto off of her bird as she rose up to a safer distance. Being an S-rank ninja, Naruto easily landed on his feet, and he waited for Killer Bee to get up. Sure enough, one surprise attack hadn't been enough to take the jinchuriki of the Eight Tails out. I gotta say, your betrayal bites deep. But you got a secret that you gotta keep. Still, I ain't just gonna go to sleep. If I got caught, my bro might weep. Naruto smiled a bit sadly. I really am sorry about all this. But I'm going to be coming at you full force. Just think of it as an intense sparring match. Killer Bee smirked as he flicked the 7 swords strapped to his back into the air. They came down, and Killer Bee caught all of them in an impressive display of skill. The truly strange part was the fact that not a single blade had landed in his hands. Killer Bee was the first to move. The lunge took Naruto a bit by surprise, but he managed to react in time to Killer Bee's ferocious attack. A swordsman would usually have an opening after such a reckless attack, but Killer Bee's many blades turned him into a sort of living buzzsaw. The large rapper kept spinning, intent on cutting the Akatsuki member, for he refused to think of Naruto as anything else lest he hesitate, into pieces. He wasn't expecting Naruto to catch one of the swords though, trying to use it as leverage to knock him off balance. Still, the blade was only held by his knee, and Killer Bee easily let it go. He twisted while upside down and flung some of his remaining swords at Naruto point blank. The jinchuriki of the Eight Tails landed on his feet with one sword in each hand and one in his mouth, expecting to see the other 3 embedded in his opponent. Instead, he saw Naruto drop the sword he had caught into the dirt with the other 3. They had certainly hit their mark. There was no way they could have missed at such close range, but Naruto didn't have so much as a scratch. It wouldn't be too impressive for a jinchuriki since their tailed beast usually increased the rate of healing, but Killer Bee's swords were also clean, implying that they had never penetrated. You'll need to better than that, Bee. Taunted Naruto good-naturedly. I wasn't let into Akatsuki because I relied on a tailed beast. This is all me. Killer Bee grinned at the challenge. Most defensive techniques of that caliber were Earth style, and Bee had the perfect counter. Naruto raised an eyebrow as lightning coursed down Killer Bee's swords, increasing their cutting potential 100-fold. My super vibrato blades cut through all. Your defenses can no longer stall. Rapped Killer Bee as he charged again. This time though, he threw the blade in his mouth and rapped as he sprinted in form the side. Naruto did the unexpected though, running towards the blade that was flying through the air. He ducked to the side and grabbed the sword out of the air, swinging it around to parry Killer Bee's other blade. The third sword was still swinging down on Naruto, who was at a range that didn't allow dodging. So Naruto didn't dodge. He could have easily defended against the blow and come away with little more than a small cut, but wanted to get through this fight without as much as a scratch to prove to Deidara he wasn't losing his touch. So he attacked, punching out with his free hand under the sword to send Killer Bee flying once more. Sorry Bee, but you'll need to do better than that straightforward attack. Naruto was just mocking Killer Bee, the attack had actually been pretty good, not that Bee would know that. So step it up if you don't want to be smacked. That's pretty good, but I'm still the best. At rhymes and fighting, I've been blessed. Rapped Killer Bee. Naruto was both mortified that Killer Bee's rhymes were apparently contagious and confused as to whether it was a blessing or a curse. You joined Akatsuki to not acquiesce. Let's put your survival to the test. Yeah. Killer Bee held his right hand to the heavens with his index and little fingers pointed upwards like two horns. Red chakra began to bubble up form under his skin, covering him entirely with 8 tails behind him. I don't need a tailed beast's help to survive. I've been doing it on my own for years, said Naruto quietly as Killer Bee ran at him. Deciding to try and exploit the loss of reason that usually accompanied tailed beast chakra, Naruto ran through seals in a blur. Sage Art, Whirlwind Fist. The wind-covered fist came short of Killer Bee by several feet, but the wind around it elongated into a horizontal tornado. It likely did little lasting damage to the jinchuriki, protected as he was by his tailed beast's chakra, but it did send him hurtling off of the island entirely. Killer Bee righted himself, landing on the ocean as if it were solid land. Naruto jumped down after him, Akatsuki cloak blowing in the breeze. Killer Bee sheathed the 2 swords he had left, having lost the third some time ago. As he did, the red chakra around him receded until he stood in front of a quizzical Naruto completely defenseless. Naruto's unspoken questions were answered a moment later. Gray tentacles began to grow from under Killer Bee's flak jacket, until each one was several times as big as he was. The tentacles thrashed around, kicking up a massive amount of water, and when the spray settled down, Naruto was looking at the 8 tails in all its glory. It had the lower half of an octopus, but the head of a bull. It had 2 strangely human arms, which it raised up in the same symbol that Killer Bee had used when first calling on his tailed beast's chakra. On horn was cut shorter than the other, likely a wound from a previous battle. All in all, it was a fearsome creature. Woohoo! Now gaze upon my splendor, and you might learn something. And all of the potential terror drained away immediately as Killer Bee's voice rapped away from the huge creature's mouth. I was fighting and rapping when you were still a babe suckling. 8 parts black and 2 parts white, the tailed beast bomb wins any fight. Yeah. Naruto was confused a bit by the last part, mostly by how informative Killer Bee was about the attack's composition. Despite calling the chakra black and white, the small orbs of chakra that were slowly gathering in front of the 8 tails mouth were red and blue. When they gathered though, the resulting ball was a purplish black. And it was huge. There was no way Naruto would be able to dodge that, and he doubted his previous tactic of attacking would do anything to disrupt the tailed beast ball. That left him the unfavorable option of somehow blocking the attack. Naruto raised both thumbs to his mouth and used a Sage Mode enhanced bite to pierce his own skin. Naruto swiped the blood over his other fingers and began the seals for the one technique he had that might be able to stop his disintegration. Sage Art, Protection of the Fallen. It wasn't smiled upon to use the statues of those who had failed to master Sage Mode, but it wasn't forbidden either. Besides, they were large, virtually invincible, and available in abundance. Killer Bee finished charging his own attack, and fired it in the direction of the white smoke form Naruto's summoning. The young sage was confident that the statues would be enough to deflect a ball of chakra, no matter how powerful. And indeed they would have been, but Killer Bee was in control, not the 8 tails. With the added ingenuity of a high-leveled ninja, the attack no longer looked like a ball. Instead, Killer Bee detonated the sphere prematurely and only on one side. Its result was a massive laser fired from the tailed beast's mouth that was less powerful than a tailed beast ball, but impossible to deflect and more importantly, directed. The smoke cleared, and Naruto stepped out from behind his statue unscathed. The same could not be said of the fallen sages of yore. Of the 10 statues he had summoned, Naruto could only identify one as a large statue of a meditating toad, and all but 4 were completely gone. He paled at the destructive power of the technique, promising himself silently that he would commit Killer Bee's unintentional instructions for the technique to memory in case he could ever use his own tailed beast's chakra. Killer Bee was equally surprised that Naruto had survived his modified tailed beast ball. He was somewhat glad that he hadn't vaporized his fellow jinchuriki, but on the other hand his best attack had been stopped, which was never good for any ninja's pride. Honestly, that you survived made me surprised. But just give up, you can't fight on this size. Naruto smiled as he ran through the seals for the summoning once more. Maybe I can't, but I know someone who can. Summoning, Gamabunta. Slamming his hand on the water, Naruto was enveloped in a white cloud of smoke. The smoke cleared, and Naruto stood atop a toad every bit as large as the 8 tails. The boss of the toad summons hadn't changed much over the years, still sporting a scar over his left eye from his clash with the 9 tails all those years ago. Gamabunta took one look at the 8-tailed beast in front of him before addressing Naruto. I'm not going to bother asking why you summoned me, I'm not blind. But you'd better have a sampling of the best sake you've ever found when you come home. Naruto blanched, knowing that a sample for Gamabunta was enough to flood a small village. Still, he had little choice, and knew that once he downed a bit of sake, the old toad wouldn't really care what it tasted like. Sure thing, boss. Naruto had learned early on in life that nothing good came of not giving the toad boss the respect he deserved. Great! Moaned Gamabunta to himself as he drew his sword. Minato has me fight the 9 tails, Jiraiya has me fight the 1 tail, and now you have me fighting the 8 tails. I'm sensing a pattern. Naruto chuckled to himself at Gamabunta's complaining as the large toad jumped upwards as only a toad could. Naruto knew they were at sea though, so he'd have to keep this short before the salt in the water started to aggravate the toad's skin. 8 tails shot up at Gamabunta as he flew over the 8 tails' head. The toad slammed his hands together and spat out a massive ball of water to knock the tentacles away. Bringing his sword up, Gamabunta slashed down at the tailed beast. He managed to shear off the 8 tails' remaining horn, restoring symmetry to the beast. Landing so close to the tailed beast though, Gamabunta was unable to dodge the tentacles that smacked him away. The 8 tails reached a hand up to fell the flat surface where its horn had been. Naruto was unsure if such a wound would hurt Killer Bee and the tailed beast, but it didn't look like the 8 tails was anything other than angry at them for cutting off his horn. It was moments like these that Naruto wished he had a large-scale or signature technique that didn't rely on the toads. As it happened though, he did have a toad, and that gave him access to techniques that outclassed anything he could do alone. Gamabunta, let's do this. Gamabunta would have nodded if the action wouldn't have sent Naruto flying downward into the ocean. As it was, he settled for slowly running through a series of hand seals and gathering a truly enormous amount of water-style chakra in the back of his throat. Naruto knelt down and placed his hands on Gamabunta's head, feeling for the exact moment to release his own stored-up chakra to aid in the technique. Without so much as a word, the two released their techniques simultaneously. Collaborative sage art, massive slicing water bullets. The amount of water that Gamabunta spewed at the 8 tails dwarfed both creatures, and its potency was further increased by Naruto's sage chakra imbuing the technique with wind-style chakra. Naruto was one of the only people capable of performing such a collaboration with Gamabunta, as matching the toad's massive chakra reserves was only possible with sage mode. The wall of water was simply too large and fast for the 8 tails to avoid. It might have been large, but the tailed beast was anything but agile. Unable to dodge, the mighty collaboration technique hit its target, and the massive 8 tails was chopped into neat little cubes in a spurt of blood. Right before Naruto's eyes, the chunks of 8 tails turned into a red churka that flowed toward one chunk that was larger than the rest, which collapsed inwards to reveal Killer Bee, who gasped once before collapsing in exhaustion. Thanks for your help, Gamabunta, said Naruto gratefully. Tell Gamakichi I said hi. Not a moment too soon. Grumbled the boss of the toads. This salt water was starting to dry out my skin. He disappeared in a cloud of smoke, and Naruto dropped to the surface of the ocean. He walked over to collect Killer Bee's body before it could sink to the bottom of the sea, grinning to himself at the 8 tails Jinchuriki's resourcefulness. Looks like I'll have to forgive you after that, yeah, said Deidara, descending from her vantage point. I suppose we all get unlucky now and again. Just don't go losing left and right again, okay? Naruto would usually assure her that he had no intentions of losing any more and laugh it off, but this time he had something on his mind. Deidara had traveled with him for years and noticed that Naruto wasn't his usual self. Alright, what's up? Don't feel bad about this guy, he totally insane, said Deidara, gesturing to Killer Bee. I mean, he spoke like bad poetry and actually thought you were a jinchuriki, yeah. What did you have to do to get him to believe that anyway? Naruto was glad that Deidara hadn't figured it out from Killer Bee's rapping, deciding that the jinchuriki of the 8 tails was just crazy. He was still debating telling her, but her hearing about it from anyone else would destroy their relationship entirely. Quick thinking and a few well-placed lies about Akatsuki hunting me down. Sorry if that made your arrival any more difficult. Apologized Naruto. Nah, I just got to show off some new pieces. Responded Deidara happily. Nothing could take her mind off of something like the memory of a masterpiece. Even a regular work of her art was distracting. Naruto grinned at his partner's antics, realizing just then how much he had missed her. He tossed her Killer Bee, and Deidara struggled to catch the heavy jinchuriki. You go on ahead. I got some decent info from Killer Bee, and I want to check it out before I lose the island entirely. He pointed over Deidara's shoulder, and sure enough, the giant turtle was slowly swimming away. I'll join you for the sealing, and then meet up with you later. Deal? Deidara looked at her partner's outstretched hand, then at the receding island. Information was power, and it was clear to her that this information was what was bothering Naruto. She sighed heavily, then handed him a small sculpture of an owl. Fine. This will get you off of the island, so you don't have to swim all the way back to solid land, yeah. The mainland is that way, she said, pointing in the direction she had arrived from. Try not to get yourself killed. I won't, and I'll let you in on a little secret after I'm done, teased Naruto. Deidara scoffed amusedly at his remarks, but flew off to the nearest Akatsuki base to seal the 8 tails. Naruto turned around, and headed back towards the giant turtle island to see what Killer Bee had meant by mastering the 9 tails.